Chapter 1, Because I Am the Strongest. Star Origin Calendar, Year 95, New Federation. An unnamed island. Early morning sunlight spilled across the rugged mountain peak. Halfway up the slope, 14-year-old Caroline climbed with difficulty, her anxiety almost visible. She cupped her hands and shouted toward the snow-haired boy standing alone at the summit. Tendo. The organization's final assessment is about to start. Hurry up and come down. At the top, Tendo Simei didn't move. He simply continued watching the sun rise from the far edge of the sea. His eyes, pupils glowing like distant stars, reflected a quiet excitement. Moments later, the first ray of sunlight pierced the horizon. Tendo smiled. No one knew why he smiled. Just as no one knew he wasn't originally from this world. 2 years had passed since Tendo Simei transmigrated here. On his very first day, he awakened the popularity system and learned the truth of this world, a world built upon the mysterious energy known as Star Origin. Star Origin was the core of all supernatural power. 95 years ago, a meteor shower rained countless Star Origin fragments across the planet. People who absorbed them gained extraordinary abilities and became known as star emissaries. Animals and plants mutated into star beasts and star flora. The event marked the beginning of a new era, the Star Origin era. Tendo arrived in Star Origin Year 93. 2 years before the events of prequel of the stars, Embers. Yes, Tendo Simei didn't just transmigrate. He landed inside an alternate dimension anime. And in this world, surviving meant earning enough popularity. The rules were cruelly simple. Asterisk below top 10 popularity, immediate plot kill, the character, Tendo Simei, is removed. Asterisk rank 4 to 10, guaranteed to appear next season. Asterisk rank 3, at least 10% screen time. Asterisk rank 2, 20% screen time plus promotion worth 100k popularity points. Asterisk rank 1, 35% screen time plus 1 million popularity point promotion plus permission to rewrite part of his backstory. A sweet but terrifying system. The benefits were huge. Tendo could spend popularity to become stronger or even learn future plotlines. But one failure meant erasure. So he planned for 2 years, borrowing the full 1 million point loan from the system. He started the story deeply in debt, yet he didn't hesitate. Because his role was the naturally gifted powerhouse, a character meant to shine like Gojo Satoru. He needed to be overwhelmingly strong from the beginning. Tendo Simei, status. Name, Tendo Simei, Embers Organization Reserve, age, 12 Star Origin, None Star Core, Stellar Eclipse Eye, compatibility, 100%. Attributes, Strength S/Agility S/Spirit S/Constitution S. Skills, Star Energy Control, Master, Shuinpa, Master, Star Beast Encyclopedia, Expert, Popularity Points, 0 Popularity Loan, 1 million, maxed. He had pushed all 4 basic attributes to the physical limit of his current body, true S rank. If his growth couldn't keep up, these would drop. But Tendo wasn't worried. He had everything he needed to become a fan-favorite character. And he intended to take first place. The stage is set. Time for the actors to appear. With a stretch, he stepped into the golden light. The sunlight hit him like a spotlight on a grand stage. He pulled a pair of small sunglasses from his pocket, put them on, then casually leaped off the cliff. His movements were light and precise, stepping across the jagged rocks as if walking on air. Within seconds, he landed beside Caroline. Yo, Caroline. Morning. Caroline's tail bristled. Do you even know what day it is? How are you still watching the sunrise? Aren't you afraid of failing the assessment? Her scolding grew louder and louder, like a strict mother disciplining a hopeless child. Tendo winced and covered his ears as if to say, too loud. My ears are precious. Her frustration spiked, but she forced herself to calm down. Tendo, I'm serious. If we fail the assessment. Her voice trembled. She wasn't just worried for herself, she was worried for him. Tendo gently patted her soft, cat-eared head, mutated from her star core procedure. Relax, Caroline. With me here, we're not failing. Why? He thought for a moment, then gave the only answer fitting his character. Because I am the strongest. Caroline froze. If anyone else had said that, she'd laugh. But coming from Tendo, it simply felt true. Even so, she wanted him to at least act serious for the finals. Before she could speak, Tendo's expression suddenly shifted. Caroline panicked. What happened? Caroline, this is bad. Really bad. Stop saying bad, tell me what happened. Tendo gave her a grave look. Caroline, today the cafeteria has strawberry cake. My favorite. But I was so focused on the sunrise that I forgot to ask Auntie Lena to save some for me. What? Do you think I can still make it in time? She stared at him, dumbfounded. If she were strong enough, she would have punched him into the ocean. Instead of worrying about the final assessment, he was panicking over cake. Before she could yell, Tendo sensed her incoming lecture and bolted off at full speed, a blur streaking down the mountain. Caroline didn't react until he disappeared entirely. Full star core compatibility, perfect midterm scores. Tendo, how can you be so unreliable, yet somehow make "I am the strongest" sound completely natural? She sighed, stomach growling. In her rush to find him, she'd forgotten breakfast. She cupped her hands and shouted, Tendo. Save me some breakfast too. Down the mountain, Tendo rubbed his ear. Huh? Did Caroline just say something? No way. She'd never shout like that. Must have been a hallucination. Anyway, food first. Final assessment. Whatever. Kids play. The real question was, could he steal the spotlight from the protagonist and claim #1 popularity this season? Chapter 2, Protagonists and Supporting Characters. 8:30 a.m., 30 minutes until the final assessment. Sunlight streamed through the reinforced glass windows, lighting up the vast, heavily guarded training ground. In the quiet corridor, Tendo Simei and Caroline walked side by side toward the assessment hall. Tendo licked the last bit of cream from his lips, looking far too satisfied for someone moments away from a major exam. Beside him, Caroline shot him a deadly glare. Tendo, are you a hamster? You ate so much, you even finished my strawberry cake. What hamster? This is called strategic reserve. Tendo pushed up his sunglasses, the lenses blinking mischievously. Besides, today's the final assessment. Everyone's nerves are on edge. They're like walking time bombs. If someone explodes later. Before he could finish, a small figure hurriedly approached them like a frightened rabbit. Tendo Ge. See Caroline Jia. Chen Kong. Small, thin, nervous, wearing a uniform a size too big and old enough that the cuffs had faded white. He looked like a kid life kept bullying. But Tendo didn't treat him any differently. Yo, student Kong. He casually slung an arm around the boy's shoulder and ruffled his hair. How's life? Did you eat breakfast? I did. What did you eat? Just a regular nutrient meal. In truth, he hadn't eaten at all, his meal had been taken by other trainees. But Tendo didn't know that. Instead, he gasped dramatically. What? Pig slop like that, on the day of the final assessment. No wonder you can't activate your star core, student Kong. Ha. My breakfast affects the star core. Of course. Tendo pointed proudly to himself. As Ember's #1 genius, my brain burns sugar equal to 3 adult humans every day. Observe. He leaned in. Behind the sunglasses, his stellar eclipse eyes flashed, an overwhelming pressure bursting out for only a moment. Chen Kong froze. His knees trembled. His body screamed danger. He wasn't looking at someone barely older than him, he was staring into a predator's eyes. Then Tendo grinned playfully. See. That's the effect of eating nutrient meals. Why are you so strong then? Because I eat double sweets every day. While Chen Kong's eyes lit up. Idiot, he's lying to you. A cold voice cut in sharply. Chen Xing, Chen Kong's older sister, stepped into view. Her crimson star eyes glowed faintly. The long, blood-red blood flame rested on her back, gleaming ominously in the morning light. Tendo and Caroline remained calm. Chen Kong shrank instantly like a mouse cornered by a cat. Sis. Chen Xing ignored him completely. Her gaze locked on Tendo. Tendo. Spreading your nonsense theories again. How rude. Tendo placed a hand on his chest, feigning heartbreak. Sugar is science. Sugar enhances the brain, boosts thought, improves. Shut up, she snapped. Not everyone is an extreme sweet addict like you. The room fell instantly silent. Everyone stepped back. Everyone knew the rule, only Caroline can talk to Tendo like that in live. The last person who tried, stayed in the infirmary for a month. But Tendo didn't seem offended. He even put on an exaggeratedly hurt expression. Student Xing, you wound me. Then suddenly, he stared at her. Too intensely. Chen Xing blinked, confused. Just as her brows furrowed. Student Xing, Tendo whispered, why such a strong reaction? Could it be, you're jealous that Student Kong receives my personal guidance? Ha. Chen Xing's expression twisted in less than a second. I'm jealous of this trash. She instantly drew her blade, its point aimed directly at Chin Kong. He can't even perform basic star energy sensing after 2 years. This garbage doesn't even. Stop. Tendo's smile dropped. An overwhelming pressure exploded out of him like a tidal wave. Trainees trembled. Caroline stiffened. Chen Xing felt her knees buckle from the sheer force. But she refused to be cowed. She held on, barely. Did I say anything wrong? She gritted out. Yes. Tendo's voice was calm. His star core is special. The room erupted in murmurs. Even Caroline blinked in surprise. Chen Kong widened his eyes. Am my star core special? Tendo gave a mysterious smile. That's right. Exceptionally special. And only I have figured it out. Chen Kong trembled with hope. Tendo leaned in and whispered. Student Kong, your star core isn't unawakened. It's too powerful. So powerful you can't control it yet. What? Then why do I? Shoot. Tendo pressed a finger to his lips. It's more fun if you discover it yourself. Before Chen Kong could ask more, the doors burst open. A squad of armored Embers guards marched in. Black helmets. Cold visors. Heavy boots. The atmosphere turned ice cold. Tendo stretched lazily. Looks like the assessment's starting. He released Chin Kong and patted him. Good luck, Student Kong. I expect great things. Chen Kong nearly teared up from the encouragement. But Tendo fooled you, Chen Xing said bluntly. If your star core was special, the organization would have noticed before any of us. The crowd nodded. Chen Kong deflated instantly, hope draining out. Tendo sighed. Student Xing, how about a bet? A bet? We bet on whether Student Kong awakens his star core during the assessment. What stakes? If I win, you owe me your desserts for the next 3 months. And if I win, she asked. Before he could answer. I want you to fight me. Seriously. Tendo froze. Then, very slowly, he removed his sunglasses. A second tidal wave of pressure exploded outward, heavier than before. Chen Xing gritted her teeth, body trembling, but she stubbornly remained standing. Student Xing, Tendo said softly, dangerously, once or twice, I can ignore your provocations. He stepped forward. But 3 or 4 times. A lion doesn't tolerate a hyena that keeps nipping at it. Chen Xing was forced to one knee. Tendo looked down at her. When you fully master your star core and understand its true purpose, then we can talk. Right now, you aren't qualified to make me fight seriously. He tapped her shoulder lightly. The pressure vanished. Chen Xing, shaking with frustration, clutched her blade. She clearly wanted to attack. Caroline's hand slipped into her pocket, ready to intervene. The entire room froze. Then. Click. The door opened again. The crisp sound of high heels echoed. Oh my, little Tendo causing trouble again. Instructor Yunmeng entered, black uniform, elegant curves, deadly aura. Half the boys swallowed hard. All of them feared her. Except Tendo. Sister Yun. You misunderstand. I was simply having a friendly, civil conversation with Student Xing. Sure you were. She flicked his forehead lightly. Then she turned to Chen Xing. The assessment is about to begin. Chen Xing, private assaults are forbidden. Did you forget the rules? Chen Xing reluctantly sheathed her blade and stepped back. Yun Meng sighed. Little Tendo, why do you always provoke Student Xing? You two are the organization's brightest hopes. Can't you get along? Tendo shrugged. She provoked me first. Self-defense. Yun Meng rubbed her temple. Forget it. I'll lecture you after the assessment. Now get to your position. High-ranking officers are observing today. Don't mess around. Tendo smiled confidently. Don't worry, Sister Yun. I am the strongest. And though Yun Meng wanted to scold him for arrogance, she didn't. Because everyone knew. Among the 36 star trainees, Tendo Simei truly was the strongest. Chapter 3, The Perfect Half-Star. Hey, Tendo. When Tendo returned to the ranks, Caroline gently bumped him with her shoulder. She blinked her emerald eyes, lowering her voice, and asked curiously, were those things you said to Kong just now true? Tendo pushed up his sunglasses, a sly curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Guess. Caroline frowned, thought deeply for a moment, then gave her answer. Although the Star Core surgery has a high failure rate, anyone who can walk off the Star Core operating table alive and persevere until now must have adapted to the Star Core implanted in their body. While Chen Kong hasn't displayed any Star Core abilities in the past 2 years, he also hasn't shown any rejection to the Star Core, acting as normally as an ordinary person who hasn't undergone Star Core surgery. But if you think about it from another angle, Chen Kong being too normal makes him seem somewhat abnormal. Thinking this, Caroline immediately looked curiously at Chen Kong, who stood not far away. She couldn't imagine that such a seemingly weak person could have possibly deceived everyone. Could it be that Chen Kong truly had a unique Star Core, as Tendo said, merely lacking the right activation conditions? Sensing Caroline's gaze, Chen Kong, who was not far away, immediately lowered his head a bit awkwardly, not daring to meet Caroline's eyes. After all, though Caroline hadn't really bullied him, she, like Chen Xing, was arrogant to the bone. The only difference was that Caroline's arrogance was contained and subtle, while Chen Xing's was overt and flamboyant. Therefore, both Caroline and Chen Xing looked down on the weak Chen Kong from the bottom of their hearts. However, out of respect for Tendo, Caroline had never spoken harshly to Chen Kong. More specifically, she hadn't spoken to Chen Kong at all in the past 2 years. It was as if, in Caroline's eyes, only Tendo was a person, and Chen Kong was merely air. Cold violence was also a form of violence. As for Tendo, in a sense, Tendo was even more arrogant than Caroline and Chen Xing. But his situation was a bit different from the other two. Tendo's arrogance was an equal arrogance. He equally looked down on everyone. If put in Tendo's own words, there wasn't much difference between Chen Kong and Chen Xing for him. Because people don't care which ant in a group is big or small. It was because of this that Chen Kong could distinctly feel respect from Tendo. Although it was a bit embarrassing to admit, Tendo, who saw him and everyone else as ants, was indeed the only one among the 36 people in stars who didn't shun him and never treated him as an anomaly. Seeing Caroline curiously observing Chen Kong, Tendo smiled, pulled a mint candy from his pocket, and popped it into his mouth. A clear mischievous glint flashed in his azure eyes behind the sunglasses. Of course, he wasn't lying. As a transmigrator, he knew better than anyone how special Chen Kong, the protagonist, truly was. Ultimately, the reason Chen Kong hadn't awakened his Star Core ability wasn't because his Star Core surgery failed. Quite the opposite, his Star Core surgery was very successful. So successful, in fact, that he was the only one present, besides Tendo and Chen Xing, who had a perfect demistar with 100% compatibility. However, unlike Tendo and Chen Xing, their Star Core compatibility was dominant. Chen Kong's Star Core compatibility, on the other hand, was recessive. The reason for all this stemmed from Chen Kong and Chen Xing's mother, who had a special identity. Their mother wasn't an ordinary person. She was a rare, humanoid star beast that had long lived in human society. Therefore, if Tendo and others were demistars formed later through Star Core surgery, then Chen Kong and Chen Xing were innate demistars. It was just that due to some special reasons, Chen Kong's bloodline leaned more towards his father's human side, while Chen Xing's bloodline leaned more towards her mother's beast side. This led to the two of them, one with an ordinary appearance and weak strength, and the other with an outstanding appearance and formidable strength. Actually, if it weren't for Tendo's preemptive scene-stealing, in the original plot, the true strongest among the 36 individuals in stars wouldn't have been Tendo, but Chen Xing, Chen Kong's sister. The strongest sister and the weakest brother, a standard alternate dimension anime setup. Therefore, Tendo, who was familiar with the entire plot of Stars Season 1, knew very well. While Chen Kong might look no different from an ordinary person right now, that was just how he appeared. The actual situation was that the so-called human-like was actually Chen Kong's innate ability, an absurd ability that could nullify all star energy. But precisely because this ability was too exaggerated, it even affected Qin Kong himself, causing the star core implanted in his body to be completely suppressed and thoroughly nullified. However, as long as Qin Kong could realize this, he would be able to temporarily suppress his star beast bloodline and then activate the power of that star core. From this perspective, Qin Kong and Qin Xing were truly anomalies among the 36 individuals in stars. Because everyone else, including Tendo, only had one star core. But these two essentially had two. One was their innate bloodline, and the other was the acquired star core implanted through surgery. They were essentially openly cheating. If Tendo hadn't also already activated his own cheat early on, there's no way he could have suppressed the inherently max-level Qin Xing. As for Qin Kong, Tendo wasn't too concerned about him. Because while this guy also had astonishing potential, before experiencing the plot of the final assessment, he simply couldn't grasp the key to unlocking his own abilities. This was the original plot of the first 6 episodes of Prequel of the Stars, Embers, a popular storyline built around sibling conflict. However, this plot was based on the premise of Tendo not being present. Now that Tendo was here, he naturally wouldn't let these siblings hog all the limelight. After all, even if you are the protagonists of Stars, who says the protagonist must be the most popular character in the anime? He, Tendo Simei, was absolutely set on taking the #1 popularity spot. And while Tendo and the others were waiting for Yunmeng to announce the contents of the final assessment, hundreds of meters below them, in a VIP room within the Embers organization's Base 13, many unfamiliar figures who were not members of the Embers organization appeared one after another. These individuals, male and female, young and old, all shared one commonality: each of them possessed the aura of a high-ranking individual cultivated from years of being in positions of power. Regardless of their identities in the outside world, their purpose for being here now was singular: to see what this epic-making Stars project, as described by Embers, truly was. If the project was indeed as miraculous as Embers claimed, then they wouldn't mind allocating a portion of their resources to join this great project early. Chapter 4, Born Strong, Tendo's Fate. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the most outstanding creation of our Stars project thus far. In the VIP room of the underground base, the Embers high-ranking official, codenamed Doctor, spread his arms, wearing a silver mask. A massive, technologically advanced holographic projection slowly unfolded behind him. The screen showed Tendo moving through the training ground at an astonishing speed, every movement as precise as if calculated by a computer. The doctor watched Tendo's various exaggerated performances on screen with pride, while simultaneously introducing him to the esteemed guests unfamiliar with him. Child of the Stars, Sequence 001, Tendo Simei. With an overall potential rating of S rank, he possessed the astonishing strength to single-handedly defeat a special tactical squad just half a year after his star core surgery. The video switched to a combat log. On screen, the young Tendo, wearing his iconic sunglasses, moved leisurely through a dense hail of gunfire. Bullets grazed past his clothes, yet not a single hair was touched. Every dodge was perfectly timed, as if he could predict the future. Before long, he had bypassed the special tactical squad's concentrated firepower. This is impossible. A noblewoman wearing a canary mask gasped, her champagne glass tilting slightly, nearly spilling its contents onto her luxurious gown. The doctor chuckled softly, his finger gliding across the control panel in front of him. In an instant, the holographic projection froze on the moment Tendo delivered a beautiful spinning kick, taking down the last Special Forces soldier. He can reach this level without star origin. Doctor, are you sure this video isn't fabricated? Facing the skepticism, the doctor responded elegantly, I stake my life on it, these 2 clips have not undergone any post-processing. As the doctor spoke, he tapped on the virtual keyboard in front of him, bringing up a complex set of data. What's even more astonishing is that this battle occurred on the 183rd day after Tendo underwent his star core surgery. In other words, at that time, he wasn't even 11 years old yet. Upon hearing this, gasps echoed throughout the VIP room as the guests processed the immense shock these 2 videos had given them. The prominent figures, usually so haughty, now leaned forward, their eyes behind their masks gleaming with greed. It was important to note that if Tendo were replaced by a non-combat type first-tier star emissary, that special tactical squad would be fully capable of an upset victory. In other words, a mere star core surgery had transformed a child as young as 10 years old, Tendo Simei, giving him strength comparable to a first-tier star emissary. If the doctor's claims were true, then the so-called Stars project was indeed a monumental, epic-making plan. The doctor watched the murmuring crowd with satisfaction, as if admiring a meticulously choreographed play. He slowly walked to the projection, his hand gently stroking Tendo's three-dimensional image, as if caressing a rare treasure. Perfect innate conditions, perfect star core compatibility, and unparalleled combat talent. The doctor snapped his fingers, and the screen switched to a combat recording of Tendo against a first-tier star emissary. In the recording, the young Tendo, with dazzling movements, evaded every attack from the first-tier star emissary. Although the young Tendo was comprehensively inferior to the first-tier star emissary in terms of strength, speed, and physique, relying on his outstanding combat talent, every one of Tendo's movements seemed precisely calculated by a supercomputer, always avoiding the opponent's fatal attacks with minimal adjustments. Notice here. The doctor suddenly paused the screen and pointed to Tendo's blue glowing eyes beneath his sunglasses. One of the abilities of the stellar Eclipse Eye beast, future sight. Although the current Tendo cannot fully utilize the potential of these eyes, only being able to predict an opponent's movements approximately half a second in advance, this is already enough for him to challenge some veteran combat-type first-tier star emissaries across ranks, even without acquiring star origin. With these words, the doctor fell silent, allowing everyone to slowly digest this astounding information. After an unknown period, a man wearing a griffin mask in the VIP room suddenly spoke. "Doctor, name your price." His voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable toughness. However, his domineering tone couldn't extinguish the resolve of others to compete. In an instant, the VIP room erupted as if a floodgate had opened, with bidding voices rising and falling. The Canary noblewoman even directly removed a unique jeweled ring from her hand and slammed it onto the table. "Is this, Star of Evernight, enough?" Facing the crowd's frenzy, the doctor finally poured cold water on them. He elegantly shook his head, his silver mask reflecting a cold light. "I regret to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, Tendo Simei is not for sale. Although various reasons have led to considerable disagreements and estrangement among us old fellows, on the matter of this child Tendo's future, we have rarely reached a consensus. That is, no matter the cost, we must keep this child within Embers. Because only he can carry the dreams of us old folks and prove to those who once betrayed us, abandoned us, and belittled us, that the so-called embers are never just ashes that can be swept away after burning out. It can also nurture the spark of a new era, and in this brand new era, once again burst forth with a dazzling light capable of overshadowing all stars." At this point, the doctor walked directly in front of the holographic screen, looking at Tendo's three-dimensional image on the display. "Our gracious invitation for you to be here today, aside from showcasing the value of the STARS project. Another very important purpose is to take this opportunity to let you know in advance about the successor handpicked by us, Embers. Because we genuinely believe that under his leadership, Embers will soon bring an end to the so-called star origin era and usher in a brand new age." As his words fell, the doctor turned to face the crowd, a look of madness on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to welcome a new era? An era, named Tendo." On the holographic screen, Tendo seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his gaze towards the audience. His sunglasses reflected a cold light, and a mysterious smile played on his lips. Chapter 5, The Assessment Begins. A New Era. In the VIP room, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly pierced the brief silence. From the corner shadows, the griffin-masked man, who had remained silent since his first attempt to acquire Tendo, slowly rose. He looked directly at the doctor and said, "Doctor, you seem to have forgotten to explain a very crucial question." The Griffinman leaned on his cane, his mechanical left leg tapping a rhythmic sound on the ground as he walked heavily towards the central holographic projection. He stopped in front of Tendo's three-dimensional image and suddenly reached out, passing his hand through the projection. "The question is, this so-called perfect creation you speak of, is he truly controllable? After all, I don't believe a powerful star emissary would willingly become a tool for others' dreams, do you?" The Griffin man's hand abruptly exerted force. Instantly, Tendo's three-dimensional image in the holographic projection shattered like a bubble before everyone's eyes. It was as if the doctor's so-called perfect creation, the so-called new era, was nothing but his unrealistic fantasy. After all, the Griffinman himself was a powerful star emissary. Thus, he understood perfectly what star emissaries thought. Not to mention a peerless genius like Tendo, whose future was clearly limitless. And geniuses are always proud. They can be utilized, constrained, but absolutely never caged to be merely observed or commanded. Facing the Griffin man's skepticism, the doctor seemed to have anticipated it, his expression towards the other party filled with meaning. "Esteemed guest, you seem to have misunderstood something." "Oh." The Griffinman looked at the doctor curiously, seemingly puzzled as to what he had misunderstood. I said from the very beginning that Tendo is our designated leader. Control. The doctor shook his head. We never intended to control Tendo, he just needs to be himself. Even if such a decision might lead to our destruction, even if such a situation truly arises, we believe he will lead the reborn embers to an entirely new height and realize the dreams of us old folks in a brand new way. The doctor's answer surprised the Griffin man. He seriously observed the doctor for a long time, finally letting out a sigh. Understood. It seems you people have thought of everything and are willing to bear the worst possible outcome. In that case, I have no further questions. The Griffinmen sat back down, waiting for the doctor to continue introducing the specific details of the STARS project. After all, they were willing to risk being hunted by the Star Emissary Association to come to Embers today precisely because they saw immense value in the STARS project. While Tendo, this child of the stars, was undeniably powerful, it was hard to say whether Tendo's strength was due to the STARS project or his own inherent abilities. Therefore, more than this, they were curious about how the other children of the stars performed. There was no need for them to reach Tendo's level. Even a tenth of Tendo's prowess would undoubtedly mean the project was successful and highly valuable for investment. The doctor clearly knew this. He pressed the control panel in front of him, bringing up information on another child of the stars. On the screen, a brown-haired, red-eyed girl was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 star beasts. The blood-red long blade in her hand was like a living entity, greedily drinking the enemy's blood. Although her combat wasn't as aesthetically pleasing as Tendo's, an 11-year-old child being able to simultaneously confront 3 star beasts was undoubtedly an astonishing achievement. Child of the Stars, Sequence 002, Chen-Xing Natural Type, Blood Flame Beast. Star Core Compatibility, 99%. And like Tendo, she has not yet acquired any star origin. Unlike the lengthy introduction for Tendo, the doctor merely showed Chen-Xing's information briefly before moving on to other children of the stars. Child of the Stars, Sequence 003, Jing Liuli. Trait Type, Mirror Flower Butterfly. Star Core Compatibility, 92%. Child of the Stars, Sequence 004, Caroline. Mech Type, Heavenly Mechanism Nikomata. Star Core Compatibility, 90%. Child of the Stars, Sequence 005. Child of the Stars, Sequence 036, Chen Kong. Trait Type, Black Star. Star Core Compatibility, unknown. With each introduction of a child of the stars, the doctor would include a segment of their combat footage. However, when he finally introduced Chen Kong, everyone noticed that he not only lacked combat footage, but his information was also extremely brief. Looking at Chen Kong's meager data, the noblewoman with the canary mask asked curiously, "Doctor, why is the information for this last child of the stars so scarce, and why is his star core compatibility listed as unknown?" The doctor pondered for a moment, then gave an ambiguous answer. That's because we cannot confirm whether he truly completed the star core surgery. Ah. The canary noblewoman looked at the doctor in surprise. After all, according to the information she received from Embers upon her arrival, the so-called star core surgery was, without exaggeration, a matter of life and death. Since Chen Kong was alive, it should mean his star core surgery was successful. How could there be an uncertain child of the stars? Or perhaps this child was special, which was why the doctor intentionally didn't list his complete information. Everyone present was a shrewd individual. Although the doctor hadn't provided much information about Chen Kong, they still kept his name in mind and looked forward to his performance later. After all, the so-called final assessment was about to begin. At that time, whether Chen Kong was truly an anomaly among the children of the stars with an uncertain surgical outcome, as the doctor claimed, or a secret weapon intentionally concealed by Embers, would all be revealed during the final assessment. After all, battle reports can lie, but battle lines cannot. The true situation regarding Chen Kong would be proven in real combat. All right everyone, the venue for the final assessment has been arranged. Please follow me. Hearing the doctor's words, everyone stood up and followed him towards a certain area within the base. Meanwhile, a cold, mechanical female voice suddenly resonated from the training grounds loudspeaker. The final assessment is about to begin. All trainees, please proceed to the central examination area. As the broadcast ended, a metal door leading underground slowly opened. Looking at the deep, seemingly all-consuming underground passage, Chen Kong's heart instantly tightened, and he shivered involuntarily. He was clearly very afraid of this so-called final assessment. Nervous. Just then, a warm hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Chen Kong turned his head to find that Tendo had somehow appeared beside him. Remember, when you feel you're at a dead end, ask yourself why you're still alive. With that, Tendo turned and shouted to Caroline, who was not far away, "Let's go, Caroline." MHM. Tendo led the way, taking Caroline past the others and being the first to walk into the deep underground passage. Seeing this, Chen Xing snorted coldly and also walked in. The others, seeing this, immediately followed in their footsteps. Chen Kong watched Tendo's gradually receding back, Tendo's recent words echoing in his mind. Why am I still alive? Chen Kong didn't know the answer to this question yet. But he had a feeling that perhaps this final assessment would provide him with that answer. Thinking this, Chen Kong no longer hesitated and entered the underground passage with the crowd. Chapter 6, Trainee Number 3 Jing Liuli. 100 meters beneath the Embers organization, at the central arena. At this moment, Yun Meng had already arrived, preceding everyone else. Unlike the casual attire she wore at the training ground above, she was now clad in combat gear. Her black, form-fitting combat suit gleamed dully under the cool lights, her graceful figure subtly drawing the glances of many male trainees outside the arena. Seeing that these youngsters still hadn't felt the pressure of the final assessment, a hint of playfulness flickered in Yun Meng's eyes. "Little ones, are you ready to face true hell?" Yun Meng clapped her hands. Around the central arena, huge transparent barriers suddenly rose, completely separating the inside from the outside. When the barriers fully closed, a gap slowly opened in the arena's floor. Thump, thump, thump. Accompanied by a series of dull, powerful footsteps, a massive creature, nearly 20 meters tall, slowly emerged from the arena's opening. "You've got to be kidding me. The star energy fluctuation from that thing is close to 3,000. Caroline's cat ears instantly puffed up like fur balls as she looked at the colossal beast in the arena. Her usual calmness vanished, replaced by obvious fear. If Caroline, ranked fourth among the trainees, was like this, the other trainees were naturally no better. Yun Meng nodded with satisfaction, observing the trainees' terrified expressions. This was how they should look when facing the final assessment. Second-tier star beast, Earth Dragon Lizard. That's right, this is the content of your final assessment today. And your assessment is not complicated, do everything you can to survive against this fellow for as long as possible, ideally 3 minutes. Of course, considering the vast disparity in strength between you and this big guy, and that some of you have non-combat type star cores, this final assessment will not be a solo mode but a team mode. Therefore, you can form a team of up to 3 people to challenge this big guy together. Alright, I've finished explaining the content of the final assessment. Now, go find suitable teammates. With that, Yun Meng walked directly to the side of the Earth Dragon Lizard and affectionately patted its rock-armored head. This colossal creature, capable of easily tearing apart large armored vehicles, now seemed like a tamed little puppy in her hands, completely harmless. But this was only true for Yun Meng, its master, a second-tier star emissary. Once the target shifted to Tendo and the other children of the stars, whose star energy levels were below first tier, this second-tier Earth Dragon Lizard would show them what true cruelty was. Even Tendo, the strongest among the trainees, was no exception. However, since the organization dared to release this massive creature to serve as the assessment examiner, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, after a brief moment of shock, the trainees began to approach Tendo in the crowd. After all, since it was a team challenge, there was no one more suitable to be a teammate than Tendo, the number 1 trainee. Many had this thought, including Chen Kong, the protagonist. Tendo Ge. Chen Kong looked at Tendo awkwardly, wanting to ask to team up but feeling too embarrassed to speak. Tendo smiled and patted his shoulder. "No choice, little Kong. This assessment is a bit troublesome. With you, I can't guarantee I can handle this guy. Besides..." Tendo turned his head to look at Chen Xing not far away. "There's clearly a more suitable partner for you over there, isn't there?" Seeing Tendo look at Chen Xing, Chen Kong nervously lowered his head, clearly reluctant to approach Chen Xing for a team. Seeing this, Chen Xing, who constantly mocked Chen Kong but secretly cared for him, surprisingly walked over on her own. "Trash, don't drag me down later." Oh, okay, sis." Watching Chen Kong being led away by his sister, Tendo suddenly teased Caroline, who was beside him, deep in thought. "Hey, Caroline, don't you think Chen Xing has some hidden attributes? Otherwise, why does she clearly care about little Kong deep down, but every time they meet, they act like enemies, as if she wishes little Kong would disappear from this world on the spot?" Caroline, who was using her cattail to scroll through a tactical tablet, continuously analyzing the Earth Dragon Lizard's data, couldn't be bothered to respond to Tendo's irrelevant and boring question about the assessment. She simply ignored him. Seeing Caroline give him the cold shoulder, Tendo, feeling a bit bored, immediately turned his gaze towards a certain direction in the crowd. After all, Yunmeng had said that this assessment allowed teams of up to 3 people. And his team was still missing 1 person. However, Tendo already had a choice for this last member. He ignored a group of classmates who wanted to latch onto him and walked directly to a girl who was lying on the ground, sleeping with a pillow. As unbelievable as it sounded, this person was actually asleep during the important final assessment. And by the looks of it, she seemed to be sleeping quite soundly. Looking at Jing Liuli, who was practically sinking into her pillow, Tendo crouched down. With a mischievous glint, he picked up a strand of her scattered purple hair and used the tip to tickle her fair, baby-faced cheek, whispering, "Hey, student Liuli, the assessment is about to begin. Wake up quickly." Feeling the tickle on her cheek, Liuli, in her sleep, immediately frowned, then forcefully pulled the pillow over the back of her head, revealing several large words embroidered on the pillow. "Do not disturb during combat." Seeing Jing Liuli displaying her "battle in progress" sign, Tendo was instantly amused. Seriously, Caroline always says I'm unreliable, but she should look at these 36 children of the stars. Which one of them is reliable? They're all problem children. Realizing that conventional methods wouldn't wake this person, Tendo immediately brought out his ultimate weapon. "Student Liuli, the cafeteria's serving food." "ZZZ, serving food, serving food." Jing Liuli shot up from the ground, the jacket draped over her like a blanket sliding off to reveal a little bare pajama set underneath. She excitedly looked around, seemingly searching for where the food was. But no matter where she looked, there were only classmates scrambling to find teammates, and Tendo, with his mischievous grin. Realizing this, she immediately knew Tendo had tricked her. She huffily pulled out a marker from her pocket, and then, under Tendo's bewildered gaze, she added several large words to the back of her pillow: "No cheaters Tendo and dogs allowed near." After doing all that, Liuli fell back down with a thud and went back to sleep. Seeing his first ultimate weapon fail, Tendo immediately pulled out his final trump card. "Student Liuli, wake up quickly, it's time for the exam. Because if you don't get up now, I'll go tell Chenxing that you stole and ate her hidden snacks." Swish. Liuli's eyes snapped open, then she quickly sat up. "Tendo, I'm awake. Quickly, tell me what the exam content is. I'm going to take this seriously now." Seeing Liuli's amusing fear of Chenxing, a fear ingrained to her bones, Tendo couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about it, it made sense. As Jing Liuli, ranked 3rd among the children of the stars, only behind Tendo and Chenxing, there weren't many trainees in the entire base who could give her a headache. Tendo was one, and Chenxing was another. Among them, Jing Liuli feared Chenxing the most. The reason was that Chenxing, a highly competitive individual, would always go all out and strike ruthlessly every time she faced Liuli. This made Jing Liuli miserable, unable to happily slack off as she did when fighting Tendo. Over time, Liuli, who disliked pain, exhaustion, and hard work, gradually developed a fear of Chenxing, considering her a nightmare. It was to the point that just hearing Chenxing's name would instantly trigger a stress response, putting her on high alert. She was terrified of Chenxing coming within 5 meters of her. Therefore, once this point was grasped, waking the perpetually drowsy Jing Liuli was naturally no difficult task. And seeing that Jing Liuli had finally sobered up, Tendo knew that his last teammate for this final assessment had finally taken their place. Chapter 7, The Strongest Team. After bringing Jing Liuli into his team, Tendo led her to Caroline, who was still engrossed in her extensive data analysis. Caroline was completely focused on her tactical tablet, her emerald pupils streaming with torrents of data like a waterfall, an actual white smoke emanating from her head, a physical manifestation of brain overload. Seeing this, Tendo immediately raised his hand and flicked her forehead. "Tendo." Caroline belatedly looked up, completely unaware of the small red mark on her forehead. "Stop calculating, Caroline. That guy's star energy value alone is over 30 times ours. Even if you calculate until tomorrow, our chances of winning will still be 0. But. No buts." Tendo took a candy from his pocket and popped it into Caroline's mouth. "What do you think those old geezers put this thing out for? Isn't it just to give us a strong warning? Anything you can think of, those old geezers must have thought of too. So, it's absolutely impossible for us to defeat that guy. So, relax. Our goal isn't to win against it, but to find a way to make those old geezers' jaws drop. Hearing Tendo's words, Caroline slowly calmed down, savoring the candy in her mouth. Jing Liuli, seeing this, immediately looked at Tendo's jacket pocket around his waist with big, expectant eyes. Tendo, I need to replenish my sugar too. Huh. Looking at the greedy Liuli, Tendo impatiently waved his hand. Go on, go on. Someone whose brain doesn't even turn once in 10 days or half a month, do you need to eat sugar to replenish your brain's sugar? Go play somewhere else. Hearing Tendo say this, Jing Liuli immediately became displeased. Who said that? I'm good at thinking too, okay. Tendo, don't underestimate me. Huh. Tendo raised an eyebrow. What's 10 multiplied by 25? Liuli's pupils instantly turned into spirals, and her fingers waved aimlessly in the air. 10, 25. That. It's 250, you idiot. I know it's 250. You just blurted out the answer. To prove she wasn't lying, Liuli huffily pulled out her phone. After some fumbling, she brought up an IQ test report. Tendo, I'm not an idiot. Look, this is my IQ test result from last time, which cost me 100 kwai. It's totally. Tendo snatched her phone, speechless, looking at the incredibly simplistic IQ test report. Seriously, spending 100 kwai on a test like this, you really are an idiot. Because only an idiot would believe in this kind of scam app and actually spend money on it. You're lying. Liuli's voice was tearful as she glared fiercely at Tendo, gritting her teeth. She didn't want to admit she was an idiot, nor did she want to admit she'd been tricked. Caroline, seeing this, said somewhat sympathetically, Liuli, I've actually done a similar test too. Really? Jing Liuli looked at Caroline excitedly, her expression like a drowning person clutching at a last straw. But before she could ask Caroline for her test results, Tendo preemptively dismantled it. Idiot, stop fantasizing. With a shrewd person like Caroline, she's either saying that to comfort you, or she took the test but definitely didn't pay for it in the end. You don't actually think everyone's as easily fooled as you, do you? Tendo, shut up. Tendo raised his hands. All right, I won't say anything more. I won't say anything more. Caroline glared at Tendo, signaling him to stop. Didn't he see that after hearing those words, Liuli looked as if she'd been struck by lightning, her entire demeanor turning grayscale. Tendo turned to look at Liuli. He saw that after his barrage of attacks, she had gone from mysteriously confident to mysteriously insecure, muttering repeatedly about being scammed out of 100 kwai. This made him suddenly feel a little guilty. It seemed he had indeed spoken too harshly. Should he comfort her? However, just as Tendo was wondering whether to comfort her, Jing Liuli, having thought of something, suddenly put down her beloved pillow and began furiously writing on it with her marker. Tendo and Caroline curiously leaned in, wanting to know what she was writing. But when Tendo saw the words, his small sunglasses nearly slid off his nose. Because Jing Liuli had just written, "Liar Tendo only bullies people," in big letters. This made Tendo very displeased. Let me go, Caroline. Let me go. She's slandering me, she's slandering me. Am I, Tendo, the kind of person who likes to trick people? Calm down, Tendo, calm down. Why are you getting angry with a child? Calm down. I can't calm down one bit today. Jing Liuli looked at Tendo, who was being held by Caroline, and then hugged her beloved pillow, turning her head away with a umph. It was as if she was saying Tendo was a big liar, and the kind who liked to bully people. Caroline, look, this girl is still provoking me. Let me go, I have to argue this out with her today, or else I'll write Tendo Simei backwards. Naya Naya Naya. Looking at the flailing Tendo, Jing Liuli wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she made a mocking face at him, utterly defiant. Meanwhile, Chen Kong watched Tendo and the others, who were still bickering despite the final assessment being imminent, with envy. Sis, do you think Brother Tendo and his team can pass the final assessment? They don't seem to be taking this assessment very seriously. Facing this question, Chen Xing's reply was very rational. Tendo, ranked first, Liuli, ranked third, plus Caroline, ranked fourth. Based purely on theoretical strength, they are already the strongest of the 12 teams. Not to mention their star cores can even complement each other. If even they can't pass the final assessment, then I honestly can't imagine who could. Alright, instead of worrying about them, you should focus on yourself. After all, if you dare to drag me down later, I definitely won't let you off easy. You understood. At the same time, similar words echoed from behind a one-way glass panel directly above the central arena. No matter how you look at it, Tendo's team is the strongest, isn't it? Yet, even so, I still don't see them having even a sliver of a chance of victory. After all, the second-tier Earth Dragon Lizard is a famously fierce beast, its combat power is top-tier among its rank. Even Tendo and his team will struggle to last 3 minutes in front of it, let alone those other teams far inferior to Tendo's. Doctor, are you sure there's no problem with this final assessment arrangement? Hearing the canary's words, the doctor revealed a meaningful expression. He looked at Tendo below the glass and uttered something that took everyone by surprise. No, on the contrary, I think this second-tier Earth Dragon Lizard is just right. Everyone, just watch. That child, Tendo, will definitely bring you quite a surprise. Oh, interesting. The Griffinman stood up and walked to the one-way floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at Tendo's team, who were already walking towards the arena. The final assessment had begun. Chapter 8, Stellar Eclipse Eye. Tendo, my legs are a bit wobbly, lend me a hand. At the edge of the central arena, Jing Liuli stared in terror at the colossal creature yawning in the middle of the field, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her cowering before the fight even began, Tendo retorted impatiently, "Coward, that thing isn't a real fierce beast, it won't go for the kill." "That's not necessarily true, you know." Yun Meng appeared behind the trio at some point, leaning in close to Tendo's ear, her red lips parting slightly. "Little Tendo, today's assessment is different from before. If you still treat this assessment with the same playful mindset as before, you might be fine, but little Caroline and little Liuli might not be. After all, Doctor personally told me that those big figures are all looking forward to your performance right now, and instructed my Earth Dragon Lizard not to hold back at all." Tendo's mouth twitched. "I know. That old geezer's temper is like a rock in an outhouse, both smelly and stubborn. Whatever he decides, he'll see it through, no matter what anyone else says. But Sister Yun, while I don't know what you've been feeding this Earth Dragon Lizard, I remember that the ordinary Earth Dragon Lizard's stone scales on its dorsal fin should mostly be yellowish-gray, right? But look at your Earth Dragon Lizard, I can see the metallic sheen on its back from hundreds of meters away. This isn't just an ordinary Earth Dragon Lizard anymore, I think it's about to break through. Who knows?" Seeing Yun Meng playing dumb, Tendo was so annoyed he almost ground his molars to dust. "You're telling me you don't know about the star beast you raised? Are you trying to fool a child?" Jing Liuli, beside him, only belatedly noticed the abnormality of the Earth Dragon Lizard after hearing Tendo's words. This discovery immediately made her, who was already feeling like retreating, want to simply run away. "Tendo, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, I'm leaving first." Unfortunately, Liuli, who turned to escape, was preemptively anticipated by Tendo. He grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up like a small cat. "Where do you think you're going?" Jing Liuli hugged her precious pillow, her hands clasped together. "Tendo, please just let me down first, okay?" Tendo rolled his eyes. "Still dreaming, huh? You're already here, so go." "No." Amidst Liuli's wails, Tendo leaped into the arena with her. Thud. As Tendo released her collar, she immediately collapsed onto the ground, hugging her pillow, visibly cowering. Compared to this cowardly butterfly, who folded before the fight, the calm Nikomata, Caroline, who slowly walked onto the arena afterward, was undoubtedly much better. Although she also knew their trio had no chance of winning, just as Tendo said, their goal wasn't to defeat the Earth Dragon Lizard this time, but merely to make the old folks watching this assessment utterly dumbfounded. And if it was the latter, their success rate was not small. Watching Tendo and the others take their places one by one, Yun Meng outside the arena immediately asked with a smile, "Are you all ready?" Tendo nodded while holding down the frantic, head-shaking, cowardly butterfly beside him. Seeing this, Yun Meng immediately ignored the cowering butterfly's pleading gaze and coolly announced, "All right, then the final assessment begins." As soon as Yun Meng's voice fell, the Earth Dragon Lizard, which had been lounging lazily in the distance, instantly had its eyes shift from languid to savage. Then it rose, opened its gaping maw, and unleashed a deafening roar at the trio from afar. Roar. The low, heavy sound waves transformed into a strong gust of wind, sweeping over Tendo and the other two in an instant. They immediately felt the terrifying pressure from the colossal creature at first contact. And this was just the appetizer. Boom. The Earth Dragon lizard, now standing, stomped a claw onto the hard arena floor, transforming into a moving mountain, charging towards Tendo and the others with the force of Mount Tai collapsing. Its sheer weight was so astonishing that its mere running caused the huge central arena to noticeably shake. Spread out. Seeing the fierce Earth Dragon lizard charging, Caroline, standing at the back of the team, immediately shouted. But even before she spoke, Tendo had already run towards the left front. Even Jing Liuli, who had initially appeared very cowardly, now erupted with astonishing potential. Although she kept saying how scared she was, her movements were anything but hesitant. Her human-sized beloved pillow now displayed an effect similar to a flying carpet, swiftly dragging her body towards the right front of the arena. The appearance of this ability immediately caught the attention of the important figures in the VIP room. Remarkable. Earlier, I wondered why this child Liuli, despite having such obvious character flaws, could still rank third among these monstrous children of the stars. Now I understand. This child's talent in star energy control must be top-tier S rank, wouldn't you say? The Canary Lady looked at Jing Liuli, who was rapidly flying low to the ground while sitting on her pillow, not holding back her praise. Although she could also tell that Jing Liuli's ability to do this was largely thanks to her star tool, which looked like a pillow. It was like how even the best star origin wouldn't reach its full potential if used by someone who didn't know how to wield it. Similarly, even the best star tool wouldn't maximize its effect if it didn't encounter someone skilled in using it. The Canary Lady didn't know what tier of star tool that pillow was. But she knew that for Jing Liuli, with her currently weak star energy, just being able to activate such a star tool was already difficult, let alone controlling it as if it were an extension of her own arm. This could only mean one thing: Jing Liuli possessed far superior star energy control than ordinary people, capable of achieving the most with the least amount of star energy. While this little girl Jing Liuli is indeed impressive, the heavenly mechanism Nikomata behind her is equally extraordinary. Oh. Is that so? Hearing the Griffin man's words, the Canary Lady immediately looked intently at Caroline, who stood at the back. Unlike the Canary Lady, who focused on Jing Liuli, the Griffin man had placed his attention on Caroline from the very beginning. This wasn't just because he, like Caroline, belonged to the mech system. It was also because he saw the immense potential within Caroline. At this moment, Caroline's two cat ears stood tall, and her hair had completely transformed from its original dark green to the same silver white as Tendo's. Her appearance was strikingly similar to an emotionless Wi-Fi router. Seeing this, the Canary Lady pondered for a moment, then seemed to understand something and exclaimed, "Star Energy Data Link." This child, so young, actually possesses such astonishing computing power. Another little monster. Star Energy Data Link, this was something only a select few exceptionally gifted mech system users could achieve. Because the so-called Star Energy Data Link was when a mech system user used themselves as a signal-based station, linking with other teammates using star energy to share real-time battlefield data with them. And achieving this was no easy feat. This required not only strong star energy control and a certain star energy level from the mech system user, but also considerable computing power. Otherwise, let alone sharing the collected battlefield information with teammates, the sheer torrent of complex battlefield information alone would be enough to overwhelm the mech system user's brain. Commonly known as brain overload. However, while Caroline and Jing Liuli's performances were indeed impressive, compared to Tendo at this moment, it was like a firefly vying with the sun and moon. Because at this moment, Tendo, facing the Earth Dragon lizard charging directly at him, inexplicably stopped. He removed the sunglasses from his nose, revealing his iconic azure eyes. The next second, intricate star trail patterns appeared in the whites of Tendo's eyes, as if the entire cosmos revolved within them. Stellar Eclipse Eye. Future Sight. Chapter 9, The Impossible Possibility. Stellar Eclipse Eye Future Sight allows 100% observation of one's own and the target's energy flow, thereby predicting the opponent's next move a certain amount of time in advance during combat. Future Sight is a basic ability of Stellar Eclipse Eye. Although the name sounds intimidating, it is essentially a result deduction based on observing the opponent's star energy flow trajectory to make a certain degree of prediction. As a second-tier star beast with a normal star energy value of up to 3,000 points, it was unrealistic for Tendo to completely predict all of the Earth Dragon lizard's future actions. Fortunately, Tendo didn't aim to fully predict all its movements. He simply needed to create a precious opportunity for himself to strike. Bang! As Tendo activated Future Sight, a special star energy fluctuation began to spread outwards from his body. In his eyes, the Earth Dragon lizard's massive body gradually became transparent. Countless star energy trajectories, some thick, some thin, emanated from its internal star core, intertwining and influencing each other, covering the Earth Dragon Lizard's entire body, collectively forming this colossal creature. Tendo watched these star energy trajectories, and countless pieces of information began to flood into his mind, starting deductions. Drip. Even with just preliminary deductions, the vast disparity in strength between the two still strained Tendo, sweat dripping from his chin onto the ground. Moments later, a sharp glint flashed in Tendo's eyes. I see it. Almost at the same time, the massive Earth Dragon Lizard had already covered the 100-meter distance, arriving before Tendo. Facing this human whose star energy value and size were far inferior to its own, a human-like hint of disdain flickered in the Earth Dragon Lizard's vertical pupils. It raised a claw and casually swiped at Tendo. Although this strike was unremarkable, Tendo still felt immense pressure from it. No one doubted the power of this strike, just as no one thought Tendo and his team would win. But to everyone's surprise, Tendo seemed to know what would happen, reacting even before the Earth Dragon Lizard's claw fully lifted. Instant step. Tendo gathered a large amount of star energy at his feet, using the impact generated by this star energy explosion to briefly gain astonishing burst speed, thus narrowly dodging the Earth Dragon Lizard's first attack. Bang! The Earth Dragon Lizard's claw struck the arena floor. The specially made steel plates of the arena emitted a harsh metallic screech, sparks flew, and 3 shocking gouges were left behind. Looking at the empty ground, a peculiar glint flashed in the Earth Dragon Lizard's eyes. It clearly hadn't expected its attack to be dodged by Tendo. However, this was nothing. After all, it never regarded Tendo and the others as opponents from the start, but merely a group of toys. Therefore, the Earth Dragon Lizard didn't linger and immediately pursued the dodging Tendo. Each of its subsequent attacks was more ferocious than the last, to the point that although Tendo could predict the Earth Dragon Lizard's movements approximately half a second in advance, the absolute numerical difference between them still put Tendo in precarious situations multiple times, preventing him from making any effective counterattacks. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the other children of the stars outside the arena turned grim. Some of the more weak-willed ones even showed obvious fear. You've got to be kidding. This kind of monster, can we really last 3 minutes? Even Tendo, the strongest among them, was being suppressed by the Earth Dragon Lizard with no room to fight back. What if they were in Tendo's place? The mere thought sent chills down their spines. Not to mention actually stepping into the arena and fighting such a monster. That wasn't combat, that was suicide. Sis. Chen Kong looked at Tendo, who was valiantly dodging inside the arena, and then turned to Chen Xing with terrified eyes. He clearly didn't think they stood a chance against this Earth Dragon Lizard. To this, Chen Xing retorted unceremoniously, "Shut up, and watch carefully." Unlike Chen Kong, who was already somewhat flustered by the Earth Dragon Lizard, Chen Xing's expression was not only calmer but also more serious. Her crimson eyes were fixed intently on Tendo, as if observing something from him. Meanwhile, in the VIP room upstairs, many people were doing the same. They watched Tendo, who was repeatedly pushed to the brink by the Earth Dragon Lizard in the arena but managed to escape danger time and again with a future sight, and couldn't help but exclaim. To be able to persist to this extent against a second-tier Earth Dragon Lizard, that child Tendo truly lives up to his title as the strongest. But if I'm not mistaken, that child Tendo must be trying to buy as much time as possible for that heavenly mechanism Nikomata, right? Otherwise, he had several opportunities to create distance from the Earth Dragon Lizard, allowing his 2 other teammates to share the pressure and extend the combat duration as much as possible. But he chose not to do so. Instead, he deliberately provoked it. He must believe that, besides himself, his other 2 teammates would struggle to withstand the attacks of this large lizard. After all, even a second-tier star beast holding back, its casual strike is beyond what these half-grown children can imagine, isn't it? The Canary Lady analyzed, swirling her champagne glass. Beside her, the Griffinman nodded. The greatest advantage of the mech system compared to other systems lies in information collection and organization. That heavenly mechanism Nikomata has been standing still since the start, clearly collecting and analyzing the valuable data Tendo is transmitting to her. But there's one thing I haven't figured out. Oh. What is it? The Griffinman placed his hands on his golden cane, gazing at heavenly mechanism Nikomata Caroline below. Any data collection and organization by the mech system, in the end, is about calculating a minuscule possibility amidst countless impossibilities. Otherwise, relying solely on cold data will never translate into tempting combat results. Given that, what is the purpose of them collecting this data? And what is the possibility they are painstakingly pursuing? To extend the combat duration as much as possible. I highly doubt it. Hearing this, the canary lady beside him also seemed to discover something. Her swirling wine glass gradually stilled, and she fell into contemplation. Noticing their conversation, the doctor's lips curved into a meaningful smile beneath his silver mask. They couldn't guess what Tendo wanted to do because they didn't understand Tendo's personality. They also couldn't imagine just how proud a heart was hidden beneath Tendo's playful exterior. Delaying time. No, he knew very well that Tendo would never choose that. Because if Tendo did that, it would mean he had already conceded defeat in his heart. This was something Tendo would absolutely never accept. Given that, eliminating all impossibilities, no matter how incredible the remaining answer, it would be the only answer. Therefore, the doctor concluded that Tendo's purpose in doing this was not to delay time at all. He was waiting for a perfect opportunity to counterattack. Everyone thought the Earth Dragon Lizard was invincible, but he, Tendo Simei, insisted on trying. Come on, Tendo, let me see your limit, where it truly lies. Chapter 10, The Apex of Stars. The doctor was right in his assessment. Defeating the second-tier star beast, the Earth Dragon Lizard, or rather, achieving victory in this final assessment in his own way, was something Tendo had decided from the very beginning. As for whether this violated the original assessment rules, Tendo simply didn't care. After all, so-called rules were merely shackles prepared for the weak. He, Tendo Simei, only followed the laws of his own heart. Tendo. In the arena, Tendo heard Caroline's voice behind him and suddenly smiled. He knew very well that Caroline's sudden utterance was a reminder that she had done what Tendo asked. Now, it was Tendo's turn to perform. Bang. Tendo unleashed instant step at full power, for the first time completely widening the distance between himself and the Earth Dragon Lizard, briefly retreating to a relatively safe position. Lioli. Ununderstood. Receiving Tendo's signal, Lioli, who had been hovering at the edge of the battlefield, immediately flew over to take his place. Daydream contamination. Lioli, riding her pillow, swooped down, her swirling jacket inadvertently revealing the little bear pajamas she wore underneath. Instantly, countless dream butterflies surged from her sleeves, briefly blinding the Earth Dragon Lizard. The sudden blindness caused the Earth Dragon Lizard's movements to momentarily halt. More importantly, the dream butterflies surrounding its eyes seemed to carry a special kind of star energy, causing the Earth Dragon Lizard to suddenly feel an inexplicable drowsiness, a strong urge to lie down and sleep. As Tendo watched the Earth Dragon Lizard's actions briefly halt, he immediately seized the opportunity to close his eyes, rapidly receiving crucial data transmitted from Caroline. Left front knee, old injury, 0.03 second gap in star energy flow. Moments later, Tendo's eyes snapped open. His gaze was fixed intently on the Earth Dragon Lizard's left front knee. Or rather, he was staring at a subtle, unnoticeable old injury there. Tendo raised his hand, and a small, rapidly rotating star energy orb slowly gathered between his fingers. The star energy orb on his fingertip spun violently, its azure glow reflecting on his defiant profile. Sensing the appearance of this orb, the distant Earth Dragon Lizard suddenly grew restless. The drowsiness in its heart vanished abruptly, as a beast's instinct made it feel the clear threat contained within that orb. Roar. The Earth Dragon Lizard roared furiously, then swatted away the dream butterflies covering its eyes with a paw, and headbutt Jing Lioli, who was blocking its path, charging directly towards Tendo. Gazing at the fiercely approaching Earth Dragon Lizard, Tendo calmly spoke. Star Energy Art, Azure. As his words fell, the rapidly spinning azure orb on Tendo's fingertip launched with astonishing speed. The whistling orb cut a brilliant trajectory through the air, precisely striking a dark gray scale on the Earth Dragon Lizard's left knee joint. Bang. Accompanied by a crisp, crunching sound, the lizard's proud rock armor fractured like a biscuit. The orb that struck its left knee acted like a continuously rotating, humming drill, completely breaking through its rock scales and burrowing into its flesh. Roar. Feeling the intense pain in its left knee, the Earth Dragon Lizard let out a pained roar. Its body, which had been rapidly charging, suddenly stumbled and crashed to the ground due to this sudden change. Boom. The Earth Dragon Lizard's body slammed onto the arena floor, causing the entire arena to noticeably vibrate. Outside the arena, a deathly silence reigned. Everyone stared with wide eyes at this incredible scene. You've got to be kidding me. Chen Kong's jaw almost dropped to the ground. That's a second-tier star beast. Chen Kong had never expected that in just a few breaths, the Earth Dragon Lizard, which he had deemed invincible, would now be kneeling before Tendo. And he wasn't the only one shocked by this sight. Chen Xing beside him, and even the prominent figures in the VIP room, were now all shaken by Tendo's astonishing feat. Clink. The Canary Lady's champagne glass fell to the ground, wine staining her expensive dress, worth millions of star coins. But she paid no mind to it, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tendo in the arena, murmuring unconsciously, "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable." 3 demi-stars, not even first tier, actually managed to injure a second-tier star beast. Talent, courage, strategy, and composure in the face of danger. These youngsters, no, it should be said, this Tendo fellow, is truly a born leader. If he hadn't willingly taken on the vast majority of the risk, then even if this plan were perfectly executed, facing an absolute disparity in strength, they simply wouldn't be able to guarantee everything went according to plan. Because if even one step had gone wrong, their plan would not only have gone completely to waste, but Tendo, who bore most of the risk for this plan, would also have faced a potentially fatal crisis. Tendo Simei, are you so certain you won't make a mistake? Are you truly not afraid of making mistakes? The Canary Lady looked at Tendo standing in the arena, her eyes filled with disbelief and admiration. Even having seen the outcome, she still couldn't understand Tendo's reasoning for doing this. In her opinion, Tendo's action was not only extremely risky but also yielded negligible returns, making it very irrational. By simply following the assessment rules step by step and trying to delay the battle with the Earth Dragon Lizard as much as possible, Tendo, Caroline, and the others would undoubtedly have passed the assessment. But they, or rather, Tendo, disregarded Caroline and Liuli's objections, and resolutely chose a path that caught everyone off guard. What he wanted was never to delay, nor to simply pass the assessment step by step. What he wanted was to counterattack, to shatter everyone's preconceived notions, and to show them the existence of miracles. And now, this miracle, which only existed in theory, was truly laid before everyone. Tendo Simei, do you have no regard for so-called rules in your eyes? Roar. In the arena, the Earth Dragon Lizard angrily rose, its beast eyes no longer holding their initial ease and playfulness. Instead, there was a heart-stopping ferocity. Clearly, while Tendo's strike had injured it, this minor wound meant nothing to it. Instead, it ignited the ferocity in its heart and made it determined to get serious and teach those 3 who offended it a good lesson. But when the Earth Dragon Lizard saw the position of Tendo and the others, a human-like look of surprise immediately appeared in its bloodshot beast eyes. Tendo was now standing outside the arena, having put his ridiculously mocking sunglasses back on, waving at it with a smiling face. Not only that, but Tendo also said something incredibly infuriating. "Yo, big guy, still sulking over there. The assessment's already over." Roar. Hearing this, the Earth Dragon Lizard in the arena immediately roared furiously at the sky. Its roar made the barrier hum. This feeling of wanting revenge but being powerless to act made it vent its fury on the empty arena, continuously slamming the ground with force. It was as if only this could erase the humiliation Tendo had inflicted upon it. Seeing its reaction, Tendo immediately pointed at it and said cheekily to the people beside him, "It's angry, this guy's really angry. For a second-tier star beast, it sure gets mad easily." Caroline's cat ears twitched, and she said calmly, "Tendo, you're going to get the people in the next assessment killed." Hearing this, Tendo shrugged indifferently. "What's it to me? My assessment's over anyway." At Tendo's words, the faces of the other children of the stars around him turned green. They looked at the Earth Dragon Lizard in the arena, whose eyes were cold and whose nostrils were puffing white smoke, and timidly shrank back. After all, only an idiot would go out there at this moment to face that monster's full fury. But just then, Chen Xing unexpectedly walked towards the arena, her crimson eyes flickering with obvious fighting intent. Seeing Chen Xing actively approaching the arena, Chen Kong immediately rushed forward in worry and pulled forcefully at her sleeve. "Sis, don't go yet, it's still angry." Facing Chen Kong's good intentions, Chen Xing replied without turning her head, "Let go." If it were normal circumstances, Chen Kong would have obediently released his grip. But looking at the Earth Dragon Lizard in the arena, with its cold eyes and white smoke puffing from its nostrils, Chen Kong ultimately chose to defy Chen Xing's words. He walked in front of Chen Xing and held out his hands, blocking her. "Sis, wait a little longer, just a little longer. Right now." Clink. Before Chen Kong could finish speaking, a faintly red demonic blade was drawn by Chen Xing, its cold edge resting against Chen Kong's throat. This sudden scene not only surprised Chen Kong but also everyone else. Looking at Chen Kong, whose body had instantly stiffened, Chen Xing said calmly, "Kong, do you know why I've always looked down on you?" Chen Xing's words were cold, but her gaze was even colder. And facing Chen Xing's dominance, the timid Chen Kong, as expected, cowered once more. He slowly lowered his hands, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Seeing this, Chen Xing's gaze towards him grew even more disappointed. She retracted the demonic blade from his neck and, with a tone of despair, revealed the true reason she had always targeted Chen Kong. Hide, Kong, just try to hide your whole life. Your cowardice and timidity will one day make you lose everything you cherish. But you can hide, I cannot. Because if even I hide, then where can you, the weak one, hide? Therefore, even if I know the next step is the abyss, I must walk into it without hesitation, because who made it so that there's no one in front of me? So, get out of the way, coward, don't block the path. With that, Chen Xing no longer paid attention to the distraught Chen Kong and walked directly towards the arena. However, just as she was about to pass through the star energy barrier guarding the arena, a voice called out to her. Hey, Chen Xing. A candy arced through the air and was instinctively caught by Chen Xing. She looked at the candy in her palm, her pupils slightly constricted. What do you mean, no one in front of you? Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? Remember, you're only second, and I am the apex of stars. Tendo adjusted his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting an annoyingly smug gleam. Looking at Tendo at this moment, Chen Xing's red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, her pride led her to respond to Tendo's claim of being the apex with a cold snort. Then, she stepped onto the arena without hesitation, directly facing the now serious Earth Dragon Lizard. Feeling the immense pressure from the Earth Dragon Lizard, Chen Xing took a deep breath, then unwrapped the candy in her hand and bit into it fiercely. The force with which she bit made it seem as if she wasn't biting a candy at all, but Tendo himself. But, this candy, it's quite sweet. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Tendo wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. Phew, that was close, almost let that guy steal the show. No one in front of me, no, apex of stars, how on earth did you come up with such cool and dramatic words? If I didn't do something, once this episode aired, wouldn't all my previous efforts be for nothing? Good thing I'm clever, I not only immediately followed up with my own act, but then naturally displayed the light of my humanity. Otherwise, you would have stolen all the limelight. But then again. Tendo looked at the heroic, crimson figure in the arena and suddenly smiled. What you just said was indeed very cool. Chapter 11, Crushing Defeat. Tendo, do you think Chen Xing can pass the assessment? Outside the arena, Caroline looked at the Earth Dragon Lizard, whose aura was clearly off, and worried about Chen Xing's upcoming assessment. Because if it weren't for Tendo's provocation just now, then even with the huge disparity in strength between Chen Xing and the Earth Dragon Lizard, they would still have a good chance of achieving a decent score if the Earth Dragon Lizard was holding back. But all of that had completely vanished with Tendo's strike. Looking at the now serious Earth Dragon Lizard, Caroline knew very well that Chen Xing and the others' assessment would be truly hellish. Especially since she chose to enter after Tendo's group. Facing Caroline's question, Tendo pushed up his sunglasses. Who knows? However. Tendo turned to look at her two teammates who hadn't yet entered the arena, number 036 Chen Kong, and number 005 Lin. As long as Star's two teammates can play their part, their results might just exceed everyone's imagination. Oh. Caroline looked at Tendo in surprise, clearly not expecting him to say that. She had just personally experienced contact with the Earth Dragon Lizard and knew very well how terrifying that creature was. Yet Tendo said Chen Xing and her team might achieve good results. The only variable, then, could only be Chen Kong, this ordinary person. Because she believed, given Tendo's personality, he would never speak idly. Since he had repeatedly said Chen Kong was special, then that guy must have something that Tendo valued. Caroline's guess was actually correct. According to the original plot, this Earth Dragon Lizard was merely a tool lizard used to create highlight moments for Chen Kong. The difference was that in the original, Chen Kong's group was the first to enter, not the second. Although the current situation differed slightly from the original, Tendo felt that the actual outcome wouldn't change too much. Because currently, Chen Kong's teammates were still Chen Xing and Yishanlin. And in the original, Chen Kong's group was also suppressed by the Earth Dragon Lizard from the moment they entered, with virtually no chance to fight back. It was Chen Kong, at the last moment, who relied on his own Black Star and Mark of the Void abilities to briefly nullify the Earth Dragon Lizard's erected star energy field, creating an opening for Chen Xing to attack. Only then were they able to injure the Earth Dragon Lizard and create a miracle. And this was the protagonist Chen Kong's first highlight moment in the original work. It was just preempted by Tendo. But considering Chen Kong's special bloodline and the exaggerated black star core, Tendo felt they still had a good chance to replicate this scene. However, with Tendo having already performed such a feat, any similar act by them would merely be a poor imitation of Tendo. While Tendo and the others were conversing, Chen Kong and Yixinlin finally chose to enter the arena. Although they didn't really want to face an obviously enraged Earth Dragon Lizard at this time, Chen Xing's words just now had, to some extent, shifted their mindset. Because, as Chen Xing said, as children of the stars, they couldn't always hide behind others. Besides, Tendo and his team had already proven with their strength that a second-tier Earth Dragon Lizard could bleed. Sis. Chen Kong stood behind Chen Xing, nervously holding a training star energy pistol. Seeing the star energy pistol in his hand, many people outside the arena, and even many important figures in the VIP room, showed disdain. It was important to know that with the advent of the Star Origin era, except for certain special firearms enhanced by mech system users, most traditional firearms had completely lost their dominance. They could only deal with some weak first-tier star emissaries and star beasts. Against powerful first-tier star emissaries and star beasts, or anything above second-tier, traditional firearms simply posed no threat. Therefore, there was an unwritten rule among star emissaries, except for mech system users, if anyone else used a gun, it was considered equivalent to being weak. Hence, among the 36 children of the stars in this group, only Chen Kong chose firearms as his weapon. Even Caroline, a mech system user, didn't do so. Not because she couldn't, but because she didn't want to rely on such external objects too early. Although Chen Kong holding a pistol made many look down on him, as his sister, Chen Xing was quite satisfied with his choice. Not bad, at least you know you're useless and didn't come empty-handed to die for the sake of a face. Hearing this, Chen Kong awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Yixinlin, who was wearing a ninja suit, also had unusually little prejudice against Chen Kong's choice. As a pragmatist, if the final assessment hadn't restricted them to only one main weapon, she wouldn't care about weak or strong. If it was effective, she'd even bring a rocket launcher onto the arena. So, are you ready? Yun Meng asked with a smile, approaching the trio. Chen Xing calmly nodded, giving her answer. All right, then, good luck. With that, Yun Meng retreated outside the arena. Final assessment, second round. Begin. Roar. The Earth Dragon Lizard's roar vibrated the arena barrier. Its amber vertical pupils stared fixedly at the newly entered Chen Xing trio, sulphurous white smoke puffed from its nostrils, and the metallic scales on its dorsal fins clanged. Clearly, Tendo's previous strike had completely ignited this creature's rage. And now, Chen Xing and her team were its perfect targets for venting that fury. We're doomed. Someone's definitely going to die. Looking at the enraged Earth Dragon Lizard, one of the children of the stars couldn't help but mutter softly. Then, under everyone's terrified gaze, the enraged Earth Dragon Lizard charged at Chen Xing and swatted with a claw. Bang! Amidst the sparks of metal colliding, Chen Xing's blood flame blade barely managed to parry the Earth Dragon Lizard's sharp claw. But the astonishing force transmitted from it made her stumble back 6 or 7 steps before she could stabilize herself. And although she miraculously withstood this attack, blood had seeped from the corner of her mouth, and the webbing between her thumb and index finger on her right hand had cracked, clearly indicating a significant injury. So heavy. Is this what a serious second-tier star beast is like? Feeling the changes in her body, Chen Xing's mood grew incredibly heavy. Could they truly defeat such a monster? Had Tendo only been able to injure this thing because it underestimated him? Shadow bind dark thorns. Seeing Chen Xing fall back at the first clash, Yixinlin's black hair stirred without wind. Dozens of dark shadows shot out from the ground, wrapping around the lizard's 4 limbs in unison, attempting to delay its movements and create an opening for Chen Xing to attack. But just 1 second later. Crack! The shadow chains shattered completely. Lin grunted, and a trickle of blood flowed from her mouth. No, Xing, in its enraged state, I can't restrain it. Hearing Lin's words, Chen Xing forcibly suppressed the churning blood within her and gritted her teeth, charging back towards the Earth Dragon Lizard. As for Chen Kong, at this moment, he couldn't even see the other's movements, let alone make a move himself. He could only stand there, stunned. Outside the arena, seeing Chen Xing and the other 2 being completely overwhelmed, the surrounding children of the stars fell into complete silence. It turns out not everyone is called Tendo Simei. Chapter 12, The Weakest's Counterattack. Despair, Suffocation. On the arena, Chen Kong's eyes uncontrollably avoided the earth dragon lizard's vertical pupils, terrified that the creature would notice him. He knew very well how humble and insignificant he was in those golden eyes. Many things can only truly be understood when experienced firsthand. Although Chen Kong, standing outside the arena earlier, knew of the earth dragon lizard's terror, as a mere spectator with no life-threatening danger, he was at most wary of its power, but without much fear. But when he personally entered the arena and truly faced this terrifying behemoth, he genuinely understood what an astonishing feat Tendo had just accomplished. He couldn't imagine what kind of mindset one needed to possess for Tendo to deliver a heavy blow and actually injure that monster under its gaze. Did Tendo not know what fear was? Thinking this, Chen Kong's legs felt like they were filled with lead. He couldn't even take a single step forward. He was scared, he was afraid. Though he didn't want to admit it, Chen Kong indeed had the thought of fleeing at this moment. Even his sister, Chen Xing, who was incredibly powerful in his eyes, had been easily wounded by this monster in just one clash. A being as strong as Tendo had barely managed to injure this monster, and only with the combined help of Caroline and others. Compared to these people, could he, an ordinary person, truly pose a threat to such a monster? To this question, Chen Kong already had an answer in his heart. Impossible, he couldn't do it. As he thought, Chen Kong's eyes gradually dimmed. Even the struggling figures of Chen Xing and Lin in the distance slowly blurred in his vision. In a daze, Chen Kong felt as if he had returned to the days before the final exam, memories flooding in like a tide. The sneers of his companions on the training ground, the disappointed sighs of his instructor, and Chen Xing's chilling pronouncements of useless trash. These voices intertwined in his mind, transforming into heavy, invisible chains, firmly binding him in place, motionless. And just as Chen Kong was about to completely give up and embrace his inadequacy, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Remember, when you feel you're at a dead end, ask yourself why you're still alive. In a trance, Chen Kong subconsciously turned to look outside the arena. At this moment, Tendo seemed to sense something. He removed his sunglasses and smiled, pointing to his own heart, subtly indicating that since he didn't know what to do, he might as well try to follow his body's instincts and trust the deepest answer in his heart. After all, being too ordinary and unremarkable can sometimes be a form of extraordinary expression. Boom. Seeing Tendo's hint, Chen Kong felt as if something shattered in his mind. That's right, why am I still alive? It's because I'm the weakest of everyone. Because I'm the weakest, no one will pay attention to me. Because I'm the weakest, no one will specifically target me. The strong have their laws of survival, and the weak, naturally have their laws of survival. Since I'm destined not to be strong, why don't I try to find my way of survival using the weak's methods? The moment this thought appeared, Chen Kong instantly felt a miraculous change in his body. It was a power that had always been hidden within him, yet he had never noticed it. It was as if the greatest purpose of this power was to be ordinary and unremarkable, so much so that even Chen Kong himself had failed to notice its existence. However, as Chen Kong perceived this power, unable to remain hidden any longer, it was forced to reveal its function to Chen Kong at this moment. Mark of the Void greatly reduces one's presence and, to a certain extent, neutralizes other star energies, tending towards ordinariness. Besides the Mark of the Void, Chen Kong also felt another power within him at this moment. But unlike the Mark of the Void's willingness to be ordinary, this other power, though faint, had an indescribable wildness and dominance. However, it also seemed to disapprove of Chen Kong's existence. So much so that even if it noticed it had been discovered by Chen Kong, it still didn't want to come out and help him, stubbornly continuing its contest with the Mark of the Void, completely ignoring Chen Kong's presence. Although he couldn't get help from that mysterious power, Chen Kong, knowing the existence of the Mark of the Void, had, to some extent, found a way to pass the final assessment. He would let everyone know that the weak also had the right to survive. Oh! Finally disappeared. Disappeared? What disappeared? Caroline looked at Tendo in confusion, not understanding what he was saying. To this, Tendo, while walking outside, said meaningfully, that would be the disappearance of a certain weakest person, of course. After all, for the weak to survive in this cruel world, they must make good use of the strong's disdain, mustn't they? Caroline looked at Tendo with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he was suddenly rambling about. Although she didn't understand Tendo's words, Caroline now understood something else. Tendo, the assessment isn't over yet, where are you going? Tendo replied as if it were the most natural thing. Where else? To the cafeteria to replenish my sugar, of course. Hearing this, Caroline frowned. But wouldn't that be a bit too unruly? Tendo waved his hand without looking back. Rules. Those are for the weak. I, Tendo Simei, am the rule. With that, Tendo disappeared into the end of the passage, leaving Caroline stunned. Moments later, Caroline, unable to stop Tendo, could only helplessly shake her head and refocus her attention on the arena. What neither she nor the Earth Dragon Lizard, nor anyone else, noticed was that their attention had, unknowingly, been completely drawn to Qinxing and Lin. So much so that a certain weakest person in the arena seemed to have completely disappeared. Unnoticed, unregarded, and undetected. Perhaps it was tired of playing, or perhaps it had completely released the anger it had been provoked with by Tendo earlier. After fiercely beating Qinxing and Lin, the Earth Dragon Lizard decided to end this boring farce and make these two overconfident ants understand what true strength was. Boom. The Earth Dragon Lizard stomped its foot, and a terrifying star energy field, like a tsunami, engulfed Qinxing and Lin. In an instant, the two who had been continuously dodging and seeking counterattack opportunities were easily suppressed by this force, falling heavily onto the cold arena floor. At this moment, they felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on them, unable to move. Despair, boundless despair. The Earth Dragon Lizard used a simple numerical suppression to bluntly tell Qinxing and Lin a cruel reality: in the face of absolute strength, any fancy moves were meaningless. Of course, a certain sunglass-wearing brat was an exception. Qinxing lay on the ground, large beads of sweat rolling from her forehead, her eyes resentfully staring at her demonic blade, blood flame, abandoned in the distance. Tendo could clearly injure it. She clearly never thought she was much worse than Tendo. Yet, from beginning to end, she hadn't even gotten a single chance to strike. Just one time, even just one. Just as Qinxing was seething at her own weakness, a figure overlooked by everyone quietly picked up the demonic blade, blood flame, lying on the arena floor. Even the Earth Dragon Lizard in the arena didn't notice the scene. He gripped the demonic blade, his face pale with tension, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. Even the demonic blade trembled violently in his hand, as if resisting his touch as a weakling, mocking his feebleness. But even feeling the humiliation from the demonic blade, Chen Kong's hand, gripping the blade, remained as firm as a rock. One time, I only have one chance. Chen Kong took a deep breath, then warily looked at the unsuspecting Earth Dragon Lizard, which had its back to him, and began to quietly approach like a shadow. The strong have their laws. And the weak also have their way of survival. Meanwhile, Tendo, who was leisurely eating strawberry cake with his legs crossed in the cafeteria, seemed to sense something and abruptly put down his fork. The weakest's counterattack, huh? Interesting. Tendo smiled, finished the last bite of his strawberry cake, and stood up, walking towards the dormitory area. But after entering the passage, Tendo suddenly spoke some meaningful words. Kong, surviving under the eyes of the strong isn't easy, especially. Tendo removed his sunglasses, revealing his iconic azure eyes. When the opponent has already seen right through you. As his words fell, Tendo's figure completely vanished into the passage. And he became the first, and only, person to return to the dormitory area to rest before the final assessment had even ended. Chapter 13, Final Assessment concludes. On the arena for the final assessment, under the Earth Dragon Lizard's complete suppression, everyone believed Qinxing's team had absolutely no hope of a comeback. After all, under the Earth Dragon Lizard's star energy field suppression, they couldn't find any chance to fight back. When the assessment would end, and how it would end, was entirely up to the Earth Dragon Lizard. The decision-making power was completely out of Qinxing and the others' hands. In fact, if the Earth Dragon Lizard had used this method when Tendo and his group fought it earlier, then even if Tendo's team was strong and worked well together, they would still have found it difficult to injure the Earth Dragon Lizard in the face of such absolute power. But what no one noticed was that just as the Earth Dragon Lizard raised its claw, preparing to end this boring farce, a figure had unknowingly appeared behind it. And this scene, let alone the Earth Dragon Lizard in the arena, even the other spectators outside the arena hadn't seen. Swish. Chen Kong gripped the blood flame demonic blade in his hand and slashed forcefully at the wound on the Earth Dragon Lizard's left knee. Although the wound on the Earth Dragon Lizard's left knee had already healed and scabbed over, the newly formed rock scales were far less tough than its other scales, and the hidden injury in its flesh had been aggravated again by Tendo's strike. This made Chen Kong's sudden attack achieve an unexpected effect. Roar. The sudden sharp pain made the Earth Dragon Lizard instinctively swipe a claw. Thwack. Chen Kong was sent flying by the blow, spitting out a large amount of blood as he flew backward, and the blood-flame demonic blade in his hand clattered to the ground. Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at Chen Kong, who had successfully ambushed the creature. Their minds felt completely blank. They simply hadn't noticed when Chen Kong had gotten close to the Earth Dragon Lizard. Equally stunned was the Earth Dragon Lizard in the arena. It lowered its head in disbelief, staring in shock at the bleeding wound on its knee. But just as the Earth Dragon Lizard's attention was diverted by Chen Kong, the star energy field that had been suppressing Chen Xing and the others instantly dissipated. Seizing this precious opportunity, Chen Xing violently erupted. She picked up the blood-flame demonic blade lying on the ground. A large amount of blood flowed from the palm gripping the hilt, quickly staining the entire blade. And after consuming this blood, the blade of the demonic saber became covered in a layer of scorching flames. Chen Xing held the blade with both hands, taking advantage of the Earth Dragon Lizard's attention being on Chen Kong, and abruptly closed in. Feeling the movement from below, the Earth Dragon Lizard instinctively swiped another claw. But almost at the moment its right claw lifted, Lin, who was sprawled on the ground, painfully raised her arm. Shadow Bind. Dark Thorns. Lin, already at her limit, used all her remaining star energy at this critical moment. That star energy transformed into numerous shadow-like ropes, wrapping around the Earth Dragon Lizard's newly raised right claw. Although these dark thorns couldn't completely restrict the Earth Dragon Lizard's movements, they did delay its claw for a moment. And it was this less than half-second delay that created a perfect opportunity for Chen Xing. It allowed her to unleash the strike she had been wanting to make since the start of the assessment. Bang! Chen Xing's figure transformed into a crimson meteor, the blood-flame demonic blade carrying overwhelming fury, once again slashing at the wound on the Earth Dragon Lizard's body. Roar! Amidst the dazzling red lotus formed by entwined flames and blood, the Earth Dragon Lizard let out an unprecedented shriek of agony. And at this moment, its massive body staggered backward for the first time. However, after steadying itself and feeling the intense pain in its foot, the Earth Dragon Lizard completely lost its rationality. Disregarding the injury on its left knee, it abruptly raised its claw and swiped. Chen Xing, being so close, simply couldn't dodge this attack. She immediately followed in Chen Kong's footsteps, being violently slammed away. After crashing into the barrier behind the arena, she slid down onto the arena floor, completely soaked in blood. Though her appearance was wretched and countless bones in her body were likely broken, there was no pain on her face. Instead, she wore a morbid joy. She stared intently at the Earth Dragon Lizard's bleeding wound, her eyes filled with exhilaration. Do you see, Tendo? I'm not inferior to you. Thinking this, Chen Xing contentedly closed her eyes and completely lost consciousness. Soon after, only the Earth Dragon Lizard and Yun Meng remained on the vast arena. However, unlike the somber atmosphere at the beginning of the assessment, after the demonstrations by Tendo's and Chen Xing's teams, most of the children of the stars had overcome their fear of the Earth Dragon Lizard. They fantasized about being able to, like them, achieve the feat of injuring a second-tier star beast with a half-star body. But they soon realized that their thoughts were too naive. Because the subsequent assessments completely became a one-sided crushing defeat by the Earth Dragon Lizard. None of the remaining 10 teams could replicate the miracle of Tendo's and Chen Xing's teams. One of the longest-lasting ones only held out for 23 seconds, less than half a minute, before being blasted out of the arena by the Earth Dragon Lizard. When the last trainee miserably lost, the Earth Dragon Lizard roared, letting out a long howl as if venting its previous humiliation. At the same time, Tendo, resting in the dormitory area, suddenly opened his eyes. Notification, prequel of the stars, Embers has been broadcast in the real world. Dimensional playback function has now been enabled for you, along with visible bullet comments and real-time popularity rankings. Tendo looked at the sudden system notification, his brows filled with excitement. Is it finally time to check the results? With this thought, Tendo decisively opened the dimensional playback. He would watch the popular series he personally starred in from a completely new audience perspective. And to enhance his sense of participation, Tendo even became the first person to send a bullet comment. He adjusted his sunglasses, his fingertips rapidly tapping in the void. Soon, a bullet comment with a golden special effect instantly appeared on the screen, becoming the first bullet comment for the entire series. First. Chapter 14, Broadcast begins. In the real world, at 8 p.m., on Station 13's new anime recommendation page, as the largest anime website in the real world, Station 13 releases many new anime series every quarter. Although the anime in the real world is vastly different from Tendo's previous life, lacking the three phenomenal, death, fire, sea, referring to Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece, this world has also produced many excellent anime, gathering a large number of anime fans. On this day of Station 13's new anime release, these people habitually clicked on the new anime page, preparing to see what interesting new series Station 13 had introduced this quarter. The moment they opened the website, their eyes were drawn to Prequel of the Stars, Embers, which occupied a significant portion of the site's front page. Occupying such an important section on Station 13's homepage naturally attracted the attention of many Station 13 fans, who curiously clicked on this never-before-heard-of anime. The anime began with a storyline belonging solely to the protagonist, Chen Kong. On screen, Chen Kong was curled up in his cramped dormitory, silently counting his remaining star coins. When he finally made it to the cafeteria and, after much waiting, managed to buy the cheapest nutritional meal, a blonde-haired student snatched it away. Yet, facing this bullying, Chen Kong not only didn't fight back but even lowered his head and apologized. Sorry. Seeing this scene, the bullet comments exploded. What kind of protagonist is this? Seriously, what era is this? Still doing this waste stream protagonist opening. Verdict, another garbage anime from another dimension. The synopsis says it's a classic heroic shonen, but why is this beginning so frustrating? I don't feel like immersing myself in this kind of protagonist at all. Boring, I'm out. Such good production wasted, only to serve up such a pile of crap. It's 2025, who watches these waste protagonists now? Aside from good production, this new anime seems terrible in terms of plot and character design. How can such a protagonist attract viewers? Does the production team misunderstand growth-type protagonists? The dense bullet comments were full of complaints about Chen Kong's timidity and weakness. In reality, it's not uncommon for a protagonist to be bullied in the first episode of many real-world anime. But the unfortunate thing was that this first episode contained a large amount of Chen Kong's internal monologue, and his monologues basically showed him calmly accepting disdain and bullying from others. This was undoubtedly very annoying. After all, most people who watch anime are young. And what's the biggest characteristic of young people? It's their fiery spirit. As the protagonist of a hot-blooded anime, everyone can accept you being weak, but they absolutely cannot accept you admitting your weakness in your heart. However, where there's opposition, there's support. Those who don't want to watch can just close it themselves, don't affect others. Exactly, it's just the first episode, what can you tell from that? Maybe the protagonist will become strong later and then have a blast. CPDD. Come play, let's do dating, a common internet slang meaning, let's go find a partner to game with, or let's team up, in online games, here used loosely to mean, let's do this together / support this. As the first episode of Prequel of the Stars, Embers, reached its halfway point, the audience finally roughly understood the worldview of this anime. Interesting, so it's a world with superpowers. Then it seems that although the protagonist hasn't awakened his star core yet, his star core is definitely extraordinary. I smell a conspiracy. The worldview is good, and the overall production is top-notch, but is the protagonist's personality really okay? This is my first time seeing a protagonist whose breakfast was stolen and he didn't even dare to say a harsh word. He's so timid it's speechless. Hey, earlier comments, others are superpowered, and you're just an ordinary person. Do you dare to say harsh words to them? Are you afraid you won't die fast enough? I actually think the protagonist's reaction is quite reasonable. Reasonable my ass. I'm here to watch anime and relax, not to be abused. I don't want reasonable, I want exhilaration. Ordinary appearance, weak personality, what's there to watch about such a protagonist? The fierce debate among the audience continued until Chen Kong left the cafeteria and arrived at the training ground for the final assessment preparation stage. Due to his positioning as the weakest, Chen Kong, upon entering the training ground, consciously found an unoccupied corner to sit in. His appearance did not elicit any reaction from the children of the stars in the area. It was as if, to these children of the stars, Chen Kong was merely an insignificant passerby, not worth their attention at all. Chen Kong had long been accustomed to this and didn't take it too much to heart. After all, as the weakest, being ignored was better than being bullied, wasn't it? After Chen Kong sat in the training ground for a while, he suddenly looked up towards the entrance of the training ground and actively stood up and walked over. Brother Tendo, Sister Caroline. Yo, Student Kong. The silver-haired young man walked in, pushing up his sunglasses, the cold light reflecting off the lenses unable to hide the charm of his azure pupils. Behind him, the cat-eared girl's emerald eyes briefly flickered with data streams. And looking at Tendo and Caroline, who appeared for the first time in the frame, the style of the bullet comments changed drastically. Holy crap. Is this face real? White hair plus sunglasses plus blue eyes equals my new husband. Cat girl uni, I can do it. Meaning, I'm into her / she's my type. Wow, this character called Tendo has a really high visual appeal, almost as high as mine. Something's wrong, 100% wrong. Why do I feel like this guy's art style is far superior to the protagonist's? Green-haired cool cat girl, white-haired sunglass guy, suddenly I feel like if you remove the protagonist, this anime is actually quite interesting. Unlike Chin Kong, the ordinary-looking, timid protagonist, Tendo's entrance was basically full of buffs. His distinctive personality and attire, coupled with his outstanding looks, and that confident aura that almost overflowed the screen, instantly captured the audience's attention. And all of this was clearly presented before Tendo's eyes in the star's world as popularity points. Your popularity +1. Your popularity +1. Your popularity +1. Watching the popularity points notification continuously scroll and refresh before him, Tendo's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47's recoil. Indeed, no matter the world, looks reigned supreme. This wave of face fans alone was enough to make up for the popularity points he had initially taken out alone to enhance his appearance. However, Tendo's preparations over the past 2 years were not just to harvest face fans. He had meticulously designed every word, every action, and even every micro-expression to gain as much audience goodwill as possible at the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have timed his arrival at the training ground this way. Just as Tendo was reveling in his meticulous design, a bullet comment suddenly floated by. Lord Tendo, I'm your dog. Buffed. Tendo, who was drinking water, almost choked on it when he saw this bullet comment. A moment later, he wiped the water from his lips and said, a little awkwardly, are these kinds of fans really necessary? As the plot in the anime progressed to him showing concern and care for Chin Kong, a portion of the audience was completely captivated by Tendo's light of humanity. Compared to the bullies who picked on Chin Kong earlier, Tendo's immediate concern about whether Chin Kong had eaten breakfast was practically the act of a super benevolent person. This character, with high visual appeal, outstanding temperament, and a good personality, perfectly hit all the audience's positive expectations for a popular character. What kind of angelic behavior is this? Compared to those bullies from before, Tendo is simply light. Director, I advise you to be smart and immediately replace the protagonist with Tendo. Watching the almost one-sided praise for him in the bullet comments, Tendo knew that his debut was a huge success. Chapter 15, Tendo's Past. With the appearance of Tendo and Caroline, the hostile atmosphere in the bullet comments section of Prequel of the Stars, Embers, completely changed. People's discussions shifted from whether a good-for-nothing like Chin Kong was qualified to be the protagonist to why a character like Tendo wasn't the protagonist. Amidst this pleasant atmosphere of bullet comments, the first episode of Prequel of the Stars, Embers, finally drew to a close. If you ate double servings of sweets every day like me, you might just awaken your star core immediately. Really? Idiot, he's lying to you. Sister. On screen, Chen Xing walked out from the crowd, looking at the protagonist, Chin Kong, with a gaze as if he were trash. Although Chen Xing's behavior at this moment was similar to those who had bullied the protagonist Chin Kong earlier, as the saying goes, beauty is justice. When Chen Xing's exquisite features were paired with her signature, disgusted expression, her appearance, as Tendo had expected, attracted the attention of countless fans. Slurp, I'm licking, licking, licking. Hiss, spot on, absolutely spot on, this is exactly the kind of disgusted look, as if looking at trash, that I want. A genius sister and a good-for-nothing brother. Interesting. Sister, I'm your dog. Mommy. The junior upstairs, hold it in. Watching the collective frenzy of bullet comments, Tendo, in the Star Origin world, clasped his hands beneath his chin, his sunglasses reflecting a cold light unique to a villain. As expected, Chen Xing is my biggest competitor on the path to becoming the most popular character. Although Chen Xing only appeared briefly at the end of the first episode, with limited screen time, the director's editing techniques ensured that despite her late appearance, she still left a profound impression on the audience. Furthermore, Chen Xing was a female character, which meant that if Tendo wanted to surpass her in popularity, he would need to put in more effort. After all, female characters could gain massive popularity just by wearing black stockings, while male characters had too many factors to consider. As the premiere of Prequel of the Stars, Embers was a 2-episode broadcast, many viewers, after finishing the first episode, instinctively continued watching. The plot of the second episode picked up directly from Chen Xing's appearance in the previous episode. Tendo, are you trying to trick people again with your flawed sweet food theory? How can you call it tricking people? Science proves that sugar not only promotes brain activity, but also... Shut up. Do you think everyone is a severe sweet tooth like you? On screen, as Tendo and Chen Xing suddenly became confrontational, Tendo no longer indulged her. He directly relied on his star energy value, which far surpassed Chen Xing's, to purely suppress her with sheer power. And perhaps to more concretely demonstrate Tendo's might, in the animated episode, Tendo's aura was actually materialized by the production team into an invisible black tide, effortlessly engulfing the tiny Chen Xing and plunging her into boundless darkness. This terrifying oppressive feeling brought by the confined space, coupled with the materialized azure eyes at the end of the darkness, made the audience feel Tendo's power even through the screen. Instantly, the bullet comments exploded. The special effects budget is burning. Holy cow, this oppressive feeling. My legs are weak just watching through the screen. Sister Chen Xing, run. This man is not right. No way, if his aura is this terrifying, isn't Tendo the strongest of all the characters who've appeared so far? Definitely, look at all the characters currently, he's the only one wearing sunglasses. This kind of distinctive behavior is clearly a privilege of the strong. Such a strong presence, could Tendo turn dark later? I always feel like the production team has ill intentions. After all, with my years of anime watching experience, the stronger and kinder a character is in the early stages, the more intensely they blacken later on. Damn, don't say it, I feel something's off too. And perhaps feeling that this alone wasn't enough to deepen Tendo's image as an inherently strong character in the audience's eyes, the production team unexpectedly inserted a memory fragment of Tendo when he was 8 years old. The appearance of this fragment was something even Tendo himself hadn't anticipated. Because in the original plot, this scene simply didn't exist. It was a complete accident. In the memory scene, a silver-haired boy sat alone amidst the corpses of 3 wolf beasts. A blood-stained fruit knife was stuck beside him, his left hand limp, clumsily unwrapping a dirty candy with only his right hand. Just as the silver-haired boy was halfway through unwrapping the candy, a figure suddenly approached. You did all this by yourself? Facing Yun Meng's question, Tendo didn't even lift his head, continuing to unwrap the candy. The camera focused on Tendo's drooping left hand, 5 deep, bone-visible claw marks were seeping blood, and his dust-covered sleeve was already soaked brown with blood. After receiving Tendo's affirmative reply, Yun Meng was silent for a long time. A moment later, she extended an invitation to Tendo. How about it, do you want to join our organization? Whatever. Tendo's reply was casual, as if to him at that moment, it didn't matter where he went. And it was only after his reply that the candy in his hand was finally unwrapped. He contentedly put the low-quality candy into his mouth, revealing a joyful expression. Only at this moment did Tendo finally display a characteristic befitting a child. You really like sweets? Why? Tendo was silent for a moment, then gave his answer. Because Mom said, as long as I eat more candy, life won't be bitter anymore. Is that so? Yun Meng lowered her head, gazing at Tendo's perpetually drooping left hand. It was obvious that although Tendo had defeated those 3 low-level exotic beasts without even star cores, he had also paid a considerable price. However, because Tendo had remained utterly calm throughout, Yun Meng hadn't noticed this earlier. Does it hurt a lot? Tendo calmly said, it's fine, it hurt a lot before, but after eating candy, it doesn't hurt anymore. Here. Tendo looked at the exquisitely packaged chocolate Yun Meng offered, hesitated for a moment, then said, is it very expensive? Yun Meng smiled, it's not expensive to me. Even though Yun Meng said so, the young Tendo still chose not to accept the expensive chocolate. He clearly had his own principles, mature to a heartbreaking degree. Seeing this, Yun Meng simply forced it into Tendo's arms. Take it, consider it a welcoming gift for joining us. Thank you. Oh, by the way, little one, what's your name? Tendo Simei. Tendo Simei. That's a truly good name. At this point, the memory fragment ended. Chapter 16, Star Source's Choice. Vector Control. System Notification, Audience Emotional Fluctuation Value detected to have exceeded threshold. Severe Sweet Tooth Dependency, officially added to Character Setting, Tendo Simei. Popularity plus 2000, moved bonus. So I can gain extra character settings this way. Tendo was surprised by the sudden system notification. He liked sweets for no complex reason, he just enjoyed snacking. However, through this flashback, the audience seemed to have interpreted his sweet tooth as a hidden, poignant detail. While it was a misunderstanding, it wasn't a bad one for Tendo. Meanwhile, in the real world, as Tendo's memory fragment ended, the long silent bullet comments suddenly erupted. Mommy fans. This child is so sensible, it breaks my heart. Suggest renaming it, about my waifu being a beautiful, strong, and tragic character. His left hand is still bleeding, but he's more concerned about the price of chocolate. Just kill me now. Appearance fans. He was already this cool as a child, Tendo, you bastard. These eyelashes. This tear mole. This is the magnificent face a protagonist should have. A romance manga style in a hot-blooded manga, my art style, is above yours. Casual fans. Pain. There's no such word in Tendo Simei's dictionary. Compared to a certain good-for-nothing who doesn't even dare to fight back when bullied. Tendo, 3 against 1 and you still got wiped out, do you even know how to play? If you eat more sweets, life won't be bitter. No wonder Tendo is a severe sweet tooth. I originally thought this was just an ordinary character setting, but now it seems there's a hidden sorrow here. Tendo, you're just trying to get stronger, and I was born strong. Record 3/0, verifiable. Tendo Simei. Sweet till death. With the appearance of Tendo's memory interlude, his naturally strong character setting became even more deeply ingrained in the audience's minds. This also made Tendo's suppression of Qinxing in the plot seem more reasonable. After all, Tendo was capable of single-handedly killing 3 mutated wolf beasts at the age of 8. Although the current prequel of The Stars, Embers had only aired 2 episodes, leaving the audience unaware of the strength level of these 3 exotic beasts, the audience could clearly see the difficulty of Tendo's feat by comparing his size to the mutated wolf beasts at that time. However, this made Qin Kong's position as the protagonist in the first 2 episodes quite awkward. Without Tendo as a comparison, it wouldn't have been so bad. But once Qin Kong and Tendo were compared, Qin Kong's weakness became even more unacceptable to the audience. But just as many seemingly weak protagonists in anime always have something extraordinary about them, prequel of The Stars, Ember's second episode also hinted at this. For 2 years, he hasn't even been able to sense star energy. How can such trash? Hey, I can pretend I didn't hear the rest, but speaking of your own brother like that, isn't that a bit much? Was I wrong? Out of the 36 students in the STARS project, he's the only one who hasn't even awakened his star core. That's because his star core is special. Hearing Tendo say that the protagonist Qin Kong's star core was special, the audience immediately smelled something amiss. Something's wrong, very wrong. I knew there was a reason why this gloomy guy could be the protagonist. He has a cheat. So what if he has a cheat? With his personality, he's still trash even with a cheat. Fake protagonist, Qin Kong, real protagonist, Tendo Simei. Amidst the audience's discussions, the second episode of Prequel of the Stars, Embers finally concluded with Tendo and Qinxing's bet and the appearance of instructor Yun Meng. At the same time, the audience also learned about the upcoming final assessment and its importance to the Stars children from the earlier conversations. Although the first 2 episodes of Prequel of the Stars, Embers didn't feature any explosive plotlines or dazzling visual effects, the incredibly high production quality and the vibrant, distinctive characters, except for the protagonist, still left the audience on Station 13 with strong anticipation for this new anime. They looked forward to the so-called final assessment, wondering if Qin Kong would achieve a small-time character's reversal as they expected, changing everyone's perception of him. Of course, what the audience anticipated the most was whether Tendo, this naturally strong character, would continue to shine in the upcoming story as he did in the first 2 episodes. After all, if he were to suddenly exit like a clown after 2 episodes of being cool, it would undoubtedly be a character collapse. But no matter what, judging by the audience's reaction to the first 2 episodes of Prequel of the Stars, Embers, Tendo's plan to dominate the popularity charts had undoubtedly achieved a perfect start. This result was clearly reflected in his current popularity value and ranking. Name, Tendo Simei. Current popularity value, 1.2 W. Current popularity ranking, first. 12,000 popularity points. This was the amount of popularity Tendo had gained after 2 episodes of Prequel of the Stars, Embers aired. Tendo couldn't judge whether this amount was high or low. After all, he currently didn't know the actual viewership of Prequel of the Stars, Embers in the real world, nor how many people would choose to continue watching this interdimensional anime. But putting aside the specific popularity value, just being ranked first on the current popularity list was enough to somewhat reassure Tendo that he wouldn't be forcibly written out of the story. Furthermore, Tendo clearly remembered that as long as he ranked first on the popularity list by the end of the current season's broadcast, he would not only significantly increase his screen time in the next season and gain character promotion worth millions of popularity points, but also receive a one-time exclusive character story background modification privilege. While Tendo cared about the first two popularity rewards, they paled in comparison to the last one. Exclusive character story background modification privilege can freely modify character background once, including adding specific exclusive stories and additionally adding up to one talent setting. In Tendo's own words, the background modification privilege was an extra cheat. Because Tendo could, upon receiving this privilege, immediately add a bug level setting similar to innate combat talent maxed out. This would greatly enhance his potential and further solidify his naturally strong character setting. However, Tendo had long since decided how to use this background modification privilege. After all, what was the most important thing in the Stars world? This question was like asking what was the most important thing in One Piece. The answer was clear: the most important thing in the Stars world was the star source, similar to the devil fruits. Why did Ember organize the final assessment, and why did they invite so many important figures? The reason was simply to allow all 36 Stars children to obtain a star source suitable for them. After all, relying solely on Ember's organization, they couldn't possibly provide 36 incredibly precious star sources, nor could they ensure that all 36 Stars children would receive a star source highly compatible with their own star core. Hence, the current final assessment and the presence of those important figures. The former was to select the most outstanding Stars children in the Stars project and give them the suitable star sources currently available within the organization, thus maximizing resource utilization. The latter was to use the Stars project as a carrot, allowing the important figures to see the value of the plan and willingly join in, providing suitable star sources for the remaining Stars children. After understanding the importance of the star source in the Stars world, Tendo naturally decided to use his precious future background modification privilege on building his star source system, which meant setting an additional talent for himself. After all, the star source he was about to choose was vector control, a little-known special type of star source within the Ember organization. And if he wanted to unleash the full potential of vector control, this special type of fruit, he would need a top-tier Machina-type talent, Hyper-computation. Because only when Tendo possessed both the Machina-type Hyper-computation and the Star's Eye star energy observation could he form a nearly invincible vector system that currently only existed in his imagination. Tendo had already obtained the Star's Eye and would soon acquire his desired star source, vector control, after passing the final assessment. Thus, he was only missing hypercomputation, the final piece of the puzzle. Once this piece was in place, Tendo would no longer just be naturally strong. He would be a truly strong individual living in the Stars world. Chapter 17, a world where only the protagonist is useless. In the real world, with the broadcast of the first 2 episodes of Prequel of the Stars, Embers, its exceptionally high production quality and massive promotional budget sparked considerable discussion on Station 13. Tendo, capitalizing on years of strategic planning and his flawless performance in the first 2 episodes, garnered favor from many Station 13 fans. He successfully converted a portion of the platform's general audience into dedicated character fans. Topics like Tendo Simei, beautiful, strong, and tragic, sweets can heal everything, and Stars Prequel, the true protagonist, emerged, leading to a visible surge in his popularity. This also drew the attention of some unaware passers-by to the new series, who, influenced by the trending topics, joined the ranks of viewers after some investigation, further expanding Prequel of the Stars, Ember's fanbase. This trend escalated even further after episodes 3 and 4 of Prequel of the Stars, Embers officially aired on Sunday. Episode 3 opened with Tendo and his companions arriving at the central arena to participate in the final assessment. To emphasize the difficulty of this ultimate test, the production team specifically provided a close-up shot of the level 2 star beast, the Earth Dragon Lizard, when it appeared, imbuing the scene with a sense of immense pressure. Every rock scale on the level 2 star beast gleamed with metallic cold light, and when its claws struck the arena, the entire screen on Station 13 trembled. Even through the screen, viewers could clearly feel the oppressive power emanating from the Earth Dragon Lizard. Unlike their vague understanding of the Stars world yesterday, after 2 episodes of introduction, most viewers now grasped some of its lore. For instance, while Tendo and his companions were special children, in the vast stars world, they were merely half-stars without star essences, far weaker than level 1 star envoys who possessed star essences. Yet, these individuals, weaker than level 1 star envoys, now had to face a level 2 star beast that even level 1 star envoys struggled against. The difficulty of this final assessment was thus self-evident. Good heavens, what's the meaning of this so-called final assessment? Is it hell difficulty right from the start? The stats planner needs a beating. How are we supposed to beat this boss? Previous comment, I suggest renaming it to about a novice accidentally entering a max-level dungeon. Watching the incredibly powerful Earth Dragon Lizard, viewers were curious about the plot's future direction. After all, according to typical anime tropes, such seemingly invincible opponents usually become stepping stones for the protagonist's rise. With this thought, viewers immediately watched intently. However, contrary to their expectations, upon seeing the incredibly powerful Earth Dragon Lizard, Chen Kong, the protagonist, didn't immediately try to find a way to defeat it. Instead, he timidly wanted to cling to Tendo's leg. Tendo go. No use, Shao Kong. This assessment is a bit troublesome. With you, I can't guarantee I can handle this guy. Besides. Tendo turned to Qin Xing, smiling, there's clearly a more suitable partner for you over there, isn't there? Useless, don't drag me down later. Oh, okay, yeah. Watching the protagonist Qin Kong being rejected by Tendo and disliked by his sister Qin Xing on screen, the bullet comments were unanimously filled with complaints. Tendo, Shao Kong, this assessment is a bit troublesome, this is a high-level game, you're too weak, I can't carry you, ... Honestly, if it weren't for characters like Tendo and Caroline, who'd want to watch such a frustrating protagonist like Qin Kong? Qin Xing, you're only my brother, otherwise, who'd bring a hanger-on to a ranked match? Although Qin Kong's reaction dissatisfied viewers, they didn't waste too much emotion on him. This was because Qin Xing's tsundere behavior, where her words contradicted her true feelings, greatly changed many viewers' initial impression of her as being too harsh. This thoroughly overshadowed the complaints about the protagonist Qin Kong in the trending topics. It seems her so-called sharp tongue is just Qin Xing's way of being angry at her brother for not living up to expectations, not that she actually dislikes him that much. Yes, I originally thought Qin Xing was a bit too cold, but now it seems she's just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Tsundere Queen X Scheming Prince, Tendo Xing CP, couple, locked. Previous comment, why is it Tendo Xing CP? Tendo Caroline CP is clearly better. Don't try to pair them up randomly. A mecha catgirl is the true way. Tendo Caroline is the official pairing. They're already living together. Referring to their constant joint appearances. With the emergence of CP, couple, shippers, the direction of the bullet comments instantly shifted from discussing Qin Xing's character design to which characters were more suitable for shipping. Interestingly, due to Qin Kong's consistently poor performance so far, no matter how the CP shippers argued, Qin Kong was always excluded. No one wanted to pair him with any of the female characters who had appeared. After all, in the anime world where appearance is justice, the plain-looking and cowardly Qin Kong was indeed not very likable. Yet, at this moment, Tendo on screen seemed to have heard the voices of the viewers outside the screen and directly spoke their thoughts. Hey, Caroline, do you think Qin Xing has some hidden attribute? Otherwise, why does she clearly care about Shao Kong in her heart, but every time they meet, it's like they're enemies, as if she wishes Shao Kong would disappear from this world on the spot? However, facing Tendo's complaints, Caroline, who was focused on analyzing the Earth Dragon Lizard's data, not only showed no reaction but even gave him the silent treatment, choosing to ignore him completely. Seeing this scene, the bullet comments instantly erupted in laughter. About my boyfriend being less attractive than Data. Cat's indifference.jpg. Who says silent treatment isn't a form of violence? Tendo, so I was the third wheel. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere of the bullet comments, the plot progressed to Tendo seeking out Jing Liuli among the crowd. Jing Liuli's unique behavior, being able to fall asleep on the spot during the final assessment, instantly hit many viewers' adorable spots. After all, cute and drowsy characters have always had a market. Therefore, upon seeing Tendo use his trump card, Qin Xing, to forcibly wake up the sleeping Jing Liuli, viewers naturally accepted this new character who officially appeared only in the third episode. At the same time, to help viewers more intuitively understand why Tendo sought out Jing Liuli, the production team specifically listed her basic data when she first appeared. Name, Jing Liuli. Student ranking, NO. 003. Star Core, Evernight Illusion Butterfly. Upon seeing that Jing Liuli, this mascot-like character, was actually ranked third among the students, second only to Tendo and Chen Xing, the bullet comments were stunned. No matter how they looked at it, Jing Liuli seemed unrelated to power. Especially when she was teased by Tendo and childishly wrote, "Liar Tendo and dogs not allowed," on her precious pillow with a marker, viewers naturally perceived her as a beloved group mascot and didn't think she could play a significant role in Tendo's team. But now it seemed they had misjudged. Jing Liuli, who appeared useless on the outside, was actually not useless. A world where only the protagonist Chen Kong is useless, achieved. I'm currently translating and editing new stories. New stories will be arriving in a few days, and I'll be releasing 2 chapters a day for a period. Stay tuned. Chapter 18, Tendo's Highlight. In the real world, at Station 13. Watching Tendo find the last member of his 3-person team, everyone knew that the final assessment, which had been building up for almost 3 episodes, was finally about to truly begin. From a theoretical standpoint, Tendo's team was undoubtedly the strongest team present. This team had incredibly gathered the student ranked 1st, 3rd, and 4th, making it an extraordinarily luxurious lineup. Such a lavish configuration naturally made Tendo's team the first to challenge the Earth Dragon Lizard. However, what made the audience burst into laughter was that Jing Liuli, who had consistently appeared timid and lazy, immediately got cold feet when Tendo mentioned that the Earth Dragon Lizard might be close to breaking through. Tendo, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, I'm leaving first. Where do you think you're going? Tendo grabbed Jing Liuli by the collar. Tendo, can't you just let me go down first? You wish. You're already here, let's go. No. Seeing Jing Liuli being dragged onto the stage by force, like a duck being herded to water, the bullet comments burst into joy. Tendo, want to get off work? Work overtime. You're already here, and you still want to run. Help. What kind of sweatshop vibes is this? Ah, capitalism. Amidst the harmonious atmosphere of the bullet comments, the showdown between Tendo's team and the Earth Dragon Lizard officially began. From the very beginning of the battle, Tendo's team displayed extremely high combat proficiency. Caroline, as a technomancer, stood at the very back of the team, using her star energy data net to connect Tendo and Jing Liuli, perfectly acting as the team's brain. Jing Liuli, as a specialist, was positioned in the middle of the team, perfectly utilizing her auxiliary and diversionary roles. As for Tendo, the strongest member of the team, he naturally took on the most arduous task, directly confronting the Earth Dragon Lizard and doing his best to prevent it from affecting his teammates. But even with such a perfect team composition, Tendo's team was still completely suppressed by the Earth Dragon Lizard at the start. Even though Tendo constantly predicted the Earth Dragon Lizard's movements using the powerful ocular abilities of his stellar Eclipse Eye, he still couldn't find any opportunity to counterattack, only able to dodge. As for Jing Liuli, although she tried to help several times, she always failed to find a suitable moment and could only constantly harass the Earth Dragon Lizard from all sides, trying to reduce the pressure on Tendo as much as possible. It could be said that if the battle continued to develop according to this situation, it would only be a matter of time before Tendo's team was defeated. No way, even a team as strong as Tendo's seems utterly helpless. How are the others supposed to fight? What was the production team thinking? They want to use such an opponent to create a highlight moment and reversal for the protagonist Chen Kong. Wouldn't that completely collapse the power balance? How can Chen Kong's team compare to Tendo's? Tendo, encountering a max-level boss in the village, unable to win even with all my might. Watching Tendo's team being completely suppressed, everyone felt that such a battle was simply too childish. After all, the two sides of the battle were never on the same level from beginning to end, there was no suspense regarding the outcome. But just when everyone thought the production team wanted to portray the strength of the protagonist Chen Kong later through the crushing defeat of Tendo and the others, an exhilarating and passionate BGM suddenly sounded on screen. Subsequently, on the arena, Tendo, upon hearing Caroline's words from behind him, instantly changed his previous entanglement, proactively widening the distance between himself and the Earth Dragon Lizard. Immediately after, Jing Liuli, who had been constantly wandering and harassing around, immediately took on the task of directly engaging the Earth Dragon Lizard, creating a precious window of opportunity for Tendo's counterattack. In an instant, the entire anime screen began to slow down, and the camera completely focused on Tendo, providing a close-up shot. Silver-white messy hair, azure eyes, facial features as exquisite as a work of art. At this moment, Tendo looked as if he had stepped out of a shoujo manga. It was clear that the production team had meticulously crafted this scene. After all, the level of detail in this close-up shot was so exaggerated that even the ceiling reflected on the distant arena floor was clearly visible. Star Energy Art, Azure. As Tendo's calm words fell, the energy sphere suspended between his fingers traced a perfect arc, accurately striking the Earth Dragon Lizard's left knee, which had a hidden injury. After a single blow, the powerful Earth Dragon Lizard actually knelt on one knee, its wound bleeding. Witnessing this astonishing scene, an eerie silence fell both inside and outside the screen. The greater the sense of oppression the Earth Dragon Lizard had created earlier, the more shocking Tendo's achievement of injuring it was at this moment. To highlight the shock Tendo's action brought to everyone, the screen fittingly switched to the protagonist, Chen Kong. At this moment, Chen Kong's pupils were constricted, his mouth slightly agape, clearly unable to believe what Tendo had accomplished. And just as shocked as him were the viewers outside the screen. Famous scene check-in. This blow pierces the stars. Mom asked me why I'm watching anime on my knees. Amidst a flurry of exclamations in the bullet comments, the camera shifted from the protagonist Chen Kong and finally focused on the Earth Dragon Lizard on the final assessment arena. The Earth Dragon Lizard, which had just been injured by Tendo's star energy art, had now completely stood up, exuding an unsettling and captivating aura. Clearly, the Earth Dragon Lizard was thoroughly enraged by Tendo. It let out a roar to the sky, so loud that many viewers, who were watching anime curled up in their beds, were startled and threw their phones. However, in stark contrast to the enraged Earth Dragon Lizard, Tendo, who had already gained an advantage, had long since left the arena with Caroline and Jing Lioli. He put on his small sunglasses again, provocatively taunting the Earth Dragon Lizard in the arena. "Yo, big guy, still sulking there. The assessment's over." Hearing Tendo's words, the Earth Dragon Lizard on screen immediately went into a fit of impotent rage. The viewers outside the screen burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is what a protagonist should be like, who's that random bystander in the audience? Stars? No, where are the stars? I only see one big star, Tendo. I've discovered that if I immerse myself as Tendo, this is a standard wish fulfillment anime. About the true protagonist being a bystander. False protagonist, trembling in fear. True protagonist, facing the strong enemy head-on." Just as the bullet comments were singing praises for Tendo's brilliant performance, Tendo, semi-reclining on the large bed in his dorm, leisurely observed the translucent light screen floating in midair that only he could see. Popularity value +1. Popularity value +1. Popularity value +1. Perfect. Tendo took a bite of the strawberry cake in his hand, very satisfied with the production team's work on this episode. After all, in this episode, he not only occupied nearly 80% of the entire episode's screen time, but the plot also perfectly demonstrated his strength as the pinnacle of the Stars world. It could be said that his highlight scene, meticulously produced by the production team, exploded with a visual impact far beyond his imagination. After all, when he designed this plot himself, he couldn't add so many screen effects. However, although the audience's reaction to this high-value plot was pleasing, Tendo knew that his leisurely days were almost over. This was because once the final assessment plot ended, everyone would obtain their suitable star essence. At that time, the gap between him and the others would quickly narrow. After all, once they had star essence, the competition between them would no longer just be about raw numbers, but also about mechanisms. And some popular characters chosen by the production team would have star core and star essence combinations that would be bug-level existences. Therefore, if Tendo still wanted to maintain his current invincible situation, he had to make good use of this valuable window of opportunity. After all, after the final assessment, prequel of the Stars, Embers would transition into a grand storyline that was much more intense and brutal than the final assessment. In this grand storyline, the Ember organization would not only suffer large-scale destruction, but all the children of Stars would also be scattered throughout the new Federation, paving the way for the second season of Stars, Glimmer. Thinking of this impending brutal war and his magnificent vision, Tendo immediately sat up from his bed and opened his popularity system. Although I'm currently burdened with 1 million popularity debt, if I want to continue maintaining my highlight performance in the upcoming major storyline, I must take a risk. Tendo's gaze swept across the popularity mall and finally settled on a special item. Name, Decoy Bracelet. Effect, can withstand one fatal blow, causing the host to enter a state of suspended animation, and awaken after one natural day. Chapter 19, a popular character who doesn't harm themselves isn't a good character. The Decoy Bracelet. This was a rather special item in Tendo's system store. Its function, as the name suggested, was to allow Tendo to withstand one fatal attack. What contrasted with its powerful effect was its absurdly low price, a mere 100,000 popularity points. Clearly, this was one of the benefits the system provided to Tendo. From the moment he learned about this item, Tendo had been thinking about how to maximize its utility. The reason he chose to redeem it now was because this precious decoy bracelet would only be able to display its greatest effect in the second major storyline after the final assessment. Ever since he transmigrated to the Stars world and discovered the existence of the popularity system, Tendo had been contemplating what truly constituted high popularity. If it were merely about being strong or handsome, such characters could indeed gain immense popularity in a short time. However, such popularity was like a castle in the air, liable to collapse at any moment. This was because if a character stronger or handsomer than him appeared, the audience who liked him for those two reasons would similarly like other characters for the same reasons. Therefore, a truly qualified popular character, in addition to meeting the first 2 points, should also possess another characteristic: outstanding charismatic charm. Only when a character possessed sufficient charismatic charm would they truly become three-dimensional. This was why Tendo had small habits like constantly wearing sunglasses and loving sweets. The purpose of these small gestures was to some extent, bridge the gap between him and the audience. However, these small gestures could, at best, only be considered shining points of Tendo's personality. They couldn't be fully counted as a manifestation of his charismatic charm. This was because true charismatic charm needed to be highlighted by the plot. Why did most Stars fans now acknowledge Tendo as the strongest in Stars? Was it just because Tendo constantly boasted about being the strongest? No, it was because Tendo not only displayed matching ultimate strength, but also because the first 3 episodes of Prequel of the Stars, Embers repeatedly featured plots that substantiated this strength. For example, Tendo's flashback segment, or how he genuinely injured the Earth Dragon lizard in the final assessment. It was precisely because of the appearance of these plots that Tendo's natural-born powerhouse persona was fleshed out, becoming real and appearing reasonable. At the same time, based on this persona, Tendo further exhibited contrasting behaviors such as being a severe sweet tooth, a sunglass show-off, and a sharp-tongued spokesperson. This allowed the audience to deepen their sense of Tendo's character authenticity and to fall in love with him. But if Tendo only had these minor plot points and small designs, he could indeed maintain high popularity for a while. However, as the intensity of the subsequent plot increased, he wouldn't necessarily be able to overwhelm other characters in terms of popularity with just these. Therefore, he had to emphasize his tragedy on top of his beauty and strength. And according to Tendo's understanding, what was meant by tragedy was actually knives. As is well known, compared to beauty and strength, the knife of tragedy is the true key to traffic, popularity. Pure strength and handsomeness are like fireworks in the night sky, seemingly dazzling, yet fleeting. But if you change the perspective, and integrate the fireworks' brilliance into a couple embracing beneath them, then the fleeting splendor transforms into an eternal art that strikes deep into people's hearts. Therefore, Tendo's finger lightly tapped an item slot in the popularity store, finally settling on the buy button for the decoy bracelet. You have consumed 100,000 popularity points to purchase the special item. Decoy bracelet. Tendo looked at the unassuming decoy bracelet in his hand, formed by 2 rough red ropes intertwined, with an inconspicuous transparent crystal strung in the middle, and whispered softly, "If I want to turn fleeting popularity into eternal support, how can I do so without paying a price? After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Harming himself wasn't a sudden whim for Tendo, it was a plan he had from the very beginning. In a sense, the flashback segment that the production team suddenly inserted into the main series earlier was a small, not-so-sharp knife. But even such a minor, harmless knife still, to some extent, amplified Tendo's charismatic charm in the first 3 episodes. Otherwise, with Prequel of the Stars, Ember's limited popularity, confined only to Station 13, Tendo wouldn't have been able to accumulate a full 100,000 popularity points in such a short time. After witnessing the tremendous popularity boost that knives brought him, Tendo not only became more determined about his original plan but also decided to make it bolder and more radical. For example, by using the decoy bracelet, which was originally intended only as a life-saving charm, as part of the entire knife plan, and allowing himself to experience a genuine death. Although this would inevitably expose Tendo to the enormous risk of secondary death, considering the plot tension and the visibly huge popularity benefits it would bring, Tendo felt it was worth a try. As the saying goes, a popular character who doesn't harm themselves isn't a good popular character. If I want to continue on the path of dominating the pinnacle of Stars popularity, then adventure is a must. Thinking this, Tendo immediately put the decoy bracelet on his right wrist and stood up, heading towards the cafeteria. It was mealtime. He was going to have a good meal at the cafeteria, and incidentally, lay the groundwork for his future knife plot for the audience. Yo, Caroline, how thoughtful of you. You even got my food in advance. Seeing Caroline, who had just gotten her food and was about to sit down, Tendo not only unceremoniously squeezed her aside but then directly took her seat and began eating as if it were his own. Watching her freshly prepared dinner being snatched by the thick-skinned Tendo, Caroline's green cat ears perked up high, and her fists beneath her sleeves clenched. Tendo, however, seemed not to notice, eating and loudly exclaiming in an exaggerated manner. Wow, the cafeteria auntie's dinner today is good. Looks like the organization knew we were tired from the final assessment, so they specifically gave us an extra meal. Eh? Caroline, why are you still standing here? Why aren't you getting food? Aren't you hungry? Hearing Tendo's words, Caroline rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Tendo, when will you stop being so childish? You're so old and still snatching other people's prepared dinners. Are you really so lazy you don't even want to walk a few steps? Facing Caroline's reprimand, Tendo, while stuffing food into his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, Caroline, how can you say I'm snatching? Didn't you thoughtfully prepare it for me in advance? Besides, Caroline, you got my food today, and tomorrow I'll take a bullet for you. Want to bully you? They'll have to step over my corpse, Tendo's corpse, first. Looking at Tendo, whose cheeks were puffed out like a hamster's, Caroline clearly didn't take his words seriously. She just assumed Tendo was spouting nonsense again with a straight face. A moment later, Caroline sighed, helpless. Forget it, I won't stoop to your level, you childish ghost. Taking a bullet for me, you're getting more and more exaggerated. Do you need me to get you more desserts? The cafeteria seems to have a lot of new items today. Absolutely. All right, then wait a moment. Caroline nodded, then turned and headed towards the cafeteria. What she didn't notice was that behind her, Tendo had slowly shed his playful demeanor. A complex hint of guilt flashed in his azure eyes beneath his sunglasses, as if Tendo was about to do something to wrong Caroline. Sorry, Caroline, some words, even I can only say in jest. Because only when someone puts their life on the line for what others perceive as a casual joke, will such an act become especially unforgettable. Moreover, who said heroes can't cry? And since I've decided to be that hero, then the one who cries can only be you. So, Caroline, I'm truly sorry, but this dazzling fireworks display, orchestrated by me, must be witnessed by you firsthand. Though it might be a bit cruel for you, as long as I apologize properly later, you'll still forgive me, right? After all, you always tolerate my childishness and willfulness, don't you? Chapter 20, No way, you really activated it. Tendo, why are you so distracted while eating? Inside the cafeteria, Caroline couldn't help but ask, curious, as she watched Tendo eating while spacing out. She had a feeling that Tendo wasn't just simply daydreaming, but rather looking at something. However, seeing nothing in front of Tendo, Caroline truly couldn't imagine what Tendo could be looking at, the air, perhaps. Tendo naturally wasn't looking at the air. At this moment, he was using the system's holographic screen to watch the 4th episode of Prequel of the Stars, Embers. This episode's content was Chen Kong's, the protagonist's, highlight. Although he had already experienced it once, watching this series he personally participated in from a god's eye view with others, it was surprisingly interesting. Nothing, just thinking about some things. Tendo, engrossed in the show, casually brushed off Caroline with a clumsy excuse, then continued watching. Although Caroline felt that Tendo was hedging, she couldn't find any reason to refute him. Ultimately, she could only believe Tendo's words and continued to eat her meal. Meanwhile, as the 4th episode of Prequel of the Stars, Embers progressed to the point where Chen Xing, overriding all objections, actively chose to challenge the enraged Earth Dragon Lizard, the episode's plot gradually reached its climax. Hide, Kong, just try to hide for your entire life. Your cowardice and timidity will, sooner or later, make you lose everything you cherish. But you can hide, I cannot, because if even I hide, then where else can a weakling like you hide? Therefore, even knowing that the next step is an abyss, I must walk into it without hesitation, for who else stands before me? So, get lost, coward, don't block the way. On screen, facing Chen Kong, who was blocking her way, Chen Xing finally spoke the words that had been buried deep in her heart. Watching Chen Xing's crimson eyes, burning with the resolute gaze of a lone wolf after special artistic processing by the production team, even Tendo, who had seen this scene before, couldn't help but be impressed. The disappointment she felt for her brother and the burden of responsibility she carried were fully reflected in her eyes. This complex expression perfectly contrasted with her consistently strong demeanor, delivering a tremendous visual impact to the audience. As Tendo expected, after seeing this scene, the bullet comments immediately erupted. "Woo-woo, so big sister has always been carrying the burden alone. I'm heartbroken. Why do I speak harshly to you? Because my love for you is deep. Is my sharp tongue my protective color?" Turned from hater to fan, I used to think Qinxing was too domineering, but now it seems I misunderstood. Get lost, coward. What domineering words. Tendo looked at the dense bullet comments at that moment, and the dinner in his mouth instantly lost its flavor. Although he had anticipated that Qinxing's popularity would see an explosive growth after this broadcast, it seemed he had still underestimated the destructive power of this plot on the audience. After all, when a popular female character is combined with highly impactful lines, it's indeed a bit overpowered for veteran viewers in the real world. Fortunately, he wasn't completely inactive at the time and made timely amends. "Hey, Qinxing. What do you mean, no one stands before you? Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? Remember, you're only second, and I am the pinnacle of stars." On screen, Qinxing, clutching the candy Tendo had thrown to her, turned to look at Tendo, who had just made a domineering declaration. Her expression was complex. Perhaps to emphasize the powerful sense of destiny between her and Tendo, as first and second, the production team specifically blurred the surrounding scenes of this gaze, focusing the camera on Tendo and Qinxing. This epic-making fateful gaze undoubtedly pushed the audience's emotions to their peak. Wow. So shippable, love it, recommend locking it down. Holy cow. Double fandoms rejoice. The composition is amazing. The blurred background is simply divine direction. Strange, why do I feel Tendo's words are a bit odd? Could it be a flag? Don't tell me. Production team, I advise you to be kind. If you dare to torment Lord Tendo, I'll send razor blades. Due to Tendo's unexpected intervention, what was originally supposed to be Qinxing's solo performance ultimately turned into a duo act between her and Tendo. And because of the sense of responsibility, in Tendo's words, he even subtly overshadowed Qinxing in this high-intensity scene, becoming the true protagonist of this short highlight. After all, Qinxing's words only stated that she would bear the responsibility of protecting Qin Kong and fulfill her duty as a sister. But Tendo's words stated that he would stand before everyone, shielding them all from potential danger. One was focused on a single individual, while the other encompassed an entire group. The one with more infectious power was immediately apparent. Under Tendo's skillful manipulation, Qinxing's originally explosive popularity at this moment became a surge for both her and Tendo. And Tendo's popularity growth was noticeably higher than hers, completely stealing the spotlight that should have belonged to Qinxing. After this interlude, Qin Kong, the protagonist, who had originally been too timid to go on stage so early, finally chose to enter the arena at this time to challenge the enraged Earth Dragon Lizard. As everyone expected, the furious Earth Dragon Lizard unleashed overwhelming power in the second assessment, completely suppressing Qinxing's team throughout. During this process, Qin Kong was not only unable to provide any help to Qinxing and their other teammate, Yishinlin, but he also stood foolishly in place, like a block of wood. He perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be a dead weight. This performance undoubtedly infuriated the audience. After all, your teammates are fighting fiercely at the front, how can you, the protagonist, just stand there foolishly watching from behind? Are you even a protagonist? Truly speechless, how can such a useless guy become the protagonist? Honestly, why don't they change the protagonist of this series? Because if they change the protagonist to Tendo, or even Qinxing, I feel like this would become a phenomenal series, instead of being lukewarm like it is now. Most useless protagonist in history, confirmed. Amidst a flurry of audience complaints and expressions of disappointment, Qin Kong on screen suddenly also fell into a flashback. However, unlike Tendo's popularity-boosting flashback, the protagonist Qin Kong's flashback was a definite minus point. This was because the protagonist Qin Kong was not only recalling various moments of being bullied in the base, but he also expressed his cowardly thoughts of wanting to give up the assessment and escape the arena through internal monologue. This action undoubtedly further intensified the anger in the audience's hearts. Good heavens, your teammates are almost getting beaten to death, and you're still thinking of running away. Do you even have a shred of humanity? But just as the audience was about to turn their anger into text and furiously send it into the bullet comments, Tendo's words suddenly flashed in Qin Kong's mind. Remember, when you feel you've reached a dead end, you might as well ask yourself why you're still alive. The appearance of these words not only changed Chin Kong's original intention to escape but also directly caused the previously low-key BGM to suddenly become high-spirited. Seeing this scene, the audience's anger gradually gave way to anticipation. Because they had a feeling that the protagonist was about to activate a power-up. Looking at Chin Kong on screen, who had shed his previous cowardice and whose eyes were gradually becoming firm, the audience suddenly realized that Chin Kong was finally starting to look like a protagonist. Goodness, did he really activate it? The useless person's comeback. Think about why you're still alive. I'm noticing that no matter which character is about to change, Tendo always seems to find an angle to intervene. Is he not the production team's favorite son? Could it be? Chapter 21, Becoming the Strongest in the Audience's Hearts. The audience wasn't surprised by Chin Kong's sudden transformation. After all, if Chin Kong's performance had continued as it had in the previous episodes, they couldn't imagine why he would be the protagonist. What truly surprised the audience was the lingering presence of Tendo's shadow, even in this highlight moment belonging to the protagonist, Chin Kong. In fact, from the audience's perspective, Tendo's words accounted for at least 50% of the credit for Chin Kong's awakening at this moment. Holy cow, Tendo is participating 100% in this team fight. False protagonist, Chin Kong; true protagonist, Tendo. I suggest renaming it to Stars, The Tendo Chronicle. Caroline, Chen Xing, Yun Meng, Jing Liuli. So far, besides the recently introduced Yishinlin, Tendo is basically connected to everyone else. Tendo truly is the real protagonist. Under the discussion of the bullet comments, Chin Kong not only awakened his unique bloodline ability but also highlighted his special trait. He possessed an additional ability compared to ordinary children of stars, essentially having 2 star cores. The emergence of this information immediately led to speculation in the bullet comments. Goodness gracious, everyone else only has 1 star core, but you have 2. No wonder you're the protagonist. After 4 episodes, this protagonist finally looks a bit like a protagonist. Honestly, even if this guy has 2 star cores, his ordinary characteristic feels like a plot hook laid by the production team. It's probably another weak protagonist who has a cheat but uses it as if he doesn't. Just as Chin Kong awakened his void mark on the arena, the scene suddenly shifted to Tendo by the side of the arena. Oh! Has it finally disappeared? Disappeared? What disappeared? That would be the disappearance of a certain weakling, of course. After all, for the weak to survive in this cruel world, they must utilize the strong's contempt, mustn't they? Watching Tendo, who looked profoundly inscrutable, Caroline didn't understand what he was saying. However, as viewers with a god's eye perspective, they immediately grasped the meaning Tendo conveyed. This discovery felt like they had found a new continent. Huh? Does Tendo mean he actually guessed Chin Kong's ability a long time ago? Previous comment, there was foreshadowing for all of this. I remember Tendo saying that Chin Kong's star core was special, and he even made a bet with Chin Xing about it, which means Tendo had seen through everything early on. Is it because of Tendo's special azure eyes? Otherwise, why could Tendo see things that others couldn't? Plotting since the first episode. This man is truly terrifying. I suggest checking if Tendo is a transmigrator. False protagonist, painful awakening; true protagonist, elegantly watching the show. The audience's strong reaction stemmed from Tendo's words at that moment and his confident demeanor, suggesting that everything was under his control. It was as if he and the other children of stars were never on the same dimension from the beginning. He was observing those around him from a near-godlike perspective. This strength in mindset and strategy instantly sent shivers down the audience's spines, creating a feeling that his playful interactions with others were merely a disguise. In reality, he simply regarded everyone around him as cute, harmless small animals. This transcendent mentality, combined with Tendo's previous series of foreshadowing, instantly made everyone naturally believe that Tendo was the strongest in prequel of the stars, Embers. After all, anime differs from reality. While viewers cannot predict the course of reality, they can infer the direction of an anime and implicitly understand the meaning the production team wishes to convey. This meant that even if Tendo wasn't the current combat power ceiling in the show, they all firmly believed that Tendo would eventually grow to become the combat power ceiling within the series. This was because Tendo's entire series of actions and his current character positioning in the show were undoubtedly developing towards the combat power ceiling role. And as long as this concept was established in the audience's minds, Tendo's goal would be achieved. After all, he never forgot that he was in an anime world. At the same time, he also never forgot his ultimate goal, to seize the sole position of character combat power ceiling in the hearts of Stars viewers. Therefore, All his previous designs and arrangements were merely serving this one objective. Inside the cafeteria, Tendo watched the audience completely fill the screen with question mark bullet comments after he finished his speech. He understood that his 2-year painstaking plan had been completely achieved. Yes, Tendo never needed to be the strongest in a literal sense. He just needed to be the strongest in the audience's hearts. Caroline, I'm done eating. Take your time, I'm heading back. Oh, okay. Tendo picked up the dessert left on the table and walked towards his dorm. In the process, he directly closed the popularity system's virtual screen, no longer paying attention to the subsequent content of Prequel of the Stars, Ember's 4th episode. Because he understood that when the production team chose to release the dialogue he had with Chen Kong during Chen Kong's awakening scene, no matter what astonishing feats Chen Kong or any other Stars character performed afterward, it would fundamentally not affect his standing in the audience's minds. This was simply because audiences fill in the blanks with their own imagination. And imagination is the most domineering and unreasonable thing in this world. This could be seen from the bullet comments at the moment. Although the protagonist's dual star core ability is BUG level, I feel Tendo must also have his own special ability. After all, he's the only one who saw through the protagonist's talent early on. The previous comment is right. Chen Kong's current change is surprising, but Tendo, who knew all of this beforehand, makes me feel even more terrifying. I'm even thinking if Tendo doesn't become a villain, wouldn't the protagonist's side be a bit too overpowered? After all, I can't imagine what kind of enemy would put a character like Tendo in crisis. Goodness gracious, I suddenly have a bad feeling. The current version of Tendo is clearly a bit too overpowered. Do you think the production team might force a plot kill on Tendo later to balance the version? After all, Tendo's current popularity clearly completely surpasses Chen Kong, the protagonist. With him around, where would the protagonist get a chance to shine? Don't even say that, previous comment. If the production team really dares to do that, I'll definitely go to their office and send them razor blades. Don't worry, who would be so foolish as to knife their own most popular character? I don't believe such a person exists. Tendo, having closed the dimensional screen, was unaware of the discussions in the bullet comments at this moment. His attention was no longer on the final assessment plot. Tendo returned to his room and looked down at the decoy bracelet on his wrist. A level 2 star envoy and multiple level 1 star envoys. Knowing their weaknesses and characteristics, if I make good use of this half-year window, I still have a good chance of taking them down with me. However, to make this fireworks display reach my expectations, I need to further enhance my strength. Sigh, borrowing new to pay old debts, this popularity debt, when will I ever pay it off? Tendo looked up, his finger beginning to scroll through the system's popularity mall. He planned to acquire the special item that could significantly boost his strength once he had enough popularity points. With that special item, combined with the star essence named Vector Control that he would obtain tomorrow, Tendo was confident he could elevate his strength by several levels within just half a year. At that time, he would be able to present a splendid and poignant fireworks display for everyone at the end of the first season of Prequel of the Stars, Embers. Chapter 22, The Dawn of Stars. Morning, Tendo. Jing Liuli, I still heavy with sleep, waved at the silver-haired young man who had just entered. She sat holding her pillow like a sloth, looking as if she had just been forcefully dragged out of bed. The fact that even Jing Liuli, who loved to slack off, was compelled to arrive early indicated how important today was to everyone. Besides Jing Liuli, there were 10 other children of stars in the conference room. With Tendo's arrival, a total of 11 children of stars were now present. Seeing himself being stared at by so many people at once, Tendo immediately smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, everyone. It's just a star essence selection meeting. Relax, relax." As Tendo spoke, he casually took the head seat according to his student ranking, his movements so natural as if he was born to sit there. Even Qin Xing, who always regarded Tendo as a rival, didn't find anything amiss with this. After all, with Tendo's displayed strength and potential, if he sat second, no one could sit first. However, as the pinnacle of stars, this Tendo character, besides possessing terrifying strength far beyond his peers, also had a mouth that made people want to rip it apart. Qin Xing, your injury hasn't healed yet. It seems our organization's medical standards aren't up to par. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have mastered scarless technology? Tendo said, looking at the scar remaining on Qin Xing's arm, somewhat curious. Qin Xing calmly replied, "It has nothing to do with the organization. I intentionally asked them to leave this scar." Because it can constantly warn me that I must work harder to avoid such desperate scenarios from reoccurring. Ah. Desperate. But I felt that final assessment was quite easy, didn't it just end after a casual fight? Chen Xing gave Tendo an exasperated look, clearly too lazy to respond to his obvious teasing. Just as Tendo was about to continue teasing this perpetually stern-faced Sundara girl, the conference room door suddenly opened. The doctor entered, followed by Yun Meng, walking into the room. Seeing the two of them appear, everyone present stood up to show respect, except for Tendo. He sat lazily in his seat, motionless, looking very much like a defiant troublemaker in a classroom. However, Yun Meng and the doctor didn't seem to mind his impolite behavior. The doctor walked to the large projection screen in front of everyone and gestured for them to sit down. Yun Meng, as she passed Tendo, lightly tapped the back of his head. At least pretend a little, you have no manners. Tendo rubbed his head, smiling. Sister Yun, my injury isn't healed yet, so I can't move around much. Suit yourself, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Yun Meng shook her head helplessly. After all, although Tendo was a child of stars, his status within Ember was very special. Even she indulged Tendo almost infinitely. This led to many things that would be unforgivable for others becoming utterly insignificant when it came to Tendo. For example, Tendo's arrogance at this moment. If it were anyone else, Yun Meng would surely make them understand what manners were. But for Tendo, a mere tap was enough. Could she really punish him? Good morning, everyone. The doctor stood before the massive projection and lightly tapped its surface. The next second, a holographic illusion resembling a nebula appeared before everyone. Within this nebula, there were indeed some special stars, emitting an eerie glow. Seeing these special stars, the children of stars present seemed to understand something. Their expressions grew excited, and even their breathing became a little hurried. Seeing everyone's reaction, the doctor smiled and said, "It seems you all understand what these stars mean." That's right, they are the legendary star essences. 95 years ago, a special meteor shower changed the entire world, and the truth of that meteor shower was these sources of miraculous power, the star essences. For a long time afterward, people were both curious about and fearful of this wondrous power. And after years of research, we have almost figured out some of the principles of star essences. As he spoke, the doctor manipulated the holographic projection. The next second, the dazzling star cluster suddenly changed. A magnificent explosion occurred at the very center of the cluster. Then, countless glowing meteors streaked across the sky, flying towards all corners of the universe. Watching these scattered meteors, a keen light flickered in the doctor's eyes beneath his silver mask. The essence of stars, the most fundamental, most core cosmic power of a planet. Although we don't know why the meteor shower 95 years ago occurred, we do know that its appearance completely ushered in a new era. However, the doctor captured a meteor flying out in the holographic projection and displayed it in front of everyone. Just as the star essences inaugurated a new era, I believe your appearance will also usher in a brand new age. An era, named stars. The doctor's words seemed to carry a mysterious power, full of a captivating allure. Even Caroline, with her calm technomancer nature, showed clear emotional fluctuations at this moment. All right everyone, except for Tendo and Chen Kong, who is still in the recovery pod, the rest of you follow Yun Meng to receive your respective star essences. Hearing the doctor's words, everyone first curiously glanced at Tendo, then rose and followed Yun Meng deeper into the base. After everyone had left, the doctor immediately looked at Tendo, who was sitting at the head seat, and inquired, "Tendo, are you sure you want to choose that star essence? You know, with your performance, as long as you ask, I can get you even the rarest star essence. And based on our long-term observation of your unique characteristics, a certain illusion-type star essence in the base is very suitable for you right now. Are you sure you want to give up that star essence and choose this ordinary vector control?" The doctor took out two mysterious metal cubes from his pocket and opened his hand. The next second, the two metal cubes flew in front of Tendo. These two metal cubes contained star essences, coveted by countless people. One was vector control, which Tendo had specifically requested. The other was the illusion-type star essence the doctor mentioned was very suitable for him, imagination. Star essence, vector control. Effect 1. Kinetic interference, can alter the direction of motion of any object in contact, thereby accumulating or neutralizing kinetic energy, for example, slowing down falling objects or accelerating swinging blades. Effect 2. Energy flow interference, can deflect or disperse energy attacks, e.g., flamethrowers, lightning, shock waves, but cannot create something out of nothing, can only manipulate existing vectors. Star essence, imagination. Effect 1 synchronization, can temporarily replicate star essences that have been touched and use them. Usage effect is only 50% of the original strength, and only one star essence can be used per synchronization, with a maximum of 3 copied star essences stored, and cannot copy existences whose star energy level exceeds one's own, unless the other party voluntarily releases restrictions and actively accepts synchronization. Effect 2 fantasize, can briefly fuse copied star essences to form a special star essence with multiple effects. The usage effect is determined by one's own star energy level, and the type of fused star essences can only be used once per natural month. Imagination was a very special, illusion-type star essence. Its wide range of applications and strong practicality, combined with Tendo's outstanding combat talent and powerful innate star energy level, could theoretically allow him to continuously adjust his tactical system based on different opponents, thereby achieving a near-omnipotent level. However, all of this was merely theoretical. In reality, without the special star core black star to compensate for imagination's fatal weakness, this star essence would actually be mediocre. It was meant for crushing weaklings and couldn't be used in high-level battles. It could be said that the imagination star essence was tailor-made for the protagonist Qin Kong from the very beginning. It was completely incompatible with Tendo. But Tendo naturally wouldn't reveal these things. He placed his hand on the star essence cube containing vector control, and said with immense confidence, whether it's suitable or not, it's not for others to say. The imagination that can only forever hide behind others' shadows does not conform to the personality of me, Tendo Simei. I, Tendo Simei, either do nothing, or if I do, I will be the strongest. So, doctor, I think this vector control is very suitable for me. With that, Tendo didn't give the doctor a chance to dissuade him and directly opened the star essence cube containing vector control. In an instant, a special spherical object, only the size of a ping-pong ball and emitting brilliant starlight, appeared before Tendo. Without any hesitation, Tendo directly placed his hand on the luminous sphere, absorbing the mysterious power it contained. As for imagination, this thing was better left for the protagonist, Qin Kong, to use. After all, Qin Kong liked to hide in the shadows outside the spotlight, didn't he? Chapter 23, It's not the star essence that's strong, it's Tendo Simei. 3 days after the final assessment, in the medical bay of the Ember Base. Ugh. Qin Kong struggled to open his eyes, his vision filled with blinding white light. He instinctively tried to raise his hand to shield his eyes but found his body submerged in a light blue nutrient solution, covered in various tubes and instruments. Doctor, Qin Kong is awake. A nurse from the medical team, seeing Qin Kong finally awaken after 3 days of unconsciousness, immediately called the attending doctor. After a thorough examination, they determined that Qin Kong had not only completely passed the danger period but also, for some unknown reason, had not suffered any lingering internal injuries. It was as if the person wheeled into the medical bay with comminuted fractures and severely damaged organs wasn't him at all. However, they weren't too surprised by this monstrous recovery ability. After all, no matter how ordinary Qin Kong seemed, he was still one of the children of stars. Privately, the medical team referred to the children of stars as little monsters. Their bodies were incredibly tough, almost inhuman. Even so, the medical team dared not be careless. After conducting a more detailed and comprehensive examination on Qin Kong, they unanimously agreed that Qin Kong was out of danger and could be moved from the intensive care unit to a regular recovery room. Upon hearing this news, Qin Kong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was currently naked and confined in a nutrient pod, being observed by a group of people. Although they all said it was for his own good, for Qin Kong, who was already 12 and had some concept of gender, this situation was somewhat too awkward. After all, among those observing him, there were quite a few nurse sisters. Half a day later, Qin Kong, dressed in a white hospital gown, arrived at the Children of Stars exclusive training ground, supported by a nurse. As a patient recovering from a serious illness, Qin Kong should have stayed longer in the infirmary. However, through the nurses' mouths, Qin Kong had already learned that 11 Children of Stars had obtained their own star essences. Out of curiosity about the combination of star essence and star core, Qin Kong had actively requested to visit the training ground. Eh? Your injury healed so quickly. As soon as Qin Kong entered the indoor training ground, Jing Liuli, who had been loafing around at the edge of the training ground, immediately noticed him. Seeing that it was Jing Liuli, whom he rarely saw on weekdays, speaking to him, Qin Kong immediately said with some restraint, "Yeah, I just woke up this morning." Hearing this, Jing Liuli uncharacteristically gave up slacking off and sat up directly from the ground. Since you only woke up this morning, why didn't you sleep more in the recovery room? You know, I tried to apply for sick leave from the medical team several times, but those annoying guys not only kept refusing me, but then they even threatened that if I dared to bother them again, they'd tell instructor Yun Meng about my sick leave, which made me scared to go even when I was genuinely sick later. So, why didn't you cherish such a good opportunity to slack off? You're so strange. Chen Kong awkwardly scratched his cheek, completely at a loss for how to answer Jing Liuli. After all, no matter how you looked at it, she, who constantly tried to find ways to slack off, was the stranger one. Just as Chen Kong was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that Jing Liuli was very peculiar at this moment. Even though Jing Liuli was fluently speaking to him, her eyes were completely closed, and a glistening trail of drool hung from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating she was sound asleep. As Chen Kong was filled with doubts, a familiar voice came from behind him. That's Liuli's star essence, Daydream. Its basic effect allows her to maintain deep sleep while conscious. The cultivation method is to sleep more and dream more. Although I don't want to say it, this star essence, to some extent, enhances her ability to be lazy, because outsiders have no idea whether she's slacking off or cultivating. Chen Kong turned in the direction of the voice and found that his sister, Chen Xing, had appeared behind him at some point, and he had been completely unaware. Due to his long-standing fear of Chen Xing, Chen Kong instinctively lowered his head upon seeing her, appearing very meek. Seeing him like this, Chen Xing reflexively wanted to scold him a bit. But remembering Chen Kong's performance a few days ago, Chen Xing ultimately held back the words she was about to say. And, uncharacteristically, she said gently, "Be confident, Kong. You are no longer the good-for-nothing despised by everyone. After all, if it weren't for you back then, Lin and I wouldn't have been able to wound that guy. Even so, a person's personality is difficult to change in a short time." Therefore, even with Chen Xing's affirmation, Chen Kong still couldn't feel confident. Chen Xing could only shake her head helplessly, then extended her hand towards Jing Liuli. "Liuli, give me another sweet dream candy." "No." Liuli hugged her pillow tightly and said angrily, "You haven't given me the sweets you owe me from yesterday, and now you want more from me. I won't give them to you." Seeing that Liuli not only wasn't obedient but also dared to provoke her, Chen Xing sneered, then grabbed Liuli by the collar and shook her vigorously. Tap, tap, tap. Under Chen Xing's shaking, colorful candies quickly poured out of Liuli's pajama pocket. These uniquely shaped candies refracted rainbow-like halos under the sunlight, looking very tempting. Chen Xing bent down, picked up one of them, then stuffed the remaining candies back into Jing Liuli's pajama pocket. "Just one. Counting the few from the past 2 days, I'll pay you back with the organization's after-dinner desserts later." "Liar." Liuli sat up, pouting, "Didn't you lose all your after-dinner desserts to Tendo? What are you going to pay me back with?" Chen Xing's face stiffened, and the air suddenly solidified. According to her bet with Tendo, her after-dinner desserts for the next 3 months belonged to Tendo. She really had no after-dinner desserts to offer. Thinking of this, Chen Xing uncharacteristically showed an embarrassed expression, at a loss for how to reply. Fortunately, Chen Kong, who was nearby, was quick-witted and immediately tried to smooth things over. "Sister Liuli, use my after-dinner desserts." Upon hearing this, Liuli's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, and she said, eyes gleaming, 1 month. "Liuli, don't be too excessive. I just took a few of your sweet dream candies, and you're asking for a month's worth of my brother's after-dinner desserts. Do you think this is a fair trade? A week at most, otherwise I'll figure out how to pay you back what I owe you myself." Under Chen Xing's intimidating presence, Jing Liuli finally relented. Fine, a week it is, but let me say this first, you can't snatch my sweet dream candies like this anymore in the future." "No problem." Just as Chen Xing and Jing Liuli finalized their future candy exchange, the otherwise calm training ground suddenly experienced a massive tremor. The unexpected earthquake caused Chen Kong, whose injuries hadn't fully healed, to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Fortunately, the nurse beside him was quick and immediately supported him. The earthquake came quickly and passed quickly. After all the commotion subsided, Chen Kong asked, still shaken, "Sis, what was that just now? Did someone suddenly attack the base?" Facing Chen Kong's question, Chen Xing remained silent, seemingly reluctant to answer. Jing Liuli, however, had no such reservations and said casually, "It's nothing. It's probably just Tendo experimenting with his star essence again. Totally normal." Huh. Hearing Jing Liuli's words, Chen Kong was stunned. He truly couldn't imagine what kind of exaggerated star essence research could cause such immense commotion. Is Tendo's star essence very powerful? Otherwise, why would it cause such a big stir? Hearing Chen Kong's question, Jing Liuli's face showed a strange expression, as if wondering why Chen Kong would ask such a thing. Before Jing Liuli could speak, Chen Xing was one step ahead and provided the answer. Kong, it's never the star essence that's strong, it's Tendo. Because if it weren't for Tendo, I really can't imagine who could develop the kind of star essence to this extent. Upon hearing this, Chen Kong immediately looked curious, wondering what Tendo was doing to create such a massive disturbance. Seeing his expression, Chen Xing immediately said, "Let's go. Since you want to see, I'll let you see." Anyway, Tendo doesn't care if people know the effects of his star essence. Because 3 days ago, he said that only the weak constantly worry about being targeted and live cautiously. A true strong person must have the confidence of being unrivaled, above and below the heavens. Therefore, even if his star essence ability becomes common knowledge, he won't care at all. Because he, Tendo Simei, fears no challenge from anyone. Chen Kong's mouth opened slightly, and Tendo's arrogant tone when he said those words naturally came to mind. Those words, they really fit Tendo Ge's personality. Hearing this, Chen Xing snorted, clearly not wanting to dwell on the topic. After all, she had once naively believed that as long as she obtained a star essence, she could quickly narrow the gap between herself and Tendo and completely catch up to that guy. But the cruel reality of 3 days ago had once again slapped her in the face. Because after obtaining a star essence, the gap between her and Tendo not only hadn't narrowed but had actually grown even wider. Chapter 24, The Limitless Star Energy Art, Dark Azure. Boom. In a single training room within the Ember organization, Tendo casually tossed the black orb in his hand, sending it crashing into a specially designed, self-repairing superalloy test column nearby. The black orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, emitted a piercing metallic tearing sound the moment it made contact with the superalloy test column. That sharp, grating sound, like the wail of a giant beast, shattered the tranquility of the training room. And this superalloy test column, capable of withstanding attacks from even level 2 star envoys, was now dented with a 5-meter diameter spiderweb-like indentation by Tendo. Not only that, but the rapidly spinning black orb, after embedding itself into the superalloy test column, maintained its astonishing rotational speed, continuously tearing at the column's body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The high temperatures generated by the intense friction directly caused some of the metal at the center of the indentation to liquefy into glowing red molten iron. Within the surrounding white steam, numerous dazzling sparks flickered. When the smoke dissipated and the sparks vanished, a 5-meter diameter, 3-meter deep conical crater was prominently revealed in the very center of the test column. So, I can only reach a maximum of 10 times the rotation speed right now. Tendo looked at the power unleashed by his black orb, already having a rough judgment of the attack's effectiveness in his mind. However, compared to his subjective guess, Tendo trusted Caroline's objective data analysis more. Caroline, how was it? Did you record the star energy values of that last strike? Hearing Tendo's words, Caroline, who was analyzing data on a tablet, looked up. Star energy reading 1900. Impact force equivalent to a level 2 novice. Caroline's cattail curled around the tactical tablet, and streams of data flickered like a waterfall in her emerald pupils. But your energy utilization rate is only 95%, meaning this is pretty much your current limit. Tendo, I personally believe you can stop here for now. After all, that 5% utilization rate isn't worth you spending a lot of time improving, the gain is too low. Only 1900. Hearing Caroline's answer, Tendo's face showed clear disappointment. 1000 star energy points was the minimum star energy standard set by the Star Envoy Association to differentiate between level 1 and level 2 star envoys. Therefore, any technique that could exceed this value could be classified as level 2. However, the so-called star energy value was only one standard for measuring a star envoy's strength. Most of the time, depending on different star essences and star energy arts, the vast majority of star envoys could unleash attacks with power multiple times their base star energy value. Thus, the star energy value was only for reference and couldn't truly represent a star envoy's full strength. And if viewed purely by base star energy value, Tendo, having reached 200 star energy points after obtaining the vector control star essence, was already a bona fide level 1 star envoy. But this was still far from enough for him. Because his future opponents were not simply 1 or 2 level 1 star envoys. It was a group of level 1 star envoys, plus an experienced level 2 star envoy. Therefore, even though Tendo had optimized his star energy art, Azure, to its current extreme, and combined it into a completely new composite technique, Dark Azure, Tendo still felt it wasn't enough. Because he needed the power of the Dark Azure technique to reach at least the 8,000 star energy point level to have over an 80% chance of completing his plan. Otherwise, he might very well end up like a clown, casually kicked to death like a stray dog on the side of the road. Star Energy Art Dark Azure Effect utilizes the control, observation, and manipulation of star energy flow from one's stellar eclipse eye, combined with vector control, to accelerate the rotation speed of star energy, thereby greatly enhancing the power of star energy orb. Current maximum rotation, 10 times. Dark Azure was a new technique Tendo developed after obtaining the vector control, star essence, combining it with his previous star energy art, Azure. The principle of this technique wasn't actually complex, similar to the Rasengan from Naruto in his previous life. Its usage involved concentrating star energy in the hand, then simultaneously compressing this star energy while making it flow continuously in irregular directions, ultimately forming an unaligned star energy orb of a certain volume. Before obtaining the vector control star essence, Tendo's star energy art, Azure, could only reach a maximum rotation of 3 times. But with the vector control star essence, Tendo could increase the star energy orb's rotation to 10 times. And this was far from the limit of Dark Azure, it was merely Tendo's limit. Because, theoretically speaking, the power of Dark Azure is actually limitless. After all, the faster Dark Azure rotates and the more star energy it compresses, the stronger its power naturally becomes, eventually achieving terrifying effects similar to a small black hole. Therefore, saying Dark Azure is limitless isn't just talk, it has concrete theoretical backing. It's worth mentioning that while the principle of the Dark Azure art is simple, others lack the stellar eclipse eye, a special ocular technique that allows for clear observation of star energy flow and precise star energy manipulation by its wielder. This means that even if they clearly understood the principle of this art, they still couldn't learn it, making it Tendo's publicly exclusive art. But no matter how much potential Dark Azure held for the future, limited by Tendo's current physical condition, 10 times rotation was already his maximum. If he wanted to break through this bottleneck and continue to increase the power of Dark Azure, he either needed to further increase his base star energy value or further develop the vector control, star essence's proficiency. But neither of these things was easy to improve. Thinking this, Tendo immediately looked at his attribute panel. Name, Tendo Simei, Ember Organization, Child of Stars. Age, 12. Star Essence, Vector Control, 10%. Star Core, Stellar Eclipse Eye, Compatibility 100%. Star Energy Value, 200. Attributes, Strength S, Agility S, Spirit S, Constitution S. Skills, Star Energy Control, Master, Shuanpa, Master, Star Beast Knowledge Encyclopedia, Expert. Current Popularity Value, 150,000. Loan Popularity Value, 1 million, reached limit. Looking at his attribute panel, Tendo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Only this much star energy value increased in 3 days. At this rate, if I can't quickly acquire that special item that aids in star energy cultivation, it will be hard for me to reach the limit of a level 1 star envoy, over 900 points, within 6 months. You know, that guy from the 4 great families isn't just any ordinary level 2 star envoy. If I don't have over 900 points of maximum star energy, forget about taking the guy down with me, I might not even be able to injure him. No, I must find a way to accelerate my popularity gain and acquire that special item as soon as possible. Otherwise, forget about orchestrating a dazzling fireworks display, it'll be good if I can avoid becoming a clown myself. But episodes 5 to 8 of Prequel of the Stars, Embers are all mundane daily life plots. This kind of plot rhythm offers no room for creating major events to boost popularity, unless I can find a way to create some additional plotlines that go beyond the original work. But where should I get these additional plotlines from? As Tendo was pondering this, the training room door slowly opened, and Qin Xing entered, followed by Qin Kong. Seeing the appearance of this brother-sister duo, Tendo, who hadn't yet figured out how to stir things up, suddenly had his eyes light up. Oh, what a coincidence. Just when I was feeling sleepy, someone brought a pillow. You two, brother and sister, are truly my lucky stars. Chapter 25, The Gap Between Us and the Monster. Yo, Big Star, finally awake. Seeing Qin Kong in his white patient gown, looking weak, Tendo greeted him with a smile. Hearing Tendo's words, Chen Kong felt a sudden embarrassment, unsure how to respond. A cunning glint flashed in Tendo's eyes, then he deliberately approached the siblings and scrutinized Chen Kong. His strange actions left the two bewildered, unable to keep up with his wild leaps in thought. A moment later, Tendo suddenly leaned close to Chen Xing, and with no sense of boundaries, poked her bandaged arm with his finger, saying, "Xing, look at your brother's recovery. Not even a single scar on his body. Now look at you, insisting on keeping that scar on your arm, and even calling it a reminder to push yourself harder. If you ask me, you're just living too comfortably, enjoying suffering for no reason. Otherwise, why would a normal person refuse scarless surgery and insist on one that leaves a scar? Are you sick?" The moment Tendo uttered these words, Chen Xing's expression instantly darkened, and even the star energy within her body uncontrollably became agitated. Boom. A fierce surge of star energy ignited scorching flames around Chen Xing's body. The intense heat instantly caused the thermometer hanging on the wall nearby to explode with a bang. Fortunately, though angry, she hadn't completely lost her reason and managed to suppress the spread of the flames. This prevented a certain unlucky individual, who was just recovering from a serious illness, from being affected by the flames. Even so, Chen Kong still had to create some distance between himself and Chen Xing before he could barely withstand the suddenly elevated ambient temperature. Noticing that Chen Kong had retreated to a safe distance, Chen Xing, with no more worries, finally stopped suppressing the karma flames within her and unleashed them without reservation. However, this meant the flames instantly reached Tendo. "No way, you're already losing your cool. Are you not going to let anyone speak the truth?" Facing Chen Xing's sudden outburst of fierce karma flames, Tendo immediately feigned a startled look, taking a swift step back, then casually brushed away the incoming flames as if flicking away willow catkins from his shoulder. An outsider watches the spectacle, an expert discerns the technique. Tendo's action instantly left Chen Kong, who was not far away, stunned. This was because Tendo's move not only seemed to completely disregard the damage of Chen Xing's Red Lotus karma flames but also effortlessly seized control of the karma flames with a mere wave of his hand. This alone was enough to reveal the enormous power gap between him and Chen Xing. Unlike Chen Kong's shock, Chen Xing appeared quite calm. This was because 3 days prior, shortly after obtaining her Red Lotus karma flames, she had foolishly sought out Tendo and issued a new challenge. The result was obvious: she had suffered another crushing defeat at Tendo's hands. And this defeat was far more devastating than before, severely bruising Chen Xing's pride. At that time, Chen Xing was just like now, she couldn't even manage to wound Tendo. However, if it were anyone else, they might have long since had their determination shattered by Tendo, completely abandoning any thought of challenging him. But Chen Xing was different. Her pride would not allow her to submit to anyone. Not even Tendo. Therefore, even knowing she was no match for Tendo, when faced with Tendo's provocation at this moment, Chen Xing still bravely bared her fangs, using this to warn Tendo that she was not some helpless lamb to be casually slaughtered like others. "Tendo, are you, perhaps, being a bit too meddlesome? What I do is my decision. It has nothing to do with you, nor do you have the right to decide it." Hearing Chen Xing's warning, Tendo said casually, "Xing, look at you talking like that. Aren't I just concerned about you? If you don't want to listen, fine, why such a temper?" Tendo's words, instead of calming her, made Chen Xing's face turn even darker. She looked at Tendo seriously, her voice firm. "Tendo, something as dispensable as a scar means nothing to me, because I am not a useless vase that can only hide behind others. Therefore, rather than wasting my thoughts on useless things like that, I'd rather focus on exploring my star essence. Only then might I have even a faint possibility of barely catching up to your pace." "Ah." Tendo gave an awkward laugh, clearly not expecting Chen Xing to steer the conversation to such a serious topic. After a moment, facing the earnest Chen Xing, Tendo finally raised his hands helplessly. "All right, if you say so, I won't say it next time." With that, Tendo immediately walked towards the training room exit, clearly intending to take a break. However, as he walked, he secretly counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Wait a moment. Before Tendo could exit the training room, Chen Xing's voice called out from behind him, stopping him. Tendo turned around, perplexed, asking, "What is it now, my dear Miss Chen Xing? I've been training all day, I'm utterly exhausted. Can you please just say what you need to say all at once?" Facing Tendo's teasing, Chen Xing, whose thoughts had been exposed, could no longer maintain her usual aloofness and dominance. Her cheeks even visibly reddened, creating a complete contrast. Fortunately, her karma flames were already dark red, so this change wasn't very noticeable. Tendo looked at the suddenly awkward atmosphere around them and finally sighed. All right, I'll play with you a bit more then. However, Tendo walked to a spot in the arena and suddenly stopped. He waved his hand, drawing a circle with a diameter of only 1 meter around himself, then looked up at Qin Xing, who was not far away. Xing, let's change how we play this time. I won't attack you, nor will I leave this area. And if you can force me out of this spot within 3 minutes, then I lose. How about it? Hearing Tendo's incredibly arrogant words, Chen Kong, who was watching from a distance, was stunned. Based on his understanding of his sister, she should absolutely not accept such a clearly disdainful gesture from Tendo. But to Chen Kong's surprise, Qin Xing not only readily agreed to Tendo's new game but also showed no hint of dissatisfaction throughout the process. It was as if, to her, Tendo's actions were not an insult but a disguised form of fairness. However, as Qin Xing walked towards Tendo, passing by Chen Kong, she suddenly spoke coldly. Watch closely, Kong, because you will soon see the true gap between us and the monster. And that gap is truly despair-inducing. Chen Kong's mouth opened, but he ultimately couldn't voice the words in his heart. Because he felt that no matter how strong Tendo was, they were still peers. With a restricted range of movement and unable to retaliate at all, could he truly win this game? His opponent, after all, was none other than his incredibly powerful sister, Qin Xing, in his eyes. But looking at Qin Xing's utterly serious expression, and Tendo's relaxed face in the distance, Chen Kong couldn't shake the feeling that events might indeed unfold as his sister, Qin Xing, had said, far exceeding his expectations. And he wondered if it was just his imagination. Looking at Tendo, who stood casually in the circle, appearing harmless, Chen Kong felt the surrounding environment continuously blur, and Tendo's figure seemed to be constantly growing, until he became someone who could only be looked up to. This scene felt as if he wasn't looking at a peer at all but at a terrifying, unreachable, humanoid monster. In a daze, Chen Kong suddenly recalled what Qin Xing had just said to him. It's never the star essence that's strong, it's Tendo. Thinking this, Chen Kong immediately shook his head to clear his mind. Then, he looked at Tendo and Qin Xing in the arena, his expression incredibly serious. At this moment, he desperately wanted to know how strong the monster his sister spoke of truly was. At the same time, he also wanted to know how despairingly vast the gap was between himself and others, and this monster. And the answer to all of this would soon be revealed before his eyes. Chapter 26, I once looked up to you, but I won't let myself always look up to you. What is a true genius? Qin Xing once was, in the words of countless people, a genius. The admiration of neighbors, the praise of teachers, the care of her parents. Before coming to Ember, Qin Xing's life was like a fairy tale princess, everything was so beautiful, until the beast tide appeared. The disappearance of her parents, her brother's cries, the ferocity of the exotic beasts. This series of upheavals instantly plunged Qin Xing's life from heaven to hell. And just as only the weak complain about their environment while the strong always adapt to, and even change it, Qin Xing, though she hadn't yet met the Ember organization nor undergone Star Core surgery, still relied on her exceptional combat talent and strong survival instincts. She, along with Qin Kong, her helpless younger brother who only cried when things went wrong, endured the most dangerous 3 months after the beast tide arrived. However, under the baptism of this cruel environment, Qin Xing's personality underwent an earth-shattering change. Her former innocence and gentleness had long disappeared, replaced by a maturity far beyond her age and endless indifference. It was under such circumstances that Qin Xing unexpectedly encountered Tendo, who was also struggling to survive in the ruins at the time. It was a cold, dark night. Qin Xing, having exhausted her supplies, was forced to leave their safe small house after settling Chen Kong. She ventured alone to the nearest supermarket, risking her life to search for precious and scarce supplies scattered in the ruins. During this process, she not only had to guard against exotic beasts with bizarre abilities and fierce strength but also against other disaster victims who, like her, had luckily survived the beast tide. After all, starving disaster victims would do anything, dare anything, and would do anything. This included pointing a knife at a defenseless, half-grown child like her. Late at night, inside a supermarket in the aftermath of the disaster, young Qin Xing, bent over, moved slowly between the crooked shelves of various goods. Her movements were very cautious. Before each step, she carefully checked the debris on the ground, including the scattered fragments of broken glass, fearing to make the slightest sound that might attract the attention of nearby exotic beasts. But just as Qinxing finally found a dusty can under a collapsed shelf, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded from behind her. "Hey, are you very hungry?" The sudden voice not only startled Qinxing but also instantly sent her heart into her throat. She quickly looked in the direction of the voice, gripping the small knife in her right hand, her face wary. By the faint moonlight from outside the supermarket, Qinxing soon saw the owner of the voice. In a corner not far from the supermarket, a silver-haired child of similar age to her was sitting cross-legged on the corpse of a large spider, looking at her with a curious expression. This boy was none other than the future Tendo Simei. However, at this time, Qinxing did not yet know Tendo's name, nor whether his appearance was good or bad. So, when faced with Tendo's question, young Qinxing not only did not answer but instead showed a fierce expression, as if trying to scare away the unfamiliar Tendo in this way. But Tendo paid no mind to her feigned fierceness. He pulled out the small knife stuck in the giant spider's compound eye, then leaped down. "Here." After landing, Tendo took out a can of fruit from his small satchel and, completely unguarded, handed it to Qinxing. Seeing this, Qinxing was stunned. She stared blankly at the fruit can Tendo offered, momentarily unsure whether to reach out and take it. Her reaction, however, caused Tendo to misunderstand. "Don't like this." Tendo withdrew the fruit can, then rummaged through his bag again. A moment later, Tendo took out a bag of plastic-wrapped beef jerky and offered it again. "Is this okay?" Looking at the precious food Tendo offered, Qinxing, who had been in a daze, finally regained her senses. She looked at Tendo with a complex expression and asked, "Why are you giving it to me?" Facing this question, Tendo's answer surprised her. "Oh, nothing. I just really like your eyes. So I thought I'd help you." "You really like my eyes?" Although Tendo's answer was a bit whimsical, the clever Qinxing understood his meaning in an instant. He was saying that she hadn't, like other disaster victims, abandoned her human dignity for survival, still diligently upholding the bottom line of being human. And Tendo's sudden recognition and kindness, combined with Qinxing's long-accumulated pressure and unspoken suffering, inadvertently broke through her already shaky psychological defenses like a bursting dam. So much so that even though she was facing Tendo, a stranger she had never met, the strong Qinxing suddenly began to quietly sob. But her crying immediately made Tendo, who was not good at interacting with girls, utterly flustered. Looking at Qinxing, who was biting her arm and weeping incessantly, Tendo quickly took out a packet of tissues from his bag and handed it to her. A moment later, Qinxing, wiping away her tears, lowered her head, blushing, and softly said, "Thank you." Hearing this, Tendo awkwardly scratched his cheek. It's nothing." After Tendo finished speaking, the two immediately fell into a brief silence. Perhaps feeling the atmosphere was too heavy, Tendo immediately pointed at the large spider behind him, actively changing the subject. "Well, if you come to a place like this again next time, be sure to pay attention to whether there are other exotic beasts around. Because if there aren't, it means this place has likely been occupied by some exotic beast or adult, and you need to be extra careful. Otherwise, you might, like today, inadvertently step into someone's trap." With that, Tendo, who was not good at interacting with girls, immediately slung his small backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the supermarket. After all, Tendo couldn't stand the toe-curlingly awkward atmosphere inside the supermarket for another second. But just as Tendo was about to leave, Qinxing suddenly called out to him. What's your name?" Tendo, who had reached the door, waved his hand at Qinxing with his back turned. Tendo Simei." With that, Tendo disappeared into the ruins of the night, and was soon gone. Looking at Tendo's retreating back, Qinxing, clutching the beef jerky he had given her, silently etched the name, Tendo Simei, firmly into her heart. In the period that followed, Qinxing returned to this abandoned supermarket many times, hoping to meet Tendo again, to express her gratitude to him in person, and to tell him her name. But she tried many times, yet never managed to meet Tendo again. This made Qinxing sad for a long time. She thought Tendo might have died in the mouth of some unknown exotic beast, or at the hands of some vicious adults. It wasn't until she was unexpectedly found by the Ember organization and brought to the base along with Qin Kong that she unexpectedly saw the person she thought she would never see again. However, contrary to Qinxing's expectations, Tendo not only did not show the warmth she had imagined at her appearance but was also very distant. It was as if, to Tendo, they were merely strangers who had never met. Yet, he had personally said he liked her eyes. The immense disparity, and a complex emotion that even Qinxing herself couldn't pinpoint, made her ultimately abandon the idea of telling Tendo about that day. Because her pride refused to admit that she was just an ordinary passerby in Tendo's life. Nor would she admit that the person she wanted to meet again had long forgotten her. And it was from the day on that Qinxing began her fierce competition with Tendo. Although to outsiders, this was merely a display of her unwillingness to admit defeat, only Qinxing knew that her reason for doing so was never truly to compete with Tendo for superiority. Rather, she wanted to use this method to make Tendo understand one thing, that she, Qinxing, was absolutely not an irrelevant stranger in his eyes. After all, perhaps she hadn't mattered to Tendo in the past. But in the future, in Tendo's eyes, she must exist. In the Ember Organization's training room, Qinxing, pulling her thoughts back from her memories, looked up at Tendo, who stood in the circle, and said with a firm voice, "Tendo, I once looked up to you, but I won't let myself always look up to you, because humans never look back." Huh. Hearing Qinxing's serious yet inexplicable words, Tendo's sunglasses tilted askew in surprise. "No, if we're fighting, we're fighting. What are you rambling about? Also, aren't we just sparring? What's with that resentful expression that could easily be misunderstood? Do you want to add more drama too?" Unlike Tendo, who was caught in the moment, Caroline, upon hearing this, first looked at the serious-faced Qinxing, then turned to look at the bewildered Tendo, seemingly vaguely understanding something. Then, she unexpectedly looked at Qinxing, her eyes suddenly becoming somewhat dangerous. It was as if, in her eyes, Qinxing was no longer a training partner but a powerful enemy who needed to be taken seriously. However, Qinxing in the arena was unaware of all this. Because in her eyes, from beginning to end, there was only Tendo. Chapter 27, A Girl's Heart. Sometimes more dangerous than a star beast. Facing Qinxing's sudden declaration of victory, Tendo still couldn't grasp the meaning of her words. However, after some thought, he did manage to figure out one thing: Qinxing, right now, harbored a great deal of resentment towards him, a very great deal. As for the source of this resentment, Tendo speculated it was because Qinxing had been suppressed by him for the past 2 years. After all, if it weren't for him, the position of Star's pinnacle would have always belonged to her. Thinking this, Tendo immediately said with a serious expression, "Xing, I have to say a few words to you here. My achievements today are 99% talent plus 1%. Shut up." Before Tendo could finish speaking, Qinxing suddenly interrupted him. At the same time, a bloody glow suddenly appeared in Qinxing's crimson eyes, her gaze shifting from resentment to anger. "Tendo, so, even now, you still think I'm just desperately trying to catch up to you? Huh?" Tendo looked at Qinxing with a confused expression, his mind completely blank. He had no idea what Qinxing was talking about. Before Tendo could even ask Qinxing for the reason, Caroline, who was not far away, suddenly spoke up out of the blue. "Idiot." Tendo turned to look at Caroline. Though she was feigning seriousness, constantly fiddling with her tactical tablet, her drooping cat ears had quietly perked up. This was a unique behavior that only occurred when Caroline was feeling guilty. Thinking this, Tendo immediately said, displeased, "Caroline, why are you suddenly calling me an idiot for no reason?" Faced with Tendo's interrogation, Caroline, unaware that she had already exposed herself, simply pretended not to hear him, continuing to work with her head down. Tendo was utterly speechless watching Caroline still deluding herself. "No way, have you two formed a secret group chat behind my back? Otherwise, why can't I understand a single word you're saying?" For no reason, Tendo suddenly recalled something Yun Meng had once said to him. "Little Tendo, a girl's heart, can sometimes be even more dangerous than a star beast." He hadn't understood what that meant before. But now, he understood. Because a star beast's heart, how could it be as hard to guess as a girl's heart? Thinking this, Tendo simply threw caution to the wind. If he couldn't guess it, then he wouldn't. "Xing, stop with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then I'm off to the cafeteria to eat. Don't waste my time." Hearing Tendo's words, Qinxing wasted no time. Her demon blade, blood flame, unsheathed with a clang. Qinxing's red hair danced wildly in the heatwave, and the karma flames entwined around the blade twisted the very air. Chen Kong, from a distance, instinctively took half a step back to avoid the fiercely approaching heatwave. He stared at Qinxing in shock, seemingly re-evaluating his sister. Just 3 days ago, Qinxing could only ignite flames by using her own blood. But now, she no longer needed blood as a conduit. And because of the extremely high compatibility between her star core, blood flame, and star essence, red lotus karma flames, Qinxing had achieved a very high degree of development with it, even though she had only obtained this star essence a mere 3 days ago. She could perfectly integrate it into her original transcendent system. Boom. Chen Xing's figure transformed into a crimson meteor, dragging her blade as she instantly appeared before Tendo, delivering a cleaving strike. This strike was so fast that even its afterimage didn't have time to dissipate, and the ground where the blade had passed before was melted into deep trenches. However, Tendo's reaction to this fierce strike was very relaxed. Having obtained vector control, the opponents he feared least were natural type and melee type opponents like Chen Xing. After all, both of these were perfectly countered by his vector control. Clink. Tendo lightly raised his right hand. The moment his fingertip touched Chen Xing's blade, the wild flames covering the blade suddenly obediently diverted, as if easily brushed aside by an invisible hand. Not only that, but Chen Xing, who was holding the blade with one hand, seemed to be pulled by some terrifying force during this process. Her body suddenly pitched in the direction the blade deflected, clearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Chen Xing was indeed the strongest person beneath Tendo. Just as most of her body was about to hit the ground, her left hand quickly braced against the ground, and her right hand, holding the blade, swung out again. She completed a sweeping motion with astonishing flexibility. The blood flame demon blade in her hand drew a perfect arc, aiming directly for Tendo's ankle. However, Tendo chuckled at this strike, then precisely kicked the back of the blade with the tip of his shoe. This kick also produced an effect similar to twisting Chen Xing's power earlier, causing Chen Xing's grip on the blade to involuntarily loosen, and her weapon slip from her hand. If it were a normal battle, Tendo could have already attacked Chen Xing, who was now unarmed. But because of their earlier agreement, Tendo could only watch as Chen Xing performed a flip, caught the demon blade's hilt as it fell from the air, and attacked him again. However, under the absolute disparity in strength and the star essence counter-effect, Chen Xing, who currently only had melee and flame techniques, was completely helpless against Tendo, who possessed vector control. Her proud flame damage was utterly useless in the face of Tendo's vector control. As for swordsmanship, although Chen Xing's swordsmanship was good, Tendo, with his stellar Eclipse Eye, could perfectly counter all of her swordsmanship techniques. This pair of eyes allowed Tendo to perfectly predict all of Chen Xing's movements within the next second. Her star essence was countered, her base stats were countered, and even her swordsmanship was suppressed. It could be said that although Chen Xing's strength was unparalleled among everyone except Tendo, Tendo found fighting her much easier than fighting anyone else. There was nothing she could do, after all. His vector system inherently countered melee natural types like Chen Xing. Under this absolute suppression and absolute counter, even though Chen Xing's strength had made significant progress, she still failed to force Tendo out of that small circle, only a meter in diameter, within the 3-minute time frame. Because every time Chen Xing attacked, Tendo could effortlessly deflect the flames covering her blade. And the force on the blade would always rebound in a strange way. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that Tendo could anticipate and respond to every one of Chen Xing's moves in advance, as if it wasn't Tendo fighting her, but her future self. Under such absolute suppression, the 3 minutes quickly ran out. Time's up. Seeing that the time was almost up, Caroline, from a distance, suddenly announced the end of the game. Hearing her words, Chen Xing abruptly extinguished the flames around her body and coldly sheathed her demon blade. "Xing, it seems this time, I won again," Tendo said, smiling, looking at the expressionless Chen Xing. However, to his surprise, facing his provocation, Chen Xing, who would usually flare up and argue with him, now strangely fell silent, not uttering a word. She calmly turned and left the training room, leaving a bewildered Tendo standing there. Watching her retreating figure, Tendo couldn't help but ask Caroline, who was nearby, "Caroline, was Xing so disheartened by me that she doesn't even want to speak?" Seeing that Tendo still hadn't figured out what Chen Xing was angry about, Caroline immediately gave an answer that Tendo completely couldn't understand. "Nothing. She's not disheartened, she just thinks there's nothing worth saying to a block of wood." Amidst Tendo's flurry of question marks, Caroline, for some reason, also actively left the training room. Watching these two successive riddle-tellers depart, Tendo, for the first time, felt his brain was a bit inadequate. Thinking this, he looked at Chen Kong, who was also looking dazed nearby, and asked, "Kong, do you know what they mean?" Chen Kong thought for a moment, then apologetically shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand either. "I see you're also a blockhead. You can't even figure this out. What good are you?" With that, Tendo ignored Chen Kong's bewildered expression and hurried off to the cafeteria to eat. Chapter 28, just looking at his sitting posture, you know he's terribly strong. Real World, Station 13, 8 p.m. First. New week, new beginning. protect the best stars in the world. After waiting for a full week, the 5th episode of Prequel of the Stars, Embers finally premiered amidst the anticipation of countless fans. After the groundwork laid in the previous 4 episodes, the audience now had less animosity towards Chen Kong, the formerly frustrating protagonist of the anime. After all, in the previous 4th episode, Chen Kong, through his performance, proved his worth as a weakling. This had completely reversed the originally one-sided negative public opinion he faced. With Chen Kong no longer the sole flaw in the first 4 episodes, Prequel of the Stars, Embers, already a high-production, heavily promoted series, naturally generated considerable buzz on Station 13. The number of fans surged. The content of the 5th episode seamlessly followed the conclusion of the final assessment. The story began with protagonist Chen Kong, severely injured after the final assessment, being confined in a recovery pod. Watching Chen Kong, completely naked and covered in various instruments, on screen, the bullet comments not only showed no sympathy but instead laughed in a rather inhumane way. What recovery pod? This is clearly a big fish tank. So white. Doctor, please move aside, you're blocking the crucial spot. Amidst the bullet comments teasing, the Ember doctor on screen began to introduce Chen Kong's condition. Though he spoke a lot, it could be summed up in a few words: nothing serious, he'll wake up in a few days. Even if the doctor hadn't said anything, the audience knew Chen Kong wouldn't be in serious trouble. After all, if Chen Kong could be in serious trouble, how would the anime's plot progress? It couldn't possibly be a protagonist-less Children of Stars story, could it? If that were truly the case, then that would be fantastic. Although a small portion of the audience desperately hoped that Chen Kong would remain confined in the recovery pod forever and never be released, the production team clearly wouldn't grant this wish. So, quickly, the anime's camera shifted focus to the legs of the unnamed male doctor in the recovery room, following him as he moved. As the unnamed male doctor passed Chen Kong's recovery pod, the anime scene instantly switched from the recovery room to the Ember Organization's conference room. Immediately after, the focal character of the camera also changed from the male doctor to Yun Meng, who walked into the conference room, creating a seamless scene transition. Gazing at the black-stockinged legs that suddenly entered the screen, the bullet comments attitude instantly performed a complete 180-degree turn. Slurp, slurp. Top tier, premium goods. In accordance with the porridge ceremony, I told you this was a cooking anime. Amidst the bullet comments revelry, the anime's camera slowly moved upwards along Yun Meng's black stockings. This clever camera language immediately caused some viewers in front of their screens to breathe rapidly. Even their bodies, sitting in front of their computers, unconsciously bent into a shrimp chip shape, almost pressing their eyes against the screen. However, to their disappointment, Prequel of the Stars, Embers, being rated for ages 12+, ultimately did not show the R-rated content they had imagined. As the anime's camera finally stopped at Yun Meng's knees, the camera's direction began to shift, ultimately aiming at the 11 children of stars around the conference table from a bottom-up perspective. Under the dimly lit conference room lights, these individuals were still young. Yet, their faces, half hidden and half revealed in the interplay of light and shadow, still conveyed an inexplicable sense of pressure. At the far end of the conference table, a seated figure presented a stark contrast to the standing children of stars around him. Tendo sat alone at the head seat, leaning back in his high-backed chair, arms crossed, legs casually crossed, and a relaxed expression. A classic, Navy Admiral, sitting posture. This frozen frame seemed as if the production team was deliberately using unique camera language to tell everyone that the 10 standing children of stars were merely there to highlight Tendo, the king among them. After all, only a king doesn't need to bow to anyone. Wow. Just by looking at his sitting posture, you know this man is terrifyingly strong. Is this really not the protagonist? Such a cool sitting posture. Tendo, you bastard. They say a person can't stay cool for more than 3 seconds. Before the audience could recover from Tendo's domineering sitting posture, Yun Meng, passing by Tendo, gave him a light tap on the back of his head. At least pretend a little, you have no manners. Sister Yun, my injury isn't healed yet, so I can't move around much. Suit yourself, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Watching Tendo, who was a king 1 second and clutching his head in defense the next, the bullet comments were immediately amused. In fact, if someone else were to tap Tendo, that tap might very well have ruined the powerful composition the production team had meticulously crafted for Tendo. But when the one tapping him was Yun Meng, the result was completely different. Through Tendo's previous flashback, the audience already understood her relationship with Tendo was not that of biological siblings, but stronger than that of biological siblings. Therefore, the older sister tapping her younger brother not only wouldn't damage Tendo's image as a strong person in the audience's hearts but would also give them a strange sense of familiarity. Ha ha ha, Yun Meng, Tendo's natural enemy woman. Tendo, sis, there are a lot of people here, give me some face. I'm so envious that Tendo can be hit by Sister Yun like that. I also wish I had an older sister like that to hit me. Previous comment, you, never mind, blessings. Watching Tendo being completely handled by Yun Meng, the audience not only felt no sympathy but also piled on madly. A portion of viewers with peculiar preferences seemed to activate a hidden attribute, frantically saying they wanted to be hit in Tendo's place. This perfectly exemplified the diversity of human nature. After a wave of bullet comment revelry, the doctor began to state the purpose of their gathering, and why Tendo was left alone. He produced the 2 star essence cubes for Tendo to choose from. One was imagination, and the other was vector control. And as the audience expected, despite the doctor's persuasion, Tendo ultimately and domineeringly chose vector control. Whether it's suitable or not, it's not for others to say. The imagination that can only forever hide behind others' shadows does not conform to the personality of me, Tendo Simei. I, Tendo Simei, either do nothing, or if I do, I will be the strongest. So, doctor, I think this vector control is very suitable for me. As Tendo absorbed the vector control star essence into his body, the 5th episode prequel of the Stars, Embers was already halfway through. After a black screen transition, the 5th episode scene returned to the protagonist, Chen Kong, in the recovery room. However, this time, it was already the 3rd day after the final assessment. Chapter 29, The Child of the Meta. When the screen for episode 5 switched back to the protagonist, Chen Kong, the production team of Stars deliberately used Chen Kong's first-person perspective to tell this part of the story, aiming to maximize viewer immersion. Through Chen Kong's eyes, the audience quickly learned about the events of the past 3 days from the surrounding medical staff. They discovered that 11 children of Stars had now acquired star essences suited for them, including Tendo, the strongest among Stars. Upon learning this, Chen Kong, unable to contain his curiosity, headed to the Ember organization's training base around noon, accompanied by a medical staff member. He was eager to see what kind of marvelous chemical reactions would occur when the children of Stars obtained their star essences. Naturally, the audience watching the 5th episode of prequel of the Stars, Embers was equally curious. Soon, as Chen Kong entered the training room, he immediately encountered the first dual star of the series, Jing Liuli, ranked number 3 among the students, possessing both the Star Core, Eternal Night Phantom Butterfly, and the Star Essence, Daydream. Watching Jing Liuli on screen, able to slack off by sleeping while communicating normally with others without hindrance, the audience was stunned. No way, I've seen people lie with their eyes open, but I've never seen someone speak the truth with their eyes closed. Coach, I want to learn this. Coach, learn. What are you learning? I can't even do it. Just as the audience wondered what star essence Jing Liuli, the laziest among stars, had obtained, Chen Xing appeared just in time, providing the answer to the audience. Good heavens, star essence, Daydream. This lazy fish, Liuli, really hit the jackpot. Child, don't sleep anymore, you've worked hard enough, hurry up and eat. Others cultivate through effort, Liuli cultivates through daydreaming. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Perhaps sensing the audience's envy, jealousy, and disdain from beyond the screen, the queenly Chen Xing immediately reached out with a strong attitude to demand sweet dream candies from Jing Liuli, clearly not wanting her to have it too easy. After all, everyone else was living intensely, so why was this fellow living like she was on vacation? Get to work, you must get to work too. But to the audience's great surprise, Jing Liuli, who would usually enter a state of stress just hearing the name Chen Xing, this time uncharacteristically, defied the heavens. She not only firmly rejected Chen Xing's request but also stated that Chen Xing was just trying to freeload and she wouldn't give them to her. However, just like how Tendo couldn't maintain his coolness for more than 3 seconds earlier, Liuli, this time, also couldn't maintain her defiance for more than 3 seconds. On screen, Jing Liuli, who had just uttered harsh words, was immediately effortlessly lifted by Chen Xing like a kitten and vigorously shaken. Before long, numerous colorful candies fell out of her loose pajamas. This amusing scene immediately made the audience burst out laughing. Liuli the lazy fish king, encountered Chen Xing the great workaholic king, tried my best but couldn't win. I finally understand why Liuli is so afraid of Chen Xing. After all, workaholics are the natural enemy of lazy people. Stop shaking, the child's going to throw up if you keep shaking her. Watching Liuli once again getting put in her place by Qinxing, the audience not only didn't feel sympathy but also thought Qinxing did a great job. There was nothing they could do, Jing Liuli's life was just too comfortable. So much so that the audience felt that if they didn't put more pressure on her, she would just muddle through another episode. Was that reasonable? Of course not. However, even a desperate lazy fish will flip. Seeing Qinxing bullying her again, even a lazy fish like Jing Liuli finally got a little anxious. Just one. Counting the few from the past 2 days, I'll pay you back with the organization's after-dinner desserts later. Liar. Didn't you lose all your after-dinner desserts to Tendo? What are you going to pay me back with? Watching Qinxing, speechless and embarrassed for a moment, the audience, who loved drama, completely burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Qinxing, so you have a day like this too. Wow, our Jing Bao finally made it big. She actually counterattacked with a lazy fish stab. Bringing me something you don't have, Lord Xing truly has a great official presence. 9-rank Sesame official Qinxing, who dares to accuse this official in court. Faced with Jing Liuli's questioning, Qinxing couldn't respond for a long time. Fortunately, Chen Kong came to the rescue in time, making up for Qinxing's previous sweet dream candy debt to Liuli with his week's worth of after-dinner desserts. A typical case of a sister's debt paid by her brother. Just as the audience wondered why Qinxing wanted these sweet dream candies, the entire training base suddenly experienced a violent tremor. When the tremor ended, Chen Kong asked, still shaken, "Sis, what was that just now? Did someone suddenly attack the base?" Facing this question, Qinxing remained silent, but Jing Liuli, without any reservations, gave the answer, "It's nothing. It's probably just Tendo experimenting with his star essence again. Totally normal." Huh. Chen Kong looked shocked, and equally shocked were the viewers outside the screen. After all, with such a massive commotion just now, they found it hard to imagine it was something a human could cause. Is Tendo's star essence very powerful? Otherwise, why would it cause such a big stir? Facing Chen Kong's question, before Jing Liuli could speak, Qinxing was one step ahead and provided the answer. Kong, it's never the star essence that's strong, it's Tendo. Because if it weren't for Tendo, I really can't imagine who could develop the kind of star essence to this extent. Let's go. Since you want to see, I'll let you see. Anyway, Tendo doesn't care if people know the effects of his star essence. Because he said 3 days ago that only the weak constantly worry about being targeted and live cautiously. A true strong person must have the confidence of being unrivaled, above and below the heavens. Therefore, even if his star essence ability becomes common knowledge, he won't care at all. Because he, Tendo Simei, fears no challenge from anyone. Those words, they really fit Tendo Ge's personality. As Qinxing led Chen Kong towards Tendo's private training room, the content of episode 5 of Prequel of the Stars, Embers officially concluded. Although this episode didn't feature any particularly explosive plot points, whether it was Yunmeng's fan service stockings at the beginning, Tendo's kingly posture in the middle, or the ultimate rivalry between Qinxing and Jing Liuli, it all allowed the audience to find unique satisfaction and joy in this peaceful daily life. After all, people can't always be tense, and this applies even to watching a series. Therefore, appropriate relaxation and relief can actually enrich the content of the anime. On this point, Prequel of the Stars, Embers clearly understood the concept of alternating tension and relaxation. However, at the end of episode 5, the audience still received a relatively crucial piece of information. Tendo, already the widely recognized ceiling of combat power, had now received another epic enhancement, effectively becoming truly inhuman. Holy moly, after 3 days, Tendo, the child of the meta, has been strengthened again. Tendo Simei, the men among men, the male among males. The dominator of men, the ruler of men, the lord of men, the terminator of men, the king, the master, the male god, the emperor, the demon king, the overwhelming man. It's never the star essence that's strong, it's Tendo. Tendo, you truly are a terrifying fellow. Tendo, you adapt to the meta, and I am the meta. Amidst the audience's curiosity and anticipation, they decisively clicked on the 6th episode of Prequel of the Stars, Embers. They desperately wanted to know just how terrifyingly strong the current child of the meta, Tendo, had become. However, amidst the barrage of bullet comments speculating on Tendo's strength, one comment raised a question that had been overlooked. Didn't you guys notice that lazy fish, Liuli, somehow muddled through another episode? Chapter 30, Chen Xing's Flashback, A Hymn to Courage. Episode 6 of Prequel of the Stars, Embers. Boom. Episode 6 opens with Tendo attacking the superalloy test column with his star energy art, Dark Azure. Although the crater left by Dark Azure on the superalloy test column wasn't particularly world-shattering, the vibrating test column could now make the entire training room noticeably shake. This alone demonstrated how terrifying Tendo's strike was, and how remarkably unordinary the seemingly ordinary superalloy test column actually was. Through this scene, the audience finally understood what the earthquake Chen Kong and others felt outside was all about. So, I can only reach a maximum of 10 times the rotation speed right now. Caroline, how was it? Did you record the star energy values of that last strike? Star energy reading 1900, impact force equivalent to a level 2 novice. But your energy utilization rate is only 95%, meaning this is pretty much your current limit. Tendo, I personally believe you can stop here for now. After all, that 5% utilization rate isn't worth you spending a lot of time improving, the gain is too low. Only 1900. Through the dialogue between Tendo and Caroline, the audience finally understood Tendo's current level among the children of stars. Having a star essence and a base star energy value of 100 points was the standard for a level 1 star envoy. The current Tendo was not only a bona fide level 1 star envoy, but his level 1 star envoy attack had even reached the level comparable to a level 2 star envoy. For the other children of stars, who generally hovered around level 1, Tendo was undoubtedly 2 full versions ahead of them. Yet, despite this, Tendo on screen was still not satisfied, showing a clear expression of regret. This kind of humble bragging undoubtedly left the audience completely stunned. No way, you're already 2 versions ahead of everyone else, and you still think it's not enough. Tendo, what exactly do you want to do? Please stop, King of Men, you cannot advance any further. Any further, and that's the realm of the gods. Facing Tendo, who was still striving for perfection, the audience was completely awestruck. Gifted and hard-working, it's no wonder he's the strongest. Not long after Tendo temporarily stopped his training, the training room door opened. Seeing the Chen Xing siblings enter his training room, Tendo immediately greeted them with a smile. However, just as he had been depicted in previous episodes, Tendo was a man perfect in every way except his personality. Because often, Tendo could speak politely, but he chose not to, he simply loved to poke at sensitive topics. Xing, look at your brother's recovery. Not even a single scar on his body. Now look at you, insisting on keeping that scar on your arm, and even calling it a reminder to push yourself harder. If you ask me, you're just living too comfortably, enjoying suffering for no reason. Otherwise, why would a normal person refuse scarless surgery and insist on one that leaves a scar? Are you sick? Faced with Tendo's teasing, Chen Xing never tolerated it and immediately retorted domineeringly. Not only that, she even used her newly acquired star essence ability, Red Lotus Karma Flames. For a moment, under the deliberate rendering by the production team, even through the screen, the audience clearly felt the astonishing destructive power of Red Lotus Karma Flames. But facing Chen Xing's extraordinarily terrifying Red Lotus Karma Flames, Tendo casually brushed them aside. No way, you're already losing your cool. Are you not going to let anyone speak the truth? Watching Tendo effortlessly neutralize Chen Xing's attack, the audience once again gained a more intuitive understanding of his current power. After all, putting everything else aside, just the act of brushing away flames with bare hands was not something an ordinary person could do, let alone doing it as effortlessly as Tendo. One could only say that this man was terrifyingly strong. In the show, Chen Xing was not surprised by Tendo's casual neutralization of her attack. It was clear she had suffered similar setbacks before. Afterward, Tendo and Chen Xing, the bickering pair who always clashed when they met, after another round of everyday banter, concluded with Tendo preparing to go to the cafeteria to eat. However, before Tendo could get far, Chen Xing suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. What is it now, my dear Miss Chen Xing? I've been training all day, I'm utterly exhausted. Can you please just say what you need to say all at once? Tendo, fight me again. I want to see the gap between us. Huh? Again. Tendo, being forcibly asked to work overtime by Chen Xing, immediately expressed his reluctance. However, as the person who pampered Xing the most, he ultimately did not refuse Chen Xing's presumptuous request. But for this game, Tendo immediately proposed a new way to play. He waved his hand, drawing a circle with a diameter of only 1 meter around himself, indicating that he would remain within this circle. As long as Qinxing could force him out of the circle within 3 minutes, he would lose. Watching Tendo's forced but helpless demeanor, the CP fans were utterly thrilled. Lock them down, Tendo Xing must be locked down. Keep pampering her, you'll spoil her sooner or later. It's just a little game between husband and wife, look how excited you guys are, it's embarrassing. I'm excitedly wriggling like crazy. With the CP fans' expectant gazes, Qinxing immediately walked towards Tendo with a serious expression. However, as she passed by Kong, Qinxing suddenly spoke. Watch closely, Kong, because you will soon see the true gap between us and the monster. And that gap is truly despair-inducing. Some words are more impactful only when spoken by others. Hearing Qinxing herself state that there existed a chasm named despair between herself and Tendo, the audience's perception of Tendo's naturally strong persona became even more solidified. Because no power comparison is more convincing than the number 2 personally admitting that they are far inferior to the number 1. Qinxing, what exactly do you want to do? Without you, how will we resist the great demon king Tendo? It doesn't matter, it's normal for a wife to not be able to beat her husband, isn't it? You Tendo Xing shippers, don't go too far. Clearly, our Caroline is the true queen, you're the ones who should back off. Hey, queen. Laughable. Are there no Tendo Liuli shippers in the bullet comments? Tendo Liuli. Who's that stray from the roadside, go sit at the kids' table. Just as the CP factions were fiercely arguing about Tendo Xing versus Tendo Caroline, the scene in the show suddenly switched to Qinxing's childhood memories. Unlike Tendo's flashback earlier, Qinxing's flashback featured many childhood scenes. In these scenes, although Qinxing's parents' faces were blurred, it was still clear that Qinxing was living a very happy life at that time. But soon, this happiness disappeared. In the scene, Qinxing, wearing a paper crown, blew out the candles on her birthday cake with a smile. But with that single breath, the entire screen instantly began to show a large number of mosaic-like distortions. And this sudden screen tearing immediately gave the audience a bad premonition. Sure enough, as the screen became clear again, the warm and brightly lit little house that was once before Qinxing was gone. In its place was a dark, dusty, and dilapidated post-disaster room. Although Qinxing still stood in the same spot where she had blown out the candles, her clothes had changed from a cute and clean princess dress to a tattered short-sleeve shirt and shorts. In addition, the birthday cake that was originally placed in front of Qinxing had turned into a foul-smelling, expired piece of bread covered in flies. Watching Qinxing, who was in heaven 1 second and plunged into hell the next, everyone felt the production team's strong malice. This was the trace of a blade. Kong, you stay here. I'm going out to find some food for you. Don't run around. Oh okay, sis. Though equally young and equally in need of protection, Qinxing at that moment displayed a maturity and strength far beyond Kong. She settled her brother, then slung her backpack over her shoulder and, with unwavering resolve, ventured into the silent and dangerous urban ruins under the cover of night. This scene perfectly corresponded to what she had told Kong during the final assessment. Even if she knew the next step ahead was an abyss, she had to walk into it without hesitation, because there was no one in front of her. Qinxing was always proud, and the reason her pride never drew the audience's dislike was because her pride was never just talk. She would truly go to great lengths to overcome any mountain that stood before her, all for the sake of her inner pride. People might despise a hypocritical liar, but they would never slander a brave individual carrying a heavy burden forward. Because courage is humanity's greatest hymn. Meanwhile, Tendo, who was watching the 6th episode through a dimensional screen in his dorm, was also shaken by Qinxing in the scene, instinctively sitting up. This wasn't just because he hadn't expected the young Qinxing to already display such a strong side. It was also because the content of this 6th episode was something he had never seen in the original work before. In other words, with his unexpected appearance, the current prequel of The Stars, Embers, had taken the liberty of changing the plot again. And regarding the content of this flashback, Tendo knew nothing. Chapter 31, Special Item, Star-Binding Myriad Forms. Wow. So Qinxing and Tendo met when they were so young. So small and yet so cute. A fated encounter. In the Stars world, within the Ember organization's dormitory. Tendo watched the scene of his childhood self coincidentally meeting young Qinxing in the abandoned supermarket, his face filled with shock. He had absolutely no recollection of this moment. However, after only a brief moment, Tendo understood the reason. Without a doubt, the production team was adding lore for him. One must know that in the original Stars world, there was no character named Tendo Simei. Tendo had transmigrated into this world when he was 10 years old, which was 2 years prior, when he first arrived at the Ember base. He had absolutely no memories before this point. If it were a normal transmigration, Tendo would have assumed he simply lost his memories before the age of 10. But after acquiring the popularity system and realizing this was an anime world, Tendo immediately understood that this so-called amnesia was actually a special blank space. It was intended to be filled in with supplementary lore for him in the future. This was because Tendo had once asked the system what form the exclusive character backstory modification privilege of being the number one in popularity would take. The system's answer was that it would appear in a reasonable way that would not disrupt the world line. The only situation that could satisfy the system's explanation was Tendo's blank memories before the age of 10. Because only a blank canvas allows one to paint freely upon it without any abruptness. Although Tendo had long considered that as his popularity increased, the star's production team might take the liberty of adding some supplementary lore plots for him, he hadn't expected that these extra plots, used by the production team for supplementary lore, would even feature other star's characters. Wasn't this just digging a pure hole for him? After all, while he could use the popularity system to know some future plot points from the original work in advance, these plot points did not include the past that had never been revealed. For example, right now, Tendo had no idea that he had met Jinxing when he was a child. In an instant, Tendo felt the reality of the star's world. This place truly was a world where popularity reigned supreme. As long as the popularity was there, even if you weren't the protagonist, they would try their best to add plots that could boost your popularity, and even let some important supporting characters serve as stepping stones for you to climb higher. For instance, the current childhood encounter between Tendo and Jinxing. One was the current number 1 in popularity, the other number 2. Any fool would know that the childhood encounter between these two characters would undoubtedly fill the audience with anticipation. Thinking this, Tendo couldn't help but grumble, "No way, it's one thing for me to add scenes for myself, but why is even your production team starting to add scenes for me? Could it be that you want to heavily promote me and make me the face of Season 1's popularity? Is it really that pragmatic, where everything is purely based on popularity?" However, despite Tendo's grumbling, he had no real aversion to the production team's arrangements. Because their actions not only indirectly reinforced his persona as a natural-born strong person, but also greatly increased his screen time in Season 1. The production team gained the traffic they wanted, and he gained the popularity he wanted, a win-win. And through this flashback, as well as the previous flashback that only featured himself, Tendo had completely understood the principle of the exclusive character backstory modification privilege, and a huge hidden benefit it offered. If Tendo guessed correctly, once he used this privilege to add a top-tier mechanical type talent called overclock computation to himself, to make the appearance of this talent seem reasonable, the production team would inevitably arrange another exclusive flashback plot for him, just like now. This way, Tendo, by using this privilege, would not only gain a BUG-level mechanical type talent but also an additional, personal exclusive plot. Winning big, winning overwhelmingly. Thinking this, Tendo immediately closed the dimensional screen in front of him. Because with the end of his and Jinxing's flashback arc, the subsequent plot was the one-sided crushing minigame between him and Jinxing. Knowing this, Tendo didn't bother rewatching it. Because compared to that, he was more concerned about another matter right now. Name: Starbinding Myriad Forms. Type: Cultivation Item. Effect 1: Starbinding. When worn, it can suppress 1 star energy in exchange for higher cultivation efficiency, effective only for star energy values below 1000. Effect 2: Myriad Forms. Can freely determine the item's appearance, limited to everyday clothing. Price: 150,000 popularity points. Starbinding Myriad Forms was a special item Tendo had long since set his sights on. Although this item could not directly provide Tendo with an immediate increase in strength, it could greatly accelerate his cultivation speed, allowing him to reach the level 1 star envoy limit of over 900 points within 6 months. It was an indispensable part of his fireworks plan. You have consumed 150,000 popularity points and obtained the special item. Starbinding Myriad Forms. Item has been delivered via a reasonable method. Please check. Unlike the substitute bracelet that had previously appeared directly in his hand, the current Starbinding Myriad Forms was not directly transmitted to Tendo's hand from thin air but adopted a completely new method. Ding dong. Hearing a knock on the dorm door, Tendo immediately got up from his bed and opened it. The door opened to reveal a member of the Ember organization, carrying a special metal box, standing at his dorm entrance. This is... Tendo looked at the box in the other person's hands, a confused expression on his face. This is a gift the doctor specially asked me to deliver to you. He said it would be helpful for your star energy cultivation. Hearing this, Tendo instantly understood what was inside the box. So the reasonable method the system spoke of was actually this reasonable. Tendo thought to himself, feeling a surge of emotion, as he took the metal box from the other person's hand. Seeing his mission completed, the Ember organization member immediately turned and left without looking back, clearly just an emotionless delivery machine, a complete tool. Tendo carried the metal box back into his dorm and slowly opened it. Before long, a faintly glowing, silvery white fluid instantly came into Tendo's view. Special item, Starbinding Myriad Forms received. Enjoy your use. Looking at the silvery white fluid in the box, Tendo immediately placed his hand on it. In an instant, the silvery white fluid transformed according to Tendo's will into a black eye patch. Chapter 32, 3 months later. 3 months later, in the world of stars. Inside a gravity training room deep within the Emberglow base. Tendo sat alone, shirtless, in the center of the empty gravity room. Despite the gravity being 5 times the normal, Tendo breathed evenly and calmly, as if in a normal environment. Over the past 3 months, Tendo had visibly grown taller, and his physique had become noticeably more upright. Unlike his habit of always wearing small sunglasses 3 months prior, Tendo had now completely removed them, replacing them with a black eye mask. His persistence with eye-binding accessories wasn't due to any particular fondness for the style. It was purely because his stellar eclipse eyes, a unique vision that allowed him to see the flow of all star energy, while immensely helpful in combat, also significantly impacted his daily life. In the stars world, star energy was omnipresent, like air. Being able to see this star energy meant Tendo was constantly living in a painting world of complex and ever-changing colors. If he didn't want to be disoriented by these chaotic and dazzling star energy flow trajectories, he had to use some form of noise reduction. Sunglasses had been Tendo's chosen noise reducer. By wearing them, he could filter out some of the vibrant and glaring star energy colors, making his eyes and brain more comfortable. Otherwise, no normal person would wear sunglasses indoors. Tendo, the doctor asked me to call you. He has something to tell you. Caroline knocked on the glass window of the gravity room door and called out to Tendo inside. Hearing the voice from outside, Tendo immediately ended his training and let out a long sigh. Got it. Tendo stood up and walked directly into the shower room. A moment later, Tendo, now dressed, emerged from the gravity room. Wiping his wet hair with a towel, he asked Caroline, who was by the door, Caroline, did the doctor say what he needs me for? Caroline shook her head, indicating she didn't know the purpose of the doctor's summons. Seeing that Caroline couldn't give him the answer he wanted, Tendo decided not to press further. Let's go, take me to see the doctor. Okay. Soon, the two left the gravity room one after another. Not long after Tendo left, an ordinary-looking Emberglow organization member, who was in charge of the gravity room, instinctively looked at the timer outside Tendo's gravity room. The timer clearly displayed 18 hours. Staying in a 5 times gravity environment for 18 hours, Commander Tendo, you truly are a terrifying monster. After all, besides you, everyone else's gravity room time is measured in minutes. To be able to endure for so long under 5 times gravity, even without considering the development of your star source, your basic star energy value must be comparable to a seasoned first-tier star emissary. We absolutely cannot allow a monster like you to grow, otherwise, the association will be in trouble. Thinking this, the Emberglow member looked at the wristwatch on his arm and muttered to himself, I wonder how things are progressing with the association. If they don't act fast, these cunning guys might soon notice something amiss. And once it reaches that point, it won't be so easy to capture all of them in one fell swoop. In a meeting room at the Emberglow base. Doctor, you called for me. Yes. The doctor nodded, then gestured for Tendo and Caroline to sit down wherever they pleased, not to stand. Please wait a moment. Yunming and the others will be here soon. Once everyone arrives, I'll explain the upcoming arrangements. Upon hearing this, the calm and steady Caroline immediately sat primly on the meeting room sofa, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be a well-behaved child who adhered to organizational rules. In contrast, Tendo was somewhat unruly. He sat casually and scattered, and one hand was already rummaging through the fruit basket on the table, constantly making annoying noises. A typical case of hyperactivity. After careful selection, Tendo finally picked out what he wanted to eat from the fruit basket filled with snacks. Without any hesitation, he forcefully tore open the plastic packaging of the dried fruit with a snap and began to eat without a care in the world. Listening to the incessant noise, Caroline, who had endured it for a while, finally couldn't restrain herself. She glared disapprovingly at Tendo, whose mouth was full. She signaled for him to be serious, as a meeting was about to begin. However, Tendo, wearing his eye mask, clearly misunderstood. The glare didn't make him settle down. Instead, he even shook the dried fruit in his hand in front of Caroline, signaling for her not to just sit there, but to eat with him. After a moment's hesitation, Caroline took a piece of dried fruit and put it into her mouth, chewing it gently and politely with refined movements. Observing the dynamic between the two, the doctor, seated at the head of the conference table, waved his hand with a smile and said, "It's all right, Caroline, you don't need to be so reserved. After all, those fruit baskets were originally prepared specifically for Tendo. Because if Tendo doesn't eat something, he probably can't sit still for even 5 minutes." Hearing this, Tendo immediately acted as if he had received a decree, proudly saying, "See, Caroline. I told you the doctor wouldn't mind. You're usually too stiff. If you ask me, you should be more like me, relaxed and easygoing. That's how you live happily." As Tendo spoke, he childishly tossed a dried fruit into the air, opening his mouth to catch it. However, before the dried fruit could reach his mouth, a slender, fair hand appeared first, catching the dried fruit in midair. Little Tendo, eating snacks during a meeting. You're getting more and more undisciplined. Yunming pinched the dried fruit and, in front of Tendo, tossed it into her mouth. Feeling the unique sweetness in her mouth, Yunming's eyes immediately lit up. Then, regardless of Tendo's wishes, she directly snatched the remaining half-bag of high-grade dried fruit from his hand. Confiscated, confiscated. Pay attention to the meeting. Faced with Yunming's domineering behavior, Tendo strongly expressed his dissatisfaction. "No, Sister Yun, why are you snatching my snacks? The doctor allowed me to eat these. What's your snack? Since it's in my hands, it's mine. Can't you just get more from the fruit basket? But there's only this one bag of high-grade dried fruit in here. Where am I supposed to get more? Give it back. Give it back to you. When have you ever seen something that comes into my hands get returned? Get out of the way." Yunming held down Tendo's body as he tried to reach for the dried fruit, while quickly pouring the remaining dried fruit into her mouth, rapidly destroying the evidence. Watching Tendo bickering with Yunming, Chen Xing and Chen Kong, who had entered the meeting room with Yunming, had no choice but to find seats for themselves. As Yunming held up the snacks, single-handedly suppressing Tendo, the doctor spoke up in time. "All right, Yunming, Tendo, stop fooling around. Sit down and let's start the meeting." Hearing the doctor's words, Yunming immediately stuffed the completely empty dried fruit bag into Tendo's arms. "Here, take it, take it. It's just a bag of high-grade dried fruit. As if I cherish it so much, you cheapskate." Tendo looked at the empty dried fruit bag in his hand, feeling utterly exasperated. Yes, you don't cherish it, but can you explain where my almost half-full bag of high-grade dried fruit went? It couldn't have grown wings and flown away, could it? However, before Tendo could question Yunming about the mysterious disappearance of the high-grade dried fruit, the doctor, seated at the head of the table, first stated the purpose of calling everyone there. "Everyone, after these past few months of training, I believe you have all initially familiarized yourselves with your star sources and have, to a certain extent, mastered the techniques of dual stars. Your strength has made significant progress. However, constant training isn't necessarily a good thing for you. After all, some things can only truly be remembered through personal experience. Therefore, it's time for you to see the world outside the base. To see what that cruel world called reality truly looks like." Upon hearing this, all 4 stars' children, including Tendo, straightened their postures and sat upright. Having been at the base for almost 2.5 years, they truly hadn't seen the outside world for a long time. Among them, Tendo was the most curious about the outside. After all, he had been confined to the base since he arrived in this world. While he had gained some understanding of the world outside the base through reading the original work, seeing it and experiencing it firsthand were entirely different matters. Therefore, Tendo was naturally very eager to know what the outside stars world was truly like. Aside from his curiosity about the real world, the doctor's words also signified another very important matter for Tendo. That was, the final chapter of the first season of Prequel of the Stars, Embers was about to arrive. Based on Tendo's understanding of the original work, the plot immediately following this outing mission was the brutal battle that led to Emberglow's demise. However, unlike the original work's outing mission, which only involved the Qinqing siblings and Caroline, this outing mission included him, Commander Tendo. His addition, however, wouldn't affect the original mission plot. After all, this mission was essentially a carefully arranged simulated combat exercise by the Emberglow organization. Therefore, whether they succeeded or failed, it wouldn't actually affect the outcome of this mission. Emberglow organization personnel would be there to specifically handle the aftermath. So, more than the mission itself, Tendo was actually more concerned about another matter. That was Caroline's birthday, which happened to fall during the mission period. In the original work, to highlight Caroline's calm and mature nature as a mech-type star's child, even though she knew it was her birthday during the mission, she declined the Qinqing siblings' kind offer to hold a birthday party for her. But now that Tendo was also involved in this mission plot, he obviously wouldn't let Caroline do that. Because Tendo felt that a precious memory as significant as a birthday shouldn't be treated so casually by Caroline. After all, their remaining time together wasn't much. So, what special gift should I choose for Caroline? Tendo sat in his seat, deep in thought. Because this gift carried not only the surprise he would bring to Caroline but also the last beautiful memory he and Caroline would share in this first season. Chapter 33, New Feature, Advanced Screening. Wow. Is this the new Federation's modern metropolis? It really is different from outside. In the deep blue metropolis's port exit channel, Tendo pressed himself against the transparent protective barrier, his sunglasses slipped to the tip of his nose, and his pair of cyan eyes excitedly gazed at the magnificent spectacle outside. Coral-constructed skyscrapers refracted colorful halos under the sunlight. On the kelp-shaped three-dimensional traffic network, hover cars resembled jellyfish-like special vehicles. Even the surrounding sidewalks were paved with special seashells, hard yet aesthetically pleasing. All of this made Tendo feel as if he wasn't in a modern metropolis at all, but rather a peculiar, underwater world built on the sea. Just as Tendo was engrossed in the sight, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. "What's wrong, Caroline? Why are you suddenly pulling me?" Tendo turned his head in confusion, looking at Caroline beside him. Caroline had her head lowered, her cat ears twitching in embarrassment, as if she had something difficult to say. Before Caroline could explain, Tendo, who thought he had guessed her thoughts, immediately showed a look of sudden realization. "Oh, so you want to see too, huh? You should have said so earlier. Come, this angle is super awesome." At these words, Caroline froze instantly. She seemed to disbelieve that Tendo's thought process could be so peculiar. Just as she was about to speak directly and tell Tendo to mind his image and not make a fool of himself, a series of muffled laughs suddenly erupted around them. Several local girls, dressed in glowing jellyfish skirts, were pointing and giggling at Tendo and Caroline, who stood by the transparent barrier of the channel, covering their mouths. Other locals from Deep Blue Metropolis who had disembarked with them all wore expressions of pity, as if thinking, "Another country bumpkin." Seeing this scene, Tendo immediately understood why Caroline had pulled him. But to Caroline's great surprise, Tendo didn't care about their pointing and scorn at all. He ruffled Caroline's somewhat tense head and said nonchalantly, "No, Caroline, so after all this time, you just wanted me to pay attention to this. It's just the thoughts of a bunch of mediocrities, what's there to care about? Come, let's look at that big jellyfish together. Which genius designed this? To think of building a tower in the shape of a jellyfish, they must have so much life in them." Upon hearing Tendo's words, Caroline was momentarily stunned. Before she could ponder the meaning of Tendo's words, he pressed on her shoulder and led her to the edge of the huge transparent barrier. Following Tendo's pointing finger, Caroline quickly saw an exquisitely shaped, light blue tower that resembled a large jellyfish. Although Caroline had never been to Deep Blue Metropolis, according to the Deep Blue Travel Guide she had read on the ship earlier, this jellyfish-like tower was the iconic landmark of Deep Blue Metropolis's coastal district, the Deep Blue Pearl. It had the function of changing the color of its spire according to different weather conditions. Gazing at the Deep Blue Pearl, which was entirely light blue and uniquely shaped under the clear sky, Caroline's heart, which had been tense from her first long journey, slowly calmed down. She subtly glanced at the excited Tendo beside her, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Then, without a second thought, she joined Tendo in admiring the beautiful scenery outside the barrier. After all, just as Tendo had said, they were just a bunch of ignorant mediocrities, why should she care about their opinions? Just as Tendo wanted to see what other peculiar sights Deep Blue Metropolis held, his system suddenly sent a notification. Advanced screening function loaded. Real-time bullet comment function has been enabled for you. Advanced screening. Tendo looked at the suddenly updated system and immediately began to carefully read the description of this function. After a thorough review, he quickly understood what this so-called advanced screening was all about. For the 13-station fans in the real world, advanced screening was an exclusive privilege they received after subscribing to the website's premium membership. It allowed them to unlock 2 subsequent episodes of prequel of the Stars, Embers in advance. For Tendo in this reality, advanced screening was a form of live broadcast in an alternative sense. The difference was that in others' live broadcasts, the camera was always on them. Tendo's live broadcast, however, often wasn't focused on him. However, Tendo wasn't entirely without means to control this camera. He could obtain his exclusive camera by consuming popularity points. Exclusive camera can consume a certain amount of popularity points to obtain partial exclusive camera views. Price, 10,000 popularity points/minute, maximum 3 minutes per episode. Although the exclusive camera view cost 10,000 popularity points per minute, which was a bit expensive, if used well, the popularity points invested in the camera could potentially yield multiple returns. For Operation Master Tendo Simei, who loved to go all in, enjoyed going all in, and understood how to go all in, this was undoubtedly a very good and highly potential new feature, a gambler's delight, so to speak. Meanwhile, with the official launch of advanced screening, Tendo quickly saw the real-time bullet comments floating beside his vision. Undoubtedly, this meant that the current anime camera was focused on him and Caroline. Wow! They've unlocked a new map so quickly. The new map is so beautiful. The production team's budget exploded. Taking your wife to the aquarium. Tendo, you're truly a romantic man. So sweet. Tendo looked at the bullet comments scrolling before him, his eyes darted around, and he clearly thought of another mischievous idea to gain popularity. Come, Caroline, let's take a picture. Before Caroline could react, Tendo suddenly wrapped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her closer. Then, Tendo took out her phone from his pocket, skillfully unlocked the screen, and raised it, aiming the camera at himself and her. Click. As the phone's selfie shutter clicked, Caroline, finally coming to her senses, snatched her phone back and seriously examined the selfie of herself and Tendo. This inspection immediately made Caroline's expression turn awkward. In the selfie, her expression was bewildered, her eyes vacant, appearing utterly unintelligent, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. And it wouldn't have been so bad if she just looked bad, she could have just made a fool of herself with Tendo. But Tendo, that sly guy, had a trick up his sleeve. Not only did he deliberately strike a handsome pose when taking the picture, but even the angle of the shot was specially chosen. As a result, in this selfie, Tendo's virtual attractiveness increased by 1 point, and Caroline's virtually decreased by 1 point. Thinking this, Caroline, with her cat ears perked up, gritted her teeth and said, Tendo, if you're going to take a picture, fine, but why didn't you wait for me to get ready? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Tendo adjusted his sunglasses and said with a smile, what's the fun if you're ready? We want that sense of realism. Looking at Tendo's mischievous expression, Caroline knew he was messing with her. And so, Caroline, abandoning her usual composure and demureness, immediately slapped his arm hard. Realism, my foot. You're clearly just playing a prank. Whoa, Caroline, I disagree with that. I clearly made myself look handsome. What about me? You. Whatever. As long as you're in the shot, what's with all the demands? Commander Tendo. He fled, she chased, the two of them playfully bickering as they ran towards the outside of the channel. Because Tendo had deliberately lingered to enjoy the scenery, they had fallen quite a distance behind Yunming and the other two. They couldn't afford not to catch up quickly. And watching this interesting little interaction between Tendo and Caroline, the real-time bullet comments for the advanced screening immediately became lively. Wow. If they don't get married later, it's really hard to end this. Tendo-Caroline duo, scoring big again. Something's not right, I feel very uneasy. Isn't Stars a passionate combat anime? Why is it so sweet? It feels like there's a problem. Selfie. Do you think Tendo-Caroline will temporarily separate due to special reasons later, leading Caroline to only be able to look at their selfie and feel silently heartbroken? Damn it, are you a devil in front of me? Quickly retract that, don't let the production team see it. Don't mess this up. If they ruin this, I'll drop the anime. If the production team dares to break up Tendo-Caroline, I'll dare to send my blade to the production team. Chapter 34, You Are the Challenger. At the port's exit. Yunming watched Tendo and Caroline finally arrive after several minutes of waiting, unable to help but ask, "Little Tendo, Caroline, why are you so late?" Hearing this, Tendo's face didn't even blush as he argued, "Sister Yun, it's all because Caroline is so naive, she just had to drag me to get a good look at the big jellyfish in the distance. Otherwise, I would have been out much earlier." "Oh. Really?" Yunming looked at Tendo with a half-smile, clearly not believing his nonsense. After all, based on her understanding of Tendo, it would be good if even one out of his 10 sentences was reliable. Caroline, beside them, couldn't even be bothered to say much, simply rolling her eyes at Tendo. She didn't want to argue too much with a childish brat, it was beneath her. Meanwhile, watching Tendo spew lies the moment he stepped out, the premium members on Station 13, who were watching this episode with advanced screening, mercilessly exposed Tendo's clumsy fabrication. "Oh ho, just spouting nonsense now. Tendo, you're truly a bad boy." Tendo Simei, a man who is almost perfect, except for his personality and mouth. A man's mouth, a deceiving ghost. Facing the almost one-sided condemnation of himself on the dimensional screen, Tendo nonchalantly adjusted his sunglasses. Joke's on them, a white lie isn't a lie at all. Similarly, fabricated facts can naturally also be facts. These weren't Tendo's random fabrications, but rather Brahman Mahayana victory studies he learned from a certain ancient Eastern civilization in his previous life. The main idea being, as long as I adamantly deny it, what I say is fact, victory. It was only because the bullet comments at this moment were unaware of Tendo's inner thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely type out the 4 bold characters shameless and flood the entire screen with them. Alright, since everyone is here, follow me. Let's not keep them waiting. Without dwelling further on this irrelevant matter, Yunming immediately announced their next itinerary. Hearing Yunming's words, Tendo and the others immediately dragged their luggage and followed her towards the open-air parking lot outside. Due to the advanced screening, the bullet comments currently watching this episode had already seen the content of the previous episode. In the previous episode, the doctor had thoroughly explained the details of Tendo and the others' mission, as well as what they specifically needed to accomplish during this mission. Simply put, Tendo's mission this time was to protect a wealthy young lady named Isabel for a month. And while Tendo and the others appeared to be the main protectors of Isabel, in reality, they mostly served as alarm systems. Because the true protectors of Isabel were, firstly, Yunming, and secondly, Isabel's father's exclusive bodyguard. The Coral Knight, who possessed the strength of a second-tier star emissary. To have Yunming and the Coral Knight, 2 second-tier star emissaries, as well as Tendo and several other first-tier star emissaries protect her for a month, Isabel's identity was naturally extraordinary. Her father was the current richest man in Deep Blue Metropolis. Dorian. The reason Dorian was willing to spend such a large sum to enlist the Emberglow organization's help in protecting his only daughter, Isabel, for a period of time, was because the Tianhai group, which he currently controlled, was facing an internal strife that could overturn his position. A group of greedy individuals, naively believing the words of certain malicious people, secretly united, preparing to cause trouble at a crucial moment and completely sideline him, the CEO of Tianhai Group. Dorian, having controlled the massive Tianhai Group for so many years, was naturally no ordinary individual. After discovering these people's actions, he did not immediately retaliate. Instead, he directly turned their scheme against them, preparing to use the opportunity to completely clean them out and thus gain complete control of the entire Tianhai Group. However, this meant he had to guard against these individuals taking desperate measures once cornered. For example, kidnapping his only daughter, Isabel, to force him to hand over his shares. Tendo and the others' appearance was precisely to guard against such a situation. However, although the root cause of the story was Dorian, the richest man in Deep Blue Metropolis, the center of all plot storms was his daughter, Isabel. Tendo, who had read the original work, knew very well. No matter how dangerous or critical the situations that arose during this mission were, they were merely superficial, self-directed performances. Because all of it was a result of Dorian, the richest man, deliberately orchestrating things to eliminate the traitors within his group. Therefore, Tendo had never taken this bodyguard mission seriously from the beginning, treating it entirely as an expense-paid trip. However, if he remembered correctly, once they reached the parking lot, they should encounter the first crisis of the Deep Blue Metropolis arc. Thinking this, a glint flashed in Tendo's eyes beneath his sunglasses. After resting for so long, it was finally time for him to add more scenes. He imagined that his popularity points, which had stagnated for a while, would soon surge again. Outside the port, in the open-air parking lot. The moment Caroline and the others stepped into this open-air parking lot, a strange dense fog instantly appeared. Not only was the fog unusual in its arrival, but its spreading speed was also astonishingly fast. In just the blink of an eye, visibility was less than 3 meters. Tendo. Caroline looked at the suddenly foggy open-air parking lot, instinctively sensing something odd. She had specifically checked the weather outside when disembarking, and it should have been a clear, fog-free day. Yet, here was such a thick fog. If Caroline still couldn't react to the problem at this point, her title as a mech type would be for nothing. But to Caroline's surprise, although she had already spoken, Tendo beside her remained silent. She suddenly turned her head and found that the parking lot was now empty except for her. Tendo, who had been by her side, and everyone else, had all mysteriously disappeared. At the same time, similar situations occurred with the siblings Qinxing and Qinkong. Seeing the protagonist group forcibly separated, the bullet comments immediately understood that something had gone wrong. Encountering a crisis right after leaving the port, does the production team have to be this deliberate? Being able to conjure such a thick fog instantly, and even making a second-tier star emissary like Yuming unaware, the opponent is no pushover. Strange, why did the production team only show Qinkong, Qinxing, and Caroline? Where's Tendo? Just as the bullet comments were filled with confusion, Tendo's voice suddenly came from deep within the mist on the screen. Sister Yun, going so big right from the start, aren't you really afraid of playing Qinkong to death? As the camera zoomed in, the audience quickly saw Tendo's figure emerging from the mist. Tendo, wearing sunglasses, stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression utterly relaxed, as if he were merely a tourist, forming a stark contrast with the tense, battle-ready expressions of Qinkong and the others in the mist. Ms. Yun, this child must be the star's child you've always spoken so highly of. Commander Tendo, correct. Yunming nodded, then proudly looked at Tendo, who had walked out of the mist, and said with a smile, how about it? I told you that this test you insisted on was a bit redundant, didn't I? You know, any one of our 36 children from the STARS project, when taken outside, is comparable to a monster, not to mention Tendo, who is a monster among monsters. Therefore, your so-called test seems completely meaningless to me, because it won't trouble them at all. Oh, really? The Coral Knight turned to look at Tendo not far away, his eyes under the helmet filled with curiosity. Ms. Yun, would you mind if I personally test him? Don't misunderstand, I just want to see if he truly can ensure the young lady's safety within the academy, as you say, by himself. Yunming extended her hand and said nonchalantly, please do. Then I apologize for the offense. Hearing their conversation, Tendo slowly removed the sunglasses from his face, then ran a hand through his fringe, sweeping all the hair back from his forehead, instantly giving himself a clean and refreshing slick-back hairstyle. Then, he looked at the Coral Knight walking towards him and smiled. Sigh, it seems I'm being underestimated, but... In an instant, Tendo's previously casual and lazy aura vanished. In its place was a daunting, almost palpable, terrifying presence. At the same time, the screen in the anime instantly turned black and white, with only Tendo retaining his vibrant colors. As if at this very moment, he was the master of this world. Don't talk about testing me, because, you are the challenger. Hearing Tendo's domineering declaration, the bullet comments on the dimensional screen instantly erupted. Chapter 35, Star Source Awakening. Holy crap. The swagger. You are the challenger. Good heavens, bro, that confident, huh? Can he win, bro? Watching Tendo declare his victory on screen, the audience on Station 13 in the real world didn't question him. Instead, they all felt that his words perfectly matched Tendo's demeanor. After all, from the very first episode of Prequel of the Stars, Embers, Tendo had left them with a profound impression of an innate powerhouse. This ingrained image dictated that Tendo could die, but he absolutely could not lose, especially not like a clown. Because if Tendo were to lose, his character would collapse. In the world of Stars, facing Tendo's arrogant expression, the Coral Knight's face beneath his helmet slowly grew solemn. I am the challenger, you say? He reached behind him and slowly took off the 2-meter-tall shell-shaped heavy shield that he always carried on his back. Thud. The heavy shield hit the ground, and the hard concrete of the parking lot instantly fractured, creating numerous cracks. It was clear that the ground couldn't bear the astonishing weight of the shield. Yet, the Coral Knight had consistently carried such a heavy shield on his back, moving freely. This showed just how exaggerated his physique was. The Coral Knight held the shield with both hands and calmly looked at Tendo in the distance. Child, then let me, the challenger, see what you're capable of. As his words fell, the Coral Knight lifted the heavy shield in his hands and then smashed it down forcefully. Boom. With his powerful slam, several sharp coral spikes instantly embedded themselves into the ground and began to spread rapidly towards Tendo like vines. Facing these fiercely approaching coral spikes, Tendo showed no signs of wanting to dodge. Instead, he stood perfectly still. Finally, when the spreading coral spikes reached within 5 meters of Tendo, his right foot stepped forward. Thud. The hard concrete ground, under Tendo's single stomp, instantly shattered into countless fragments. Amidst the flying debris, 3 intact, 1-meter-tall large stone blocks rose from the ground. The suddenly erected stone blocks, like newly appeared walls, stood between the Coral Knight's coral spikes and Tendo. However, ordinary concrete blocks naturally couldn't stop the star energy corals condensed by the second-tier star emissary, the Coral Knight. In just the blink of an eye, those upright, black concrete stone walls were easily cut through by the Coral Knight's star energy corals as if they were tofu, and continued to surge towards Tendo behind the stone walls. But to everyone's surprise, these star energy corals, with their speed, skill, and exceptionally sharp tips, missed their target at the last moment. Because Tendo, who had been standing behind the stone wall, instantly disappeared when the star energy corals broke through it. Hey, old man, what era is this? Still playing these little games of mutual probing? Get serious, otherwise, you'll lose miserably. In midair, Tendo's vanished figure reappeared like a ghost, suddenly appearing above the Coral Knight's head. The Coral Knight's pupils constricted sharply. He clearly hadn't noticed when Tendo disappeared or when he reappeared. But his combat instinct still made the Coral Knight respond instantly. He raised the large shell shield in his hands high, protecting his entire body with the shield, adopting an all-out defensive stance. In response, Tendo directly launched a whip kick that cut through the air, heavily smashing onto the Coral Knight's shield surface. Boom. Tendo's whip kick was heavier than anyone had imagined. Not only did it generate a visible shockwave the moment it struck the shell shield, but it also forced the 2-meter-tall Coral Knight, a strength-type second-tier star emissary clad in heavy coral armor, to retreat 3 or 4 steps to dissipate the force. And with each step the Coral Knight retreated, the concrete ground beneath his feet immediately shattered into a small crater. After leaving a total of 4 small craters, the Coral Knight, having finally shed the force, completely stabilized himself. Meanwhile, after delivering that kick, Tendo wasn't in a hurry to launch another attack. His body landed lightly, then he brushed off the shattered concrete clinging to his shoulder, as if he hadn't been fighting at all, but merely playing with the Coral Knight. On one side was Tendo, calm and unhurried. On the other was the Coral Knight, retreating repeatedly and with a serious expression. Undoubtedly, in this first exchange, the second-tier Coral Knight was completely at a disadvantage, both in terms of outcome and momentum. And this result undoubtedly left the audience outside the dimensional screen greatly shocked. Good heavens, they've already switched to a new map, and bro is still so dominant. A first tier kicking a second tier? Is this even scientific? Although neither side is going all out yet, from the looks of the scene, this old man really is the challenger. Meanwhile, watching the Coral Knight suffer an immediate setback, Yunming, who had been smilingly observing from a distance, finally couldn't help but tease, "Coral, I told you Tendo is different from the others. If you still hold back and don't get serious, then the result of this test might truly be as little," Tendo said, leaving you with neither face nor honor. Facing Yunming's teasing, the Coral Knight showed no emotional fluctuation. He slowly stood up and easily lifted the large shell shield, which had been embedded half a meter into the ground. Unlike before, when he held the shield with both hands, the Coral Knight now held it with a single hand. As for his free right hand, he pulled out a 1-meter-tall crosshook fishing spear from behind him and aimed it at Tendo in the distance. "Child, be careful. I'm getting serious now." Tendo shrugged indifferently, about time. Although he had just been suppressed by Tendo, the Coral Knight was in an unprecedentedly good mood. Because he knew that the stronger Tendo performed now, the safer the young lady's life at the academy would be later. And if Tendo could truly defeat him when he went all out, it would mean he would no longer have to worry about the young lady's days at the academy. Therefore, the Coral Knight was never afraid of Tendo being strong. He was only afraid that Tendo wasn't strong enough. Sincerity is always the greatest ultimate skill. Facing the honest and simple Coral Knight, even though his opponent was the current star's popularity king, Commander Tendo, the audience not only didn't feel any ill will towards him but even became a bit enamored. I have to say, besides the protagonist, every other supporting character in Stars has a lot of personality. I really like this old man. This is the true character a knight should have. Why do I suddenly feel like Tendo is the villain? Meanwhile, as the Coral Knight got completely serious, his star energy value began to climb at a visible rate. It didn't stop until it reached a full 2,100 points. In addition, the small, sharp coral spikes on the Coral Knight's body turned a strange purple during this process, clearly indicating they now carry considerable toxins. Oh! Finally willing to use a second-tier star emissary's awakening ability. Looking at the completely serious Coral Knight, Yunming shed her previous laziness and showed a slight interest. After all, if he didn't get serious, this so-called test would truly end in a boring, overwhelming manner. And through her words, the audience outside the dimensional screen finally understood how second-tier star emissaries and first-tier star emissaries were differentiated. It turned out that the so-called 1,000 basic star energy points for a second-tier star emissary was merely one of the thresholds to become one. If a first-tier star emissary wanted to truly cross the second-tier boundary, they needed to meet another condition besides the 1,000 points basic star energy, the awakening of their star source. First awakening meant second-tier star emissary. Second awakening meant third-tier star emissary. Third awakening meant fourth-tier star emissary. Therefore, although the level division between star emissaries seemed simple, the gap between each level was much greater than most people imagined. As a second-tier star emissary, the Coral Knight's star source, sea thorn coral, had a first awakening characteristic, poison. Chapter 36, Fierce Battle. That's more like it. Tendo looked at the now serious Coral Knight, the corner of his mouth curving upwards. The killing intent in your eyes now is far more interesting than the childish play from before. Since that's the case, I'll get a little serious too. As his words fell, Tendo first stretched, then placed his left hand on his left knee and his right hand on his straightened right leg. He actually started a warm-up exercise right in front of the Coral Knight and the hundreds of thousands of viewers on the dimensional screen. His actions undoubtedly hinted to everyone that everything before was merely an appetizer. The main course was about to begin. All right, old man, bring it on. Having finished his warm-up, Tendo beckoned to the Coral Knight with a hook of his finger, his tone relaxed, indicating that he could begin his attack. After all, Tendo, who saw himself as the one being challenged, wouldn't actively attack his challenger. Facing the relaxed Tendo, the Coral Knight's eyes were filled with complexity. The reason he hadn't activated the awakened ability of his star source, sea thorn coral, earlier was entirely out of concern that the highly venomous spikes might cause some irreparable damage to Tendo. But now, it seemed he had worried for nothing. Everything was as Tendo said, as a second-tier star emissary, he was the true challenger between them. If he didn't get serious, this test would truly be meaningless. Thinking this, the Coral Knight couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Tendo Simei, you truly are a monster, just as Ms. Yun said. No, merely calling you a monster cannot express the immense shock you've brought me at this moment. You are a king, the undisputed king, among countless monsters. And to face a king like you, if I were to continue holding back, that wouldn't be knightly mercy, but sacrilege towards you. So, let me, this humble knight, witness with my own eyes. Just how terrifying is your strength, you king of stars. Thinking this, the Coral Knight finally held nothing back. He exerted sudden force with his left hand, and a large amount of purple coral emerged from his left arm, embedding themselves completely into the specially designed grooves on the shell-heavy shield. A moment later, the massive shell-heavy shield suddenly began to split and reassemble with a clang. In an incredibly short time, it transformed into a grotesque gauntlet, fully covering his left arm. Not only that, but the crosshook fishing spear in the Coral Knight's right hand was also submerged by a large number of coral spikes into the grooves on its shaft. Amidst a reorganization, it completely covered the Coral Knight's right arm, transforming into a spear gauntlet. Left hand a gauntlet, right hand a spear gauntlet, his entire body covered in heavy armor, coupled with his terrifying 2.2-meter height. At this moment, the Coral Knight had transformed into a walking, awe-inspiring, half-metal, half-coral humanoid monster. His oppressive presence was so strong that even the viewers outside the dimensional screen couldn't help but sit up straight. After all, the Coral Knight now was simply a completely different person from before. Good heavens, is this what a serious second-tier star emissary looks like? The pressure is too intense. No way, can he really win, bro? He's not going to flip over in the gutter, is he? So this guy is actually an armored warrior, and he even transforms. Watching the Coral Knight switch from defensive stance to offensive stance, Tendo, the main character, didn't panic. Instead, it was the dimensional viewers, as spectators, who panicked. Without giving Tendo much time to react, the Coral Knight, having switched to an offensive stance and become completely serious, immediately launched a fierce attack. Deep blue flow, Fang thrust. The Coral Knight's terrifying explosiveness caused large cracks to appear in the ground beneath his feet as he stomped. The 2.2-meter giant turned into a purple afterimage, instantly appearing before Tendo and throwing a punch at his face. The power of this punch was so exaggerated that it even caused the air to howl. His fist hadn't even arrived, yet its force had already swept back the silver hair from Tendo's forehead. Boom. Facing the Coral Knight's terrifying punch, Tendo chose to directly resist it head-on. The moment his palm collided with the spiked gauntlet, a visible circular shockwave erupted from their center. In an instant, the concrete ground within a 10-meter radius of them began to shatter like fragile biscuits. Large amounts of shattered stone flew out, damaging many vehicles parked in the lot. But more shocking than the commotion caused by this punch was the result it produced. His fist was actually firmly caught by Tendo, and those venomous spikes, capable of piercing armored vehicles, were all halted merely millimeters from Tendo's skin. It was as if an invisible barrier perfectly covered Tendo's body, keeping the spikes at bay. Looking at the astonished Coral Knight, Tendo smiled and said, "Old man, do you know what the most interesting thing about vector control is?" As Tendo spoke, the 5 fingers of his palm slowly tightened. During this process, the Coral Knight's metal gauntlet began to groan under the unbearable pressure, and the spikes on the gauntlet showed visible bending. Crack! The gauntlet suddenly twisted and deformed, its venomous spikes snapping one by one. Before the Coral Knight could react, he suddenly felt a huge force emanating from his right arm. The next second, he felt his body take a heavy blow, and he was flung into the air. During this process, Tendo's figure appeared like a ghost above him, finishing the sentence he hadn't completed. The most interesting thing about vector control is that it can reflect all the enemy's power, right back at them. Tendo raised his right hand and delivered a fierce elbow strike to the Coral Knight's chest. Boom. The Coral Knight's body plummeted from the sky like a meteor, and upon landing, he smashed into the ground, creating a spiderweb-like circular crater with a diameter of over 7 or 8 meters. Cough. In the crater, the Coral Knight coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly heavily injured. But before he could adjust much, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure descending towards him from the sky. Tendo was diving down, his right leg like a battle axe, cleaving towards him. Without any hesitation, the Coral Knight immediately shielded his head with both hands. The coral sea thorns on his body instantly grew wildly, forming a hardened, thorny carapace. Deep blue flow, coral armor. Thud. Tendo's battle axe-like leg chop ultimately failed to completely break through the Coral Knight's coral armor in one go. It only slammed the Coral Knight about another meter into the ground. Using the force transmitted from above, Tendo leveraged himself to flip and land. His shoe soles scraped against the ground, creating sparks, and he finally came to a complete stop about 10 meters away. The battle paused temporarily at this point. However, this lightning-fast combat had left countless people in awe. So much so that the previously dense bullet comments experienced a brief vacuum. Chapter 37, When did you think I only fought in close combat? Silence, a deathly silence. Yunming looked at Tendo, who had regained his footing, and the Coral Knight slowly crawling out of the crater. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. As a seasoned second-tier star emissary, Yunming clearly understood the immense gap that existed between a second-tier star emissary and a first-tier star emissary. While second-tier merely meant a star emissary's basic star energy had reached over 1,000 points and their star source had completed its first awakening, it couldn't fully represent their true strength. However, as a standard combat-type star emissary, the Coral Knight's maximum star energy value was a full 2,100 points, and his star source, Sea Thorn Coral, was a standard combat-type star source. Therefore, his strength was definitely not weak among second-tier star emissaries. But such a formidable second-tier star emissary was now, completely and undeniably suppressed by Tendo, a first-tier star emissary. Little Tendo, why is it that every time I think I fully understand you, you always manage to bring me unexpected surprises? Is this because you've always held back from me, or is your progress already so fast that I can't keep up? Yunming couldn't immediately find an answer to this question. While Yunming was greatly shocked, the Coral Knight, who had briefly recovered, was equally stunned by Tendo's demonstrated strength. He looked at Tendo in the distance, instinctively touching his chest. At that spot, his proud coral armor had a noticeable dent caused by Tendo. And this wasn't even the most surprising part for him. What truly shocked him was Tendo's first attack. Because Tendo's first elbow strike was actually able to penetrate his coral armor's protection and directly inflict heavy damage on his physical body. As for the second seemingly grand leg axe strike, it didn't cause him much damage, the attack was mostly negated by the coral armor. Thinking of the difference between these two times, the coral knight had vaguely guessed the reason. Tendo, if I'm not mistaken, your vector control should be able to extend at most less than 1 centimeter, right? Facing the coral knight's guess, Tendo showed no intention of hiding anything. To be more precise, it's only 9 millimeters. No wonder. Hearing this, the coral knight suddenly understood. So, the reason Tendo's first attack could penetrate his armor and injure him was entirely because the armor's thickness at that time was merely 10 millimeters. And this thickness, for Tendo, who could unleash vector control from a maximum of 9 millimeters away, meant that the seemingly 10 millimeter thick coral armor had an effective defensive range of only 1 millimeter. Similarly, the reason Tendo's second attack could be negated by his coral armor was because when he faced Tendo's second attack, he unleashed deep blue flow coral armor, which had a thickness of a full 50 millimeters. This resulted in Tendo's vector control being unable to completely pierce it. Thinking this, the coral knight quickly felt he had found a way to counter Tendo's vector control. He stood upright, and the gauntlet on his right hand began to shrink at a visible rate. In its place, his overall coral began to become thicker and heavier. At the same time, the spear gauntlet on his left hand extended slightly further, and its overall structure became more flexible. This made the spear gauntlet look more like the tail stinger of a marine creature, significantly increasing his attack range. Seeing the coral knight's posture, Tendo immediately understood what he was thinking. It seems you believe that by keeping your distance from me, my vector control won't threaten you, but... As Tendo spoke, he slowly raised his hand. The next second, a completely black energy sphere, as deep and eerie as a black hole, began to slowly gather at Tendo's fingertips. This was Tendo's signature star energy technique, Black Azure. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the black sphere at Tendo's fingertip, the expression beneath the coral knight's helmet instantly turned grim. Because in just an instant, he felt an immense threat from the strange black sphere at Tendo's fingertip. It was as if it wasn't a black sphere at all, but a death warrant. As the black azure at his fingertip completely condensed, Tendo finished the latter half of his sentence. Old man, when did you start thinking I only fought in close combat? As his words fell, the black azure in Tendo's hand shot out under the coral knight's solemn gaze. Not only was the black azure astonishingly fast, but the terrifying rotational speed and powerful pulling force it contained directly created an air vortex in the air, similar to what a missile would produce during flight. In less than a blink of an eye, Tendo's black azure transformed into a black arc of light, arriving before the coral knight. Looking at this black energy sphere, only the size of a ping-pong ball, the coral knight instantly became vigilant, as if facing a formidable enemy. He crossed his arms, and the purple coral on his body grew wildly again, quickly covering his entire body. Deep blue flow, coral armor. But this time, the coral armor, which had previously protected him from harm, was completely unable to withstand the terrifying penetrative power of black azure. Without any particularly dazzling light effects or commotion, when Tendo's black azure struck the coral knight's coral armor, the thick and hard coral armor instantly developed a large number of exaggerated spiderweb-like cracks. Then, amid a burst of dazzling sparks and grinding sounds, it was completely pierced by black azure, which entered the coral armor's interior. Soon after, a highly penetrative and impactful kinetic energy transferred through the spot where black azure struck the coral knight, moving all the way to his body, and even his internal organs. Thud. A circular imprint suddenly bulged from the coral knight's back, as if something invisible had passed straight through his body. Puffed. The coral knight heavily knelt on one knee, a large amount of blood gushing from his mouth. And the crimson blood slowly flowing from the seams of his helmet, upon falling onto the cracked concrete ground, formed fleeting, tragically beautiful dark red blood flowers. Drip, drop. Inside the quiet parking lot, the sound of blood drops hitting the ground was not only exceptionally clear but also exceptionally jarring. Not far away, Yunming looked at the coral knight, who was clearly out of commission, her pupils slightly constricted. On the ground behind the coral knight, there was a clear 5-meter-long trail. This trail was caused by the lingering aftermath of black azure's impact after it had pierced through the coral knight's body. If just a residual shockwave could cause such a commotion, there was no need to elaborate on the condition of the coral knight, who had been directly hit by black azure. Under Yunming's complex gaze, Tendo slowly walked up to the coral knight, who had lost most of his combat ability and was kneeling disheveled on the ground. He calmly asked, "How is it, old man? Do you want to continue?" Hearing Tendo's words, the coral knight, who took a long time to recover, slowly raised his head. He looked at Tendo standing before him, silently removed his helmet, revealing his weathered, square-jawed face beneath. No need, because there's no need to continue. With that, the Coral Knight dispersed his coral armor and put away the fishing spear and large shell shield in his hands. Without the coral armor, he was suddenly in a black suit. He no longer had the rugged, fierce appearance he had during the battle. He was like an elderly, middle-aged butler, exuding politeness and elegance. However, even though he had already conceded, recalling Tendo's final strike, Black Azure, and where it hit, the Coral Knight couldn't help but ask, "Child, did you just happen to hit my old injury, or were you intentionally aiming there from the very beginning?" Facing this question, Tendo said noncommittally, "Does it matter?" The Coral Knight froze, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Indeed, it doesn't matter, because truly dead people don't speak." The Coral Knight's words were calm, but the information they revealed was anything but. Because he was essentially saying that if Tendo hadn't held back earlier, he would already be a dead man. Chapter 38, Artificial Despair. In the real world, on Station 13. The audience outside the dimensional screen was stunned, watching Tendo utterly dominate the Coral Knight and stand before him as the absolute victor. "No way, I thought you were just bragging, but you're genuinely amazing." The Tendo era, boiling with anticipation. As expected of the men I've set my eyes on. Everyone had expected Tendo to win. Everyone knew Tendo would win. But what no one expected was how Tendo would win. After all, winning can be a small win, a medium win, or a big win. If Tendo's victory today wasn't cool enough, wasn't thorough enough, wasn't overwhelmingly dominant, then his win wouldn't count as a win. Because such a win simply wouldn't live up to the audience's perception of him as an innate powerhouse, and the ceiling of Stars' combat strength. And this was precisely why Tendo had spent 2 years meticulously preparing for this battle. That's right, whether it was the dimensional audience on Station 13, Yunming who orchestrated this test, or the Coral Knight whom Tendo defeated, they all naively believed that Tendo had suddenly encountered the Coral Knight's challenge completely unprepared. But in reality, only Tendo himself knew. All those seemingly accidental coincidences were merely carefully designed manipulations on his part. Unprepared. A huge mistake. Tendo was not only prepared, but he had spent a full 2 years meticulously preparing for this very day. All for the sake of making a name for himself and shining brightly in this encounter. It's worth noting that in the original plot, after the trio led by Chen Kong painstakingly defeated the Crab Beast jointly arranged by Yunming and the Coral Knight, their final enemy was the powerful second-tier star emissary, the Coral Knight. And in this confrontation with the Coral Knight, the trio led by the protagonist Chen Kong, as expected, suffered a crushing defeat. However, the Coral Knight still displayed most of his star source characteristics, allowing Tendo to gather a lot of useful information. Therefore, even though Tendo seemed to react on the fly during the recent battle, as if he were encountering the Coral Knight for the first time, in reality, he had simulated this battle countless times in his mind. In such a situation, with one party having painstakingly planned and the other being unaware, if Tendo could still lose, there would be no need for the production team to arrange a plot kill. He could just bang his head against a wall and die himself. However, although his battle was over, the battle for Chen Kong and the others had not. Listening to the continuous commotion coming from the mist, Tendo, outside the mist, suddenly had an idea, though it was unclear what mischievous plan he concocted. He then called Yunming and the Coral Knight over and quietly discussed it with them. Hearing Tendo's words, Yunming and the Coral Knight both showed expressions of surprise, seemingly not expecting Tendo to go to such extremes. But in the end, Yunming decisively slapped her slender leg, encased in black stockings. She exclaimed with immense excitement, "Good. We'll do exactly as you say, little Tendo." Although Yunming had made up her mind, the honest and straightforward Coral Knight still had reservations. Being kind-hearted, he felt that doing this might not be good for Chen Kong and the others. "Ms. Yun, little brother Tendo, won't what you're doing be too?" Hearing this, Tendo waved his hand indifferently. No, Uncle Coral, if you ask me, you're just too conservative. You see, what we're doing won't harm Chen Kong and the others at all. On the contrary, it will maximize their potential. It will only be beneficial to them, not harmful. So, relax, we're definitely doing the right thing." Seeing Tendo speak so definitively, and with Yunming already eagerly rubbing her hands together, the Coral Knight ultimately couldn't win over the two of them and agreed to their maliciously amusing, artificial despair plan. After the Coral Knight agreed to join, Tendo and Yunming, who could no longer contain their desire to perform, immediately sprang into action. "Sister, your acting is too unprofessional." How can someone be critically injured and dying, but their black stockings aren't torn at all? Do you think your black stockings are legendary star gear, indestructible? You're right, you're right. Thanks to your attentiveness, little Tendo, otherwise I might have exposed myself. Sister, don't use all that tomato juice, save some for me, I'll need it later. Little Tendo, what do you think of this pose? Will Shao Kong and the others see through it? Not enough, not enough. You're too deliberate like that. Come, let me demonstrate. Lie down like this, copy me. See, this is what you call professionalism. Wow, you're amazing, little Tendo. This way, Shao Kong and the others definitely won't see that I'm faking it, right? Of course they won't. To the bewildered expressions of the dimensional audience, Tendo and Yunming, this unscrupulous brother-sister duo, actually began a highly professional on-site setup and costume and prop arrangement in plain sight. Yunming lay down in the crater that Tendo's elbow strike had created for the Coral Knight, her face and body smeared with special tomato juice resembling blood. Not only that, but to make her, critically injured and unconscious, act more convincing and less likely to be seen through by Chen Kong and the others, Tendo directly had Yunming tear open part of her shirt, revealing her alluring, slender abdominal muscles. In addition, Tendo also had her tear some of the black stockings on her thigh. The pretext was that the partially torn black stockings, revealing glimpses of fair skin beneath, combined with the bloodstains, would have a greater impact. And if Yunming's performance was so realistic, then Tendo, as both director and lead actor, naturally surpassed her. Tendo lay dying beside a wrecked, abandoned car, his entire body covered in purple coral thorns. Not only that, but to make himself appear deeply poisoned, he even acquired some non-toxic purple coral liquid from the Coral Knight. He meticulously smeared it along the veins on his neck, not even missing his fingernail. As a result, at this moment, Tendo, from a distance, looked as if coral venom had completely entered his body and spread throughout via his veins, absolutely on the verge of death. His acting was so realistic that if the audience outside the dimensional screen hadn't been watching the entire time, they might have thought Tendo had been beaten half to death by the Coral Knight. At this point, the dimensional audience clearly understood what mischief Tendo was up to. He was obviously trying to fake a crushing defeat for himself and Yunming at the hands of the Coral Knight, thereby thoroughly igniting the anger and potential within Chen Kong and the others. While this plan was somewhat cruel to Chen Kong and the others, the dimensional audience had to admit that they were incredibly excited about Chen Kong and the others' reactions. After all, human happiness is often built upon the suffering of others. Good heavens, Tendo is so bad, but I love it. Artificial despair? Interesting. I originally thought I hated tearjerkers, but now I know, I hate real tearjerkers. As for fake ones, not only do I not hate them, I actually love them. Meanwhile, beside the abandoned car in the parking lot. Although Tendo had closed his eyes at this moment, he was observing every movement in the star's world by watching the dimensional screen. This, naturally, included the bullet comments that thought they had seen through Tendo's plan. Watching these people's remarks, Tendo couldn't help but let out an evil laugh in his heart. Was the tearjerker Tendo was directing at this moment solely aimed at Chen Kong and the others? In reality, this meticulously directed tearjerker, besides targeting Chen Kong and the others, also included the audience outside the dimensional screen. That's right, the audience outside the dimensional screen was also a part of Tendo's plan. Because when this fake tearjerker ended, both Caroline and the dimensional audience would instinctively convince themselves that everything before their eyes was just a fabrication, another self-directed performance by Tendo. He would, as before, laugh and tell them they had been fooled. The basis for this would be Tendo's past similar actions. But when they despairingly discovered that this time, Tendo could no longer awaken with a smile as he did before, this tearing sensation, first filled with despair, then hope, and finally despair again, would be like a cold, merciless bayonet, brutally piercing through their last remaining illusions. It would transform into an ineffable pain, firmly occupying their hearts for a long time. And this was the true purpose of Tendo's plan to direct this artificial despair. What kind of knife hurts the most? Tendo's answer to this was, only a knife laced with beautiful memories and hope hurts the most. Therefore, Tendo not only intended to use this escort mission to continuously create beautiful memories between himself and Caroline, but he also wanted to bring precious hope to the audience outside the dimensional screen. Because only when memories truly become just memories, and hope truly remains just hope, can such a knife cut deeper into people's hearts, and be even more shocking. When it comes to manipulating hearts and popularity, Tendo is a professional. Chapter 39, Heavenly Cat Demon Caroline. In the deep blue metropolis, within the port parking lot. This should be the last one, right? Caroline walked over to the corpse of one of the crab beasts. Her special cat tail, resembling a data cable, suddenly extended from behind her and hovered directly above the crab beast's body. Click. Accompanied by a series of crisp, precise instrument rotations, a small machine resembling a miniature scanner suddenly extended from the tip of Caroline's cat tail, emitting a light blue beam that accurately scanned the crab beast's corpse before her. During this process, Caroline's hair had completely turned silver white, and even her hair tips shimmered with an inexplicable silver glow. It was as if these silver strands of hair weren't hair at all, but rather intricate electronic circuits. Rapidly collecting battlefield information using her unique, mechanized organs was Caroline's greatest advantage as a mech type. Star Core, Heavenly Cat Demon. Type, Mech Type. Effect 1 Data Propagation, can act as a signal receiver and transmitter, linking to a maximum of 5 star energy units, and with their permission, share data with each other. Effect 2 Mech Conversion, can convert parts of one's own organs into semi-permanent mechanized organs. Currently converted mechanized organs, electronic cat eyes, signal cat ears, multifunctional electronic cat tail. As a mech-type star emissary, Caroline knew very well that direct combat was never her strong suit. Pre-battle data collection and post-battle data organization were where she could maximize her effectiveness. Therefore, even though she actually possessed considerable combat power, Caroline rarely chose to engage in direct combat herself, unless absolutely necessary. After all, with Tendo, that dazzling, blazing sun, present, she, as a shadow, only needed to quietly stand behind Tendo. Because Tendo would solve everything for her. So, even though Caroline was very anxious about Tendo and the others' whereabouts, given her tactical positioning, Caroline instinctively felt that rather than recklessly entering the mist in a dangerous and haphazard way to search for Tendo, she might as well choose to trust Tendo and then gather as much useful information as possible, aiming to quickly figure out everything that had happened. Under the combined effect of Caroline's electronic cat eyes and multifunctional electronic cat tail, the general condition of the two crab beasts before her was quickly analyzed. Star core has largely atrophied, and major organs are barely maintaining minimal function. Strange, logically, such a beast should have completely died 3 days ago, not appeared before me, unless. At this thought, Caroline immediately put on specialized anti-star energy gloves and took out a small data knife from her pocket, using it as a scalpel. Her scalpel precisely cut into the gap in the crab beast's shell, carefully removing the purple coral embedded in its head. As soon as this coral cluster left the crab beast, its host, it began to wither at a visible rate. Looking at the coral specimen in her hand, Caroline's green electronic cat eyes reflected a waterfall of data. Detected neural parasitic strain. Maximum activity maintenance time, 72 hours. Operator star source characteristic speculation, marine type/toxin type/special type. Caroline dropped the coral cluster in her hand and formed a rough hypothesis in her mind. The enemy should be a marine-type star emissary, whose star source has characteristics such as parasitism, toxin, and coralization. In addition, the enemy's number should be 2 or more. Because this sudden dense fog doesn't seem like a derivative ability that a marine-type star emissary would possess, unless they completed a secondary awakening, thereby possessing both toxin and fog star source characteristics simultaneously. But if they truly had such strength, a visible third-tier star emissary wouldn't need to use sneak attacks to deal with us. Combining this with the equally missing instructor Yunming, the enemy's numbers and strength are conservatively estimated to be 1 second-tier star emissary, plus multiple first-tier star emissaries. With this assessment, Caroline's mood instantly grew heavy. She hadn't expected that they would encounter such a formidable enemy right after disembarking. The situation was far more troublesome than imagined. Sister Caroline. Just as Caroline was contemplating a countermeasure, she suddenly heard a voice from behind her. Out of instinct, Caroline sharply turned her head while her electronic cat tail swiftly struck out. Fortunately, Caroline reacted in time. After seeing the person's face, she immediately stopped her attack. In an instant, the data cable-like cat tail's tip halted 0.5 centimeters from Chinkong's neck, its fully closed, sharp blade emitting a continuous sizzling electrical sound, demonstrating the terrifying lethality of the electronic cat tail. Meanwhile, Chen Kong, who was almost throat-slit by Caroline, slumped to the ground in a very disheveled state, his face extremely pale. He clearly hadn't recovered from the frightening scene just moments ago. But facing Chen Kong, who was slumped on the ground and sweating profusely, Caroline was in no mood to apologize. Chen Kong, why are you alone? Where's Tendo? Chen Kong wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, and replied, Sister Caroline, I don't know where brother Tendo is either. You're the first person I've met. Hearing Chinkong's words, a clear flicker of disappointment crossed Caroline's eyes. Fortunately, reason quickly brought her back to her senses, and she asked Chinkong why he was able to appear here. As Caroline had guessed, Chinkong was also covered by the mysterious mist the moment he arrived at the parking lot, subsequently losing complete contact with everyone around him. And after Chinkong discovered that everyone else was gone, his first thought was to find them immediately, especially Tendo and Yunming. After all, even though he had now mastered his first star core, Mark of Emptiness, and successfully acquired Star Source, Idealist, his frontal combat strength had not improved much. The effect of Mark of Emptiness was to reduce his presence and nullify others' star energy. The effect of Idealist was to temporarily replicate others' star sources. If Chinkong could use both Mark of Emptiness and Idealist simultaneously, his strength would actually be quite good. He could be seen as a perfect, versatile assassin. But unfortunately, just as the second star core, Black Star, implanted into his body via star core surgery was suppressed by his first star core, Mark of Emptiness, making it completely unusable, the Star Source, Idealist, he acquired after his final assessment faced a similar problem. Whenever Chinkong chose to use Mark of Emptiness, his Idealist became completely unusable. Other stars' children were called dual stars, capable of using the power of both Star Core and Star Source simultaneously. But only Chinkong could only choose one, which was very abstract. But no matter what, relying on the low presence and star energy nullification brought by Mark of Emptiness, Chinkong not only successfully avoided the crab beast's pursuit but also caused the strange mist around him to briefly disperse. This allowed him to avoid the mist's influence and fortunately encounter Caroline. However, as Chinkong currently dispelled his Mark of Emptiness, the crab beasts, which had previously lost their target, quickly reperceived his presence and immediately came rushing over. Therefore, just as Chinkong was halfway through speaking, Caroline suddenly turned her head to a certain direction in the mist and raised her hand, interrupting him. Chinkong, step back to the side first. Oh, okay. Chapter 40, Whitewashing weakens threefold, blackening strengthens threefold. Out of trust in Caroline, and a clear self-awareness of his own combat ineptitude, Chinkong obediently retreated to a relatively safe distance. However, his obedient behavior left the audience outside the dimensional screen completely speechless. No way, dude, hiding again. I said it all out, can't you, bro, show some of that final assessment swagger, act like a human being. Bro might have some strength, but it's also unlikely that bro has some strength. About how I clearly got stronger, but still remained a coward. Just as the dimensional audience was frantically complaining about the naturally cowardly Chinkong, Caroline, sensing movement within the mist, surprisingly adopted a rare combat stance. She clenched her hands, and two data knives glowing with a faint blue light slid from her sleeves, landing precisely in her grasp. Caroline tightened her grip on the data knives, her green cat eyes fixed on the mist before her, clearly waiting for something. Although the special mist interfered, Caroline couldn't directly see the true situation within the mist. But through the unnatural flow of the outer mist and the subtle footsteps constantly emanating from within, Caroline was still able to simulate a rough image of what was inside the mist in her mind. After an unknown amount of time, Caroline suddenly spoke to the mist in front of her. Be glad Tendo isn't here, otherwise trash like you wouldn't even be qualified to stand before me. As her words fell, a burly crab beast with purple coral on its head suddenly rushed out of the mist, directly pouncing towards Caroline not far away. However, before it could get close, a data knife, crackling with distorted electricity, pierced through the air and accurately struck the purple coral cluster on the crab beast's head. This single strike instantly caused the crab beast to begin convulsing violently. After a few steps, it tumbled to the ground, completely motionless. Caroline paid no mind to the fallen crab beast. She turned to another direction in the mist, silently raising her other data knife. In that direction, two more crab beasts emerged from the mist, looking at her and Chinkong with menacing eyes. They didn't know who Tendo was, nor did they care. For them, who only retained basic biological instincts, there was only one thought: to kill every living thing they saw. Roar. The two crab beasts roared, then charged at Caroline simultaneously. However, similar to the previous crab beast, one of them couldn't even run a few steps before the data knife Caroline threw precisely hit the purple coral cluster on its head. Although it had raised its large pincers to swat it away when Caroline's data knife approached a certain distance, Caroline's data knife seemed to have GPS navigation. It not only accurately dodged its large pincers but also precisely hit it. Having dealt with one crab beast, Caroline immediately turned her gaze to the last remaining one. Taking advantage of the precious opportunity created by its companion's sacrifice, the last crab beast stepped over its companion's corpse and quickly reached Caroline. Facing this frail first-tier star emissary, the crab beast raised its large pincers, intending to smash her to death. However, Caroline remained unmoving in the face of its attack, and a hint of mockery even appeared on her cold, delicate face. Whoosh! Accompanied by a whooshing sound, a data knife suddenly appeared from behind it, quickly piercing into the purple coral cluster on the crab beast's head. And this data knife was precisely the one Caroline had thrown earlier. That's right, Caroline's data knives could be freely controlled by her, unless the knife exceeded her 15-meter radius. Boom. Without the control of the purple coral cluster, this last crab beast immediately fell to the ground, deader than dead. Seeing that all enemies had been dealt with, Caroline turned and walked towards Chen Kong without looking back. However, before she could take a few steps, the corpse of the crab beast behind her subtly made a sound. Watch out! Chen Kong, terrified, rushed towards Caroline while anxiously preparing to activate his star source, Idealist. But just as Chen Kong had only run a few steps, a hidden data knife appeared again. Thwack! The suddenly appearing data knife accurately pierced the small crab's brain core, pinning it dead onto the large crab's corpse. Seeing this scene, Chen Kong froze. It's a mother-child crab. I noticed it from the very beginning. Caroline walked over to Chen Kong and calmly said, "Save your precious star source ability. Because besides Tendo, I don't need anyone's protection." As her words fell, Caroline raised her hand. The next second, her two special data knives flew back to her side like controlled drones. After wiping away the lingering green blood on the data knives with a handkerchief, Caroline carefully inspected them, making sure they were undamaged, then put them back into the special slots within her sleeves. After doing all this, Caroline expressionlessly looked at Chen Kong and said, "Let's go. Your mark of emptiness can temporarily dispel the surrounding mist for me. With you here, I think we'll find Tendo soon." Caroline's tone was calm but also very firm, not allowing Chen Kong any refusal. She clearly didn't care about Chen Kong's thoughts at all. It was as if, in her eyes, the thoughts of anyone else in this world besides Tendo simply didn't matter. And facing Caroline's command, Chen Kong, who was already indecisive, naturally chose to comply. He walked in front of Caroline, perfectly acting as a mist-dispelling toolman using his mark of emptiness. Watching the two walk into the mist, one after the other, the audience outside the dimensional screen began discussing something else entirely. Main heroine, this must be the main heroine. Official pairing, undoubtedly. Tendo Caroline stock limit up. Star's version of my robot girlfriend, locked in. Sigh, capital, it seems we Tendo Xing shippers will never have our day. Relying on Chen Kong's mark of emptiness, the two soon found Chen Xing in the parking lot, who had already dealt with the crab beasts. After Chen Xing joined the group, the trio quickly exited the mist and arrived at the periphery of the parking lot. However, when they saw the situation there, all three of their expressions drastically changed. Time seemed to stand still. Chen Kong's face was filled with horror, he clearly couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Chen Xing's face was grim, and the demonic blade blood flame in her hand immediately became covered in terrifying karma fire, clearly indicating immense psychological pressure. As for Caroline, known for her calmness and rationality, she was now the only one among the three whose head was completely clouded by anger. Do. Caroline's voice trembled for the first time, and her body began to shake uncontrollably. It's said that whitewashing weakens threefold, while blackening strengthens threefold. Looking at Tendo, lying in a pool of blood, his life unknown, Caroline completely shed her usual disguise. Her hair fluttered without wind, and her skin began to show numerous special patterns resembling electrical circuits. Soon, a furious, visibly white current coursed through Caroline's entire body. Star energy technique, overload. Die. Without any hesitation, the enraged Caroline transformed into a silver lightning bolt. Her usual precise calculations were completely thrown to the back of her mind. The data knife she threw sliced a trajectory of death through the air, heading straight for the Coral Knight's vitals. At this moment, there was no trace of Caroline's usual calmness and rationality, only endless madness and rage. Seeing Caroline's sudden outburst, a peculiar look flashed in the Coral Knight's eyes. Because, according to Yunming, Chen Xing, with the demonic blade and long brown hair, should have been the number one among the star's children after Tendo. But now, this information seemed to be inaccurate. because the feeling Caroline gave him at this moment was far more dangerous than Qinqing. Was she hiding her strength, or was her potential being unleashed? Looking at the completely irrational Caroline, the Coral Knight thought to himself while casually raising his hand. The data knife, crackling with electricity and capable of easily killing crab beasts, was now easily blocked by the Coral Knight. And unlike his serious, all-out fighting against Tendo, when facing the exploding, blackened Caroline, the Coral Knight consistently maintained a defensive stance. Every movement he made exuded composure and ease. Clearly, there was a vast difference in strength between him and Caroline. Fortunately, Caroline wasn't fighting alone. Facing the powerful Coral Knight, Qinqing quickly joined the battle. Now facing two dual stars ranked in the top 5, the Coral Knight could no longer maintain his previous relaxed demeanor and became slightly more serious. After all, Yunming and Tendo had specifically instructed him that in this so-called artificial despair, he could only win, not lose. Because if he went easy, the so-called despair would not only fail to put pressure on Caroline and the others but also fail to stimulate the potential within their bodies. However, contrary to Yunming and Tendo's expectations, they seemed to have underestimated the powerful psychological impact this artificial despair had on Caroline. Given Caroline's current madness, how on earth were they going to resolve this later? By the abandoned car at the edge of the parking lot. Tendo, secretly observing Caroline's reaction through the dimensional screen, was already sweating profusely, his heart pounding. No choice, who made Caroline act so crazy right now? So crazy that Tendo had no doubt she would definitely beat him up once she found out the truth. Although Caroline couldn't beat him, he couldn't fight back when he was in the wrong, could he? Thinking this, Tendo's brain began to work rapidly, contemplating how to clean up his mess later. After all, if he couldn't give Caroline a satisfactory explanation, he wouldn't have an easy time for a while. And it was unclear whether the production team heard Tendo's inner thoughts, or if they simply found Tendo's current micro-expressions interesting. So much so that amidst the magnificent and intense battle between the Coral Knight, Caroline, and Qinqing, they actually managed to spare precious anime screen time to briefly focus on Tendo. On screen, although Tendo's eyes were closed, his lips were trembling non-stop, and a large amount of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He was clearly aware that he had gone too far and that it would be difficult to resolve later, thus his extreme fear. This amusing cowardice formed a stark contrast with Tendo's usual arrogance and haughtiness. So much so that when the audience outside the dimensional screen saw it, they all gloated. Ha ha ha, he's scared, Tendo's scared. About the director writing himself into a desperate situation while writing despair. Tendo, I said create despair for Caroline and them, not for me. Chapter 41, The Unconventional Bullets. Facing the formidable Coral Knight, Caroline, who had been hiding her strength, finally unleashed her true power. Seeing this, even Tendo, who believed he knew Caroline inside and out, was somewhat shocked. This was because, in the original plot, Caroline not only discovered the Coral Knight's abnormality early on but also guessed that the strange mist pervading the entire parking lot was created by their instructor, Yunming. Therefore, although she still displayed considerable combat power in the original plot, it was far from reaching the exaggerated level she showed now. It could be said that if Tendo hadn't chosen to feign death, causing Caroline to completely lose her rationality, the calm and intelligent Caroline would have quickly figured out everything that happened here and once again chosen to protect herself. Thinking of this, Tendo suddenly became curious. Curious about the true extent of Caroline's current strength. After all, judging from the current situation, she, nominally the Star's Child No. 4, was slightly stronger than Qinqing, the Star's Child No. 2. Meanwhile, sensing Caroline and Qinqing's extraordinary strength, the Coral Knight also gradually got serious. And as the Coral Knight became completely serious, Caroline and Qinqing, who could barely hold their own against him, quickly fell into a complete disadvantage. This was because neither Caroline's overload nor Qinqing's karma fire could shake the Coral Knight, a second-tier star emissary, due to their lower star energy values, even though their attacks far exceeded the average for their tier. This became especially evident after the Coral Knight had learned his lesson from Tendo. Because now, the Coral Knight wouldn't underestimate any first-tier star emissary. Or rather, he would no longer treat any Star's Child as an ordinary first-tier star emissary. When steadfastness became the Coral Knight's main theme, there was naturally no possibility of him losing, as he completely dominated Qinqing and Caroline in terms of star energy value, combat experience, and star source development. Unless, of course, some other variable appeared. Like, a certain unnoticed old six, a derogatory term for someone who waits for an opportune moment to strike, often from the shadows or when their opponent is vulnerable. In the real world, Station 13. Watching Caroline and Qinxing, who, despite fighting with all their might, were still utterly dominated by the Coral Knight, the audience immediately understood the vast gap between them and the Coral Knight. At the same time, they also understood the enormous gap between them and Tendo. After all, this Coral Knight, whom they struggled to defeat even by teaming up, had previously been utterly defeated by Tendo in an almost crushing manner. Encountered a second-tier star emissary, fought with all my might but couldn't defeat them. Tendo, strange, was this guy that hard to beat? Felt like I kicked him to death in one go. Caroline, bad, this is a high-stakes game. Just as Caroline and Qinxing seemed to be on the verge of defeat, the camera suddenly switched to Qinkong. Facing this sudden scene change, the audience knew this was to create a highlight moment for the protagonist, Qinkong. They all sat up straight, anticipating Qinkong's performance. At this moment, Qinkong was secretly hiding behind an abandoned car at the edge, cautiously observing the fierce battle not far away. And because he had already activated his first star core, Mark of Emptiness, the fighting Coral Knight didn't even notice his presence, completely ignoring him. One chance, I only have one chance. Looking at the Coral Knight, covered in coral armor, with a gauntlet on his left hand and a spear gauntlet on his right, the highly nervous Qinkong was not only sweating profusely but his right hand was also trembling non-stop. The dimensional audience, however, wasn't too demanding of his performance. After all, they were very clear about Qinkong's strength. As an innate powerhouse, Tendo not only had to win, but he also needed to win spectacularly and magnificently to meet the audience's expectations of him. Similarly, as an innate weakling, the audience's demands for Qinkong were very low. He didn't need to win, just to not lose too badly. Because weakness is never a fault, willingly giving up is. Therefore, regardless of whether Qinkong would succeed later, simply having this thought now and being willing to act on it already earned him the title of protagonist in the audience's minds. After all, not everyone is named Tendo Simei, and not everyone has the courage to face difficulties head-on. In the parking lot, as Caroline was sent flying by the Coral Knight's punch, falling to the ground unconscious, and Qinxing was entangled by the Coral Knight's flexible spear blade, her demonic blade falling to the ground, completely losing combat capability, Qinkong, who had been hiding nearby, knew he couldn't wait any longer. Success or failure depended on this one move. Cough, cough, cough. Qinxing, her body entangled by the Coral Knight's 3-meter-long coral spear blade, coughed violently while desperately grabbing the end of the spear blade at her neck with both hands, trying to breathe normally. However, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, Qinxing simply couldn't break free from the spear blade's restraint. She could only feel her thoughts becoming clouded and her body slowly losing consciousness, powerless and unable to change anything. Looking at Qinxing, who was about to fall unconscious, a hint of hesitation flashed in the Coral Knight's eyes beneath his mask. Because according to his own personality, the so-called test was pretty much over at this point. But according to Tendo and Yunming, it would be best for him to render Qinxing completely unconscious. Because only then could she truly feel how weak she was in front of him. However, for some reason, the Coral Knight always felt like he had forgotten something. But what this missing thing was, he couldn't recall, as if some invisible force was suppressing his thoughts and perception. This strange feeling made the Coral Knight inexplicably annoyed. But at this moment, the Coral Knight suddenly felt a strange movement behind him. He sharply turned his head, only to see Qinkong had appeared behind him at an unknown time, and was aiming that special black gun at him. Staring at the suddenly appearing Qinkong, the Coral Knight's pupils constricted. When? Bang bang bang. Without giving him time to think, accompanied by 3 loud gunshots, the black gun in Qinkong's hand fired 3 special bullets. These 3 bullets, carrying air vortices, flew towards the Coral Knight's face at an astonishing speed. Out of his terrifying combat instincts cultivated over many years, the Coral Knight immediately subconsciously raised his right hand. The gauntlet on that right hand reassembled into a small shield in an extremely short time, attempting to directly block Qinkong's sneak attack. Crack! To the Coral Knight's surprise, his shield, which could withstand attacks from ordinary second-tier star emissaries, failed to completely block Qinkong's 3 bullets this time. The first special bullet Qinkong fired, which hit his shield, immediately caused the star energy on his shield to become chaotic. The shield instantly developed significant cracks. Then, the second bullet hit the exact same spot as the previous one, and after completely piercing the shield, touched the helmet on the Coral Knight's face. It not only left a noticeable bullet mark on the helmet but also caused a strange crack in the Coral Knight's helmet. Finally, the remaining 3rd bullet followed the trajectory of the first 2 bullets, accurately striking towards the Coral Knight's face. Although these 3 bullets arrived almost simultaneously, the Coral Knight, upon sensing the anomaly of the first bullet, immediately shifted his head. As a result, this last bullet ultimately failed to critically wound the Coral Knight. It only broke through the helmet on his face and created a scratch on his cheek, from which dark red blood flowed. 3 bullets, 1 wound. Chen Kong looked at the Coral Knight, whose cheek was only lightly bleeding, with a stunned expression. He clearly hadn't expected his long-prepared sneak attack to yield only such a result. He looked at the 2-meter-tall Coral Knight in front of him, covered in grotesque coral spikes, his expression turning ashen, his eyes filled with despair. Because he understood that he had completely run out of opportunities. Thump, thump, thump. The Coral Knight released the unconscious Chenxing, took heavy and slow steps, and walked silently to Chen Kong's front. He looked down at him and slowly raised his hand. And looking at the calm eyes beneath the Coral Knight's helmet, and the slowly flowing blood on his cheek, Chen Kong shivered, his mind blank, and despairingly closed his eyes. But strangely, after waiting for a moment with his eyes closed, the imagined sharp pain did not appear. Instead, there was the Coral Knight's gentle pat on his shoulder, and his strange, approving words. Not bad. I didn't expect you to actually be able to wound me. None of you Star's children are simple, indeed. By the way, I can sense that the 3 bullets you just fired shouldn't be ordinary bullets. They seem to contain some special Star Source characteristic. Otherwise, I don't think ordinary bullets could so easily pierce my coral armor and successfully injure me. Can you tell me how you got those bullets? I'm quite curious. Chen Kong opened his eyes, staring blankly at the smiling, friendly Coral Knight in front of him. After a long pause, Chen Kong finally managed to squeeze out one word. Huh. Chapter 42, Long-Awaited Campus Life. At 4 in the afternoon, on the elevated highway leading to the nearshore district of Deep Blue Metropolis, a plain-looking business van, yet with an incredibly luxurious interior, drove smoothly. Ow, 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 Caroline, easy, easy. Tendo sat in the back seat of the business van, his ear being vigorously pinched by a grim-faced Caroline. In front of them, Chenxing rested her chin on her hand, gazing blankly out the window, seemingly lost in thought. As for Chen Kong, he sat beside Chenxing, occasionally stealing glances at the Coral Knight, Wolf, who was driving in the front seat. He clearly harbored deep curiosity about him. In the passenger seat, Yunming looked at Tendo, who kept sending her pleading glances from the back, and finally, unable to bear it, spoke up on his behalf. All right, Caroline, let Tendo go. I think if you pinch him any harder, his ear will fall off. Hearing Yunming speak, Caroline, though still somewhat displeased with Tendo's earlier deception, finally chose to release his ear. At that, Tendo instantly came back to life. He glanced at Caroline, who had turned her head away, deliberately giving him the silent treatment. He wisely chose not to provoke her. He patted Chen Kong's shoulder and asked, feigning curiosity, Kong, your last 3 shots were quite interesting. How did you manage to integrate your mark of emptiness into the bullets? Although everyone knew Tendo was deliberately changing the subject to avoid discussing the recent prank, they all pricked up their ears in the car. Because they were indeed very curious about this. After all, before today, they never expected Chen Kong, whom they had always regarded as a burden, to achieve such a feat in this test. Similarly curious were the viewers outside the dimensional screen. If they remembered correctly, Kong's star energy nullification should only be activated by touch. How could bullets now also carry the effect of star energy nullification? Seeing everyone's attention on him, the somewhat socially anxious Chen Kong, in a stuttering description, explained the whole story. It turned out that the inspiration for Chen Kong's ability to imbue bullets with star energy nullification came entirely from Chenxing's star core, Blood Flame. Blood Flame's activation principle was to use one's own or the enemy's blood as fuel to continuously burn with scorching flames. This activation principle immediately gave Chen Kong ample inspiration. He pondered whether his own blood could also serve as a medium for activating Mark of Emptiness, just like Blood Flame used blood. Because if this hypothesis held true, he would possess the conditions to activate both Mark of Emptiness and Idealist simultaneously. To that end, Chen Kong even proactively approached the doctor and presented his idea. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as Chen Kong had hoped. After the doctor's research, it was discovered that the reason Chen Kong's Mark of Emptiness could nullify other star energy was because the Mark of Emptiness was a highly infectious, attribute-less star energy. Any star trail that came into contact with Mark of Emptiness, regardless of its inherent structure, could be fundamentally assimilated by mark of emptiness, causing its internal star energy to return to its original attributeless state. Although this assimilation had a certain limit, meaning that a mark of emptiness equivalent to 100 star energy could only assimilate a star trail with 300 star energy. But no matter what, the power and dominance of the mark of emptiness were visibly evident. As for the relationship between star trail and star energy, it was similar to the relationship between spells and mana in a magical world. Therefore, the so-called mark of emptiness could be regarded as a powerful massive, attributeless star energy with terrifying assimilation capabilities. However, an unavoidable problem arose. While Qinkong's blood could temporarily preserve a portion of mark of emptiness in this star's world, which was filled with star energy, the influence of mark of emptiness was never limited to star trails cast by star emissaries. It would also be affected by the various attributes of unowned star energy in the air. Therefore, although the doctor, after some research, finally found a way to allow bullets to temporarily carry Qinkong's mark of emptiness, 3 very strict conditions still existed. Condition 1. Specialized bullet casings. Due to the mark of emptiness's extremely strong assimilation power, only certain rare, specific materials could temporarily avoid being assimilated by the mark of emptiness, making production very troublesome. Condition 2. Mark of emptiness bullets could only be preserved for a maximum of 10 minutes. Exceeding this time, the mark of emptiness bullets would turn into ordinary bullets. Condition 3. The effective range of mark of emptiness bullets was a maximum of 10 meters. This was because the rapid movement of the bullets would accelerate the interaction between the mark of emptiness inside the bullets and the external star energy, thereby greatly increasing its assimilation speed. Furthermore, the denser the star energy in the surrounding environment, the shorter the effective range of the mark of emptiness bullets. Despite the existence of so many stringent conditions, the doctor still highly affirmed the role of mark of emptiness bullets. After all, when mark of emptiness bullets were combined with his low presence characteristic, Qinkong could completely achieve unexpected results on the battlefield. For example, in this battle with the Coral Knight, who highly trusted his star source, Sea Thorn Coral, would have at least suffered a minor or even severe injury if he hadn't dodged immediately upon noticing the anomaly with the shield. After all, the more powerful a star emissary, the more easily they tend to blindly trust their star source. In this regard, Qinkong's mark of emptiness could be said to be the bane of all star emissaries. It was a bug-level ability that made it very easy to defeat the strong with the weak and achieve a first-strike kill. So the essence of mark of emptiness is like cancer cells in star energy. I thought it was more like a rule-based ability. Wait a minute, combining the effect of mark of emptiness, I think I kind of understand why Qinkong can be the protagonist of stars. Do you think Qinkong will eventually, for world peace, single-handedly nullify all star energy in the entire world? Damn, feels like there's a prophet here, let's take a group photo in advance. Hey, you, don't say it, you really shouldn't say it, it seems like there really is that possibility. No, if Qinkong really does that, wouldn't he be making enemies of all the star emissaries in the world? Setting everything else aside, how would he get past Tendo? Do you really think our Tendo would allow such a situation to occur? Hiss, that's true too. Why do I suddenly feel like Tendo's situation is a bit grim? Could he be holding the villain's script? Tendo is the villain. If that's true, then I'd rather this villain Tendo succeed, after all, who made Tendo more charming than Qinkong. Inside the car, Tendo looked at the bullet comments on the dimensional screen, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that among this group of dimensional viewers, someone would actually be able to essentially guess the general plot direction of the future stars simply by understanding the principle of Qinkong's mark of emptiness. That's right, the future Qinkong was indeed heading in that direction. And as the audience thought, Tendo was indeed preparing to go against Qinkong. This wasn't to say that Tendo was intentionally opposing Qinkong for the sake of popularity. Because even without the popularity system, Tendo didn't want a world without star sources to appear. After all, whether the world was peaceful or not had nothing to do with the existence of star sources. As a transmigrator, he had personally seen what a world without star sources would be like. He also understood that an overly idealized world could only remain an ideal, and would not become a true reality. Qinkong wanted to create what he considered a dream utopia. But Tendo believed that such a utopia was detached from reality from the very beginning and simply could not be realized. Therefore, in a sense, the biggest difference between Qinkong as the protagonist and other characters in Stars lay in their path dispute with everyone else. However, these basic inclinations hadn't even begun to show in the current prequel of the Stars, Embers. It wouldn't be until the start of the second season, Stars, Glimmer, that the conflicts between Chen-Kong and the other 35 Stars children would gradually emerge and intensify. Alright everyone, we've arrived. As the Coral Knight, Wolf, drove the car into a detached villa in the Deep Blue Metropolis's nearshore district, he immediately stopped the car and informed everyone that this would be their short-term base of operations for the foreseeable future. Tendo was the first to get out of the car, looking at the lavishly decorated, clearly expensive detached villa in front of him with an expression of awe. Uncle, this villa wasn't specifically bought by your wealthy master for us to live in, was it? Hearing Tendo's words, the Coral Knight, Wolf, thought for a moment and said, it wasn't specifically prepared for you few, no. The entire villa complex around here belongs to my master, Dorian. He merely took out one of them. Huh. Tendo lowered his sunglasses with his hand, then looked at the sprawling villa complex around him in disbelief. No way, other people's villas are counted by the building. But Dorian, this richest man, he counts them by the district directly. Is this the life of the rich? It's too enviable. Alright everyone, regarding my master Dorian's situation, he will naturally inform you all personally when you meet him tonight. For now, please follow me first. After all, if you few wish to enter Triland Middle School, you must first have a suitable identity that won't arouse suspicion. And no identity is more easily believed than that of an exchange student. Under the guidance of the Coral Knight, Wolf, Tendo, and the others quickly entered the villa. They immediately saw school uniforms held by maids, and exchange student identification. Seeing this, Tendo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Long-awaited campus life was about to begin again. Chapter 43, I Never Learned to Be Low-Key. At 1:30 p.m., a special, dolphin-shaped fish car smoothly traversed the elevated road leading to Triland Middle School in the nearshore district. To conceal their identities, Tendo and the others were divided into two groups, reporting to Triland Middle School in batches as exchange students. Undoubtedly, Tendo and Caroline were grouped together, and Chen-Kong and Chen-Xing were grouped together. Chen-Kong and Chen-Xing, the siblings, had already reported to Triland Middle School earlier in the morning. Tendo, remember to rein in your temper once we get to school, okay? Inside the dolphin fish car, Caroline looked at Tendo, who was sitting next to her, and reiterated her instructions tirelessly. Tendo, half reclining in his seat, replied lazily, got it, Caroline. You've told me this at least 10 times since yesterday. Stop repeating yourself. Just rest assured, I absolutely won't mess things up. Though Tendo said so, Caroline knew that he was probably just letting it go in one ear and out the other, not taking it to heart at all. After all, from her understanding of Tendo, he was good at everything except his somewhat unreliable personality. Making him behave was harder than making him abstain from desserts. If they were still at the Ember base, it would be fine. After all, that was their territory, and it wouldn't matter much if Tendo was arrogant. But now, they were not only completing a protection mission assigned by the organization, but they were also in a brand new, completely unfamiliar metropolis in the new Federation. If Tendo's behavior remained as high-profile as it was within the organization, he might attract the attention of the Star Emissary Association's Deep Blue Metropolis branch, leading to an unexpected intervention by their star emissaries. At that time, the originally ordinary protection mission would not only increase variables but also bring huge trouble to them, the children of the stars. After all, Ember was officially recognized by the Star Emissary Association in the new Federation as an evil organization, to be eliminated on sight. However, Tendo, who was familiar with the original plot, knew that no matter whether he was high-profile or low-key, those troublesome individuals in Deep Blue Metropolis would eventually come knocking. After all, Dorian, as the richest man in Deep Blue Metropolis, was willing to privately cooperate with Ember, an evil organization reviled by everyone in the new Federation. This could only mean that the troubles he faced and the pressure he endured far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. And the people or forces capable of bringing him such trouble in the entire Deep Blue Metropolis were only two. One was the official force represented by the new Federation, the Deep Blue Guard, and the other was the Star Emissary Association's Deep Blue Metropolis branch. Tendo, having read the original work, knew that the fundamental reason why Dorian was currently facing such great trouble was his desire to meddle with the mining rights of the Tears of Deep Blue, which were highly valued by the Star Emissary Association and monopolized by the Frostwind family, one of the 4 great families. To make Dorian abandon this presumptuous idea, the Frostwind family secretly incited a group of major shareholders in the Skycia group and promised them some very tempting conditions in exchange for their pressure on Dorian. Fortunately, Dorian himself wasn't without backing, he also had support from within the Frostwind family. Yes, Dorian wasn't an idiot, and naturally understood what he could and couldn't touch. His public declaration of wanting to contend for part of the tiers of deep-sea mining rights in the deep-sea zone naturally implied he had sufficient confidence to obtain these rights. And this confidence came from some high-ranking members of the Frostwind family behind him. Therefore, the fuse of the Deep Blue Metropolis plot seemed to be a dispute between Dorian, the richest man, and major shareholders within his group. Rather, it was an internal struggle within the Frostwind family as two factions vied for greater benefits. Miss Caroline, young Master Tendo, we've arrived. As the dolphin fish car pulled up to the school gate, Tendo and Caroline successively stepped out of the vehicle. Looking at the special building that resembled a giant undersea shell, Tendo exaggeratedly said, "Caroline, do you think there's a chance we can find valuable large pearls inside such a big shell?" Caroline rolled her eyes at Tendo. "What big shell?" "That's Tryland Middle School's academic building. It just looks like a shell from the outside." "Really? Why would I lie to you? Didn't you read the Deep Blue Metropolis City Handbook? It has an introduction to Tryland Middle School." "Oh. You mean that boring handbook? I threw it away long ago, nothing worth seeing. Besides, compared to some handbook, I'd rather trust my own eyes." Hearing Tendo's words, Caroline couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, then walked directly towards the campus gate without looking back, clearly too lazy to say more. Arguing with Tendo. She had proven time and again through harsh lessons that Tendo was inherently unreasonable. Looking at Caroline's retreating back, a strange arc of light flickered in Tendo's azure eyes beneath his sunglasses. "Just an academic building resembling a shell? I doubt it." As Tendo briefly took off his sunglasses, the originally magnificent academic building instantly transformed in his eyes. In his vision, this giant shell-shaped building suddenly came alive. Countless light blue, blood-like star energy flowed evenly to every part of the entire academic building along numerous star energy veins resembling blood vessels. Although Tendo really wanted to see where the source of this star energy was, due to some special star energy techniques protecting it, and other reasons, Tendo couldn't actually find the huge star energy source hidden within the academic building. Not to mention, his main purpose for being here wasn't to find something like that. Looking at the clearly extraordinary shell building before him, Tendo put his sunglasses back on. "This place is unfamiliar. Instead of blindly running around by myself, I might as well let Kong, who arrived earlier, show me around and get familiar with the environment. But before that, I should find the cafeteria here first. After all, I'm genuinely a bit hungry." With that, after entering the campus, Tendo walked directly towards a direction away from the academic building. As for why he didn't go to the faculty office to report to the teachers first. Are you kidding? Reporting somewhere is not as important as adding drama. Tendo remembered very clearly that Chen Kong, the protagonist of the Stars series, was currently having a rather rough time in his campus life. As an outsider, he had neither shown extraordinary merits nor revealed a profound background. This led the bad guys of Tryland Middle School, who prided themselves as noble nearshore residents, to immediately treat Chen Kong as an outsider begging for scraps in the nearshore district. Though somewhat amusing, Chen Kong had indeed, in less than half a day, successfully been regionally discriminated against by his classmates. To be honest, even if Tendo had known this result beforehand, he still found it incredibly bizarre. You're the protagonist of an entire series. It's one thing to be discriminated against and bullied in a place full of monsters like Ember. But how can you still be discriminated against and bullied when you're out here, facing a bunch of ordinary brats who don't even have star sources? Where's your star core? Where's your star source? Where are the combat techniques you learned from the organization? Just because Sister Yun said everyone should try to keep a low profile for the next few days, you actually kept such a low profile that you didn't even dare to fight back when bullied by ordinary people, right? So rigid. Under the afternoon sun, Tendo, dressed in a blue and white Tryland school uniform and wearing high-profile black sunglasses, walked directly towards Tryland Middle School's cafeteria. Low-key. Sorry, Tendo Simei, can do everything except be low-key. This drama. I'm adding it for sure. Chapter 44, Arrogant Nearshore People. At 1:35 p.m., Tryland Middle School, cafeteria area. Hey, Chen Kong, we're classmates, after all. How can you not even treat your classmates to a few bottles of Blue Harmony Mountain City juice? You're really not putting your classmates first. Yeah, young Master Decola is right. It's just a few bottles of Blue Harmony Mountain City, it won't cost you much. Why be so stingy? Sigh, it seems some people only treat us as classmates in words, but in their hearts, they don't care about us at all. Listening to the cold sarcasm from his classmates and their playful, mocking gazes, Chen Kong, being introverted and not good with words, knew they were wrong but couldn't think of any reason to retort. He could only awkwardly lower his head, remaining silent. Just this morning, he had felt that these classmates were incredibly enthusiastic. Not only did they show concern for him as soon as class was over, but some even proactively offered to be his friends. Faced with this sudden care and attention, Chen Kong, who was used to being ostracized and ignored at the Ember base, immediately felt a warmth. He agreed to their invitations without hesitation, becoming their friend. But the cruel reality soon dealt Chen Kong a heavy blow. It turned out that these people's so-called friends merely wanted Chen Kong to be their errand boy. Because at lunchtime, these people used similar excuses to make him wait in line at the cafeteria, and even made Chen Kong use his own money to pay for their lunch. Although he had already learned his lesson once, Chen Kong at that time was still deceiving himself into believing that they might just be using this method to help him integrate into this unfamiliar class as quickly as possible, rather than genuinely bullying him. But with the current act of forcing him to buy drinks for the entire class, this clumsy excuse could no longer convince Chen Kong. He knew he had no reason or obligation to suddenly pay out of his own pocket to buy drinks for the entire class for the sake of friendship. However, even though Chen Kong had already sensed the malice from Decola and the others, out of some strange persistence, he strangely chose not to retort, silently enduring this grievance, which made people quite frustrated. But his forbearance not only didn't make Decola, the leader, let him go, it made him escalate. Because Decola, as a famous rich young master from the nearshore district, loved nothing more than seeing commoners like Chen Kong, awkward and at a loss. Whenever this happened, he wouldn't feel bad at all. Instead, he would gain a huge sense of superiority, feeling sincerely proud to be a nearshore person. However, as a clever rich young master, Decola wasn't the kind of fool who lacked insight. He knew very well who he could bully and who he couldn't. In the morning, before he figured out Chen Kong's bottom line, Decola had always maintained the politeness befitting a noble nearshore person towards Chen Kong. This facade lasted until he learned from Chen Kong that the reason he could come to Triland Middle School as an exchange student wasn't because his family was rich, nor because he was related to some powerful figure in the nearshore district. It was purely because he had good academic results, and was therefore fortunate enough to be sent by his school. Knowing this crucial information, Decola immediately dropped the act completely. No way, where did this country bumpkin come from, also coming to our nearshore district to beg for food? Looking at Chen Kong, who was flustered by his few words, Decola, in the crowd, not only didn't let Chen Kong go but also spoke up, feigning magnanimity. Sigh, I thought that classmate Kong, as an exchange student, would have tens of thousands of pocket money each month like us, which is why I thought of asking you to treat the whole class to drinks, to help you build good relationships with everyone. But now it seems I misunderstood. Sorry, classmate Kong, I'll treat everyone to drinks this time, as a welcome to you, our new classmate. Hearing Decola's words, before Chen Kong could even speak, Decola's cronies immediately chimed in, very perceptive. Wow, young Master Decola, you're so generous, unlike some poor kid who can't even afford a few drinks. Yeah, he's right. He can even come to our Triland aristocratic school, but he can't even afford a few drinks. I wonder if this guy really has no money, or if he's not treating us as friends and is deliberately pretending to be broke. Seeing his underlings so quick to catch on, Decola immediately put on an act to explain for Chen Kong. Hey, how are you guys talking? I believe classmate Kong is definitely not as stingy as you think. He should just genuinely not have money. Ha, that's true, young Master Decola is right. Right, look at my mouth, how could I suspect classmate Kong of being stingy? He's just simply poor. Watching Chen Kong, who was being bullied by a group of brats but couldn't give any reaction for a long time, the audience outside the dimensional screen was completely speechless. No way, you were bullied in Ember, and now you're out of Ember and still being bullied. Didn't you leave Ember for nothing then? Answer me. Chen Kong, kick me. Well, you've kicked a pillow. Protagonist. Scapegoat. Just as the audience was frustrated with Chen Kong's weak and introverted personality, a familiar voice suddenly came from off-screen. Hey, female classmate, I'm asking you if this is our school's cafeteria. Don't just stare blankly, hey. As this voice sounded, the camera instantly switched from Chen Kong to Tendo at the cafeteria entrance. In the picture, Tendo, wearing his iconic small sunglasses, looked exasperatedly at the unfamiliar female classmate in front of him, who was holding snacks and staring intently at him. he clearly didn't understand what she was spacing out about. Under the meticulous production of the production team, Tendo at this moment was clearly wearing the same blue and white Triland school uniform as everyone around him. But his incredibly detailed, high-quality visuals, clearly showing him as the production team's favorite child, plus his stars' peak of beauty, high-class face, immediately made this somewhat ordinary Triland school uniform worn by Tendo exude a different aura. He was clearly not of the same art style as those around him. By now, the production team's blatant favoritism towards him, their #1 in popularity, was visible to the naked eye. They weren't even pretending anymore. In the anime scene, as Tendo reminded her multiple times, the dazed female classmate finally came to her senses. She shyly glanced at Tendo, then pointed behind her with a stammering voice, this is our school's cafeteria. Getting the answer he wanted, Tendo immediately smiled. Then it seems I didn't come to the wrong place. Thanks, classmate. With that, Tendo walked straight in. Looking at Tendo's departing back, the unfamiliar female classmate thought of something. She immediately ran excitedly towards her classroom, clearly eager to share some incredible secret with her friends. And when Tendo entered the cafeteria, he coincidentally encountered Chen Kong, who was currently being ridiculed by the crowd. Looking at Chen Kong, who was surrounded by Decola and the others, head bowed and silent, Tendo immediately ignored the strange atmosphere around them and greeted him with a smile. Yo, not bad, Kong, you managed to integrate so quickly with your new classmates. Seeing Tendo's sudden appearance, Chen Kong, who had been so embarrassed he didn't know what to do, instantly brightened, as if he had seen a savior. Meanwhile, Decola in the crowd looked at Tendo, this unfamiliar uninvited guest. His acne-scarred face immediately filled with vigilance. Although he had never seen Tendo and had no idea of his background, just his appearance and the absolute confidence he exuded in every gesture made Decola feel an inexplicable, strong sense of crisis. Because just by looking at this guy's face, he knew he was definitely not to be trifled with. Noticing the change in Decola's expression, Tendo secretly chuckled to himself, knowing that the other party had fallen into his trap. The grievances the dimensional audience suffered because of you, let me, the star's popularity champion, take it all back in one go. Of course, I'm not doing this to steal the spotlight, or to gain popularity or anything. I just simply dislike people playing regional discrimination. Besides, what's wrong with the nearshore people of Deep Blue Metropolis? Strictly speaking, I, Tendo Simei, am technically an alien. Playing regional discrimination with me. Friend, congratulations, you found the right person. At this moment, Tendo couldn't help but once again marvel at the excellent matchmaking mechanism of the Stars region. Because whenever he was about to run out of content and his popularity struggled to rise, Chen Kong, the nominal protagonist of the series, always managed to deliver an assist in time, helping him create excitement. In this regard, Tendo genuinely approved of Chen Kong as the Star's protagonist and hoped he would continue to be the protagonist. After all, if it were someone else as the protagonist, how could he so easily gain so much popularity? Chapter 45, The Tsundere Twin Tails. It was afternoon, inside Triland Middle School's cafeteria. Sunlight streamed through the glass doors, illuminating Decola and his group. Unlike their recent passive-aggressive behavior towards Chen Kong, Decola hadn't rushed to make trouble as he was still unsure of Tendo's background. Instead, he smartly chose to remain silent, preparing to observe the situation. But even if he stayed silent, a certain individual, dedicated to rapidly gaining popularity, wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity to add drama. Kong, when I was at the door just now, I heard you guys wanted to buy drinks for the whole class and get along with everyone, right? Huh. Chen Kong was startled, then subconsciously replied, no, brother Tendo, actually that was. Before Chen Kong could finish, Tendo immediately interrupted, if you ask me, you guys shouldn't bother so much. All the drinks for the class. I'll get them. After all, if I remember correctly, I should be in the same class as you. In that case, your classmates are my classmates, aren't they? Come on, here's my card. Don't just stand there foolishly, go buy them quickly. Tendo slipped the bank card he had secretly borrowed from Yunming into Chen Kong's hand. Then he gave him a forceful shove, telling him not to just stand there stupidly and to go buy the Blue Harmony Mountain City drinks. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Chen Kong didn't know what Tendo was planning. But from his understanding of Tendo, since Tendo had heard their earlier conversation, he was most likely planning to teach Decola a small lesson. As for why Chen Kong was so sure, this was naturally because Chen Kong had seen Tendo do similar things more than once at the Ember base. After all, compared to the troublesome children of the stars in the base, Decola, who was just an ordinary person, was much easier to deal with. Yet, even those difficult delinquent children of the stars, as long as Tendo saw them bullying him, he would not only be quickly rescued, but those delinquents would often end up in a bad state. This was because while Tendo wouldn't directly resort to violence, his wild and imaginative mind always allowed him to severely punish these bullies without using force, making them genuinely fear Tendo from the bottom of their hearts. The king of the stars delinquents, Tendo, truly deserved the title. Thinking of this, Chen Kong couldn't help but feel sympathy for Decola. He, bound by his identity as a star emissary, didn't want to use that power to bully an ordinary person. But Tendo clearly wouldn't have such reservations. After all, to Tendo, there was no difference between ordinary people and star emissaries. Meanwhile, seeing Tendo's immediate, enthusiastic behavior, the sense of crisis in Decola's heart instantly diminished greatly. He had initially thought Tendo was some troublesome character. But now it seemed he was just a simple country bumpkin like Chen Kong, merely outstanding in appearance and with a somewhat striking aura. There was nothing else particularly noteworthy about him, he was very easy to handle. Thinking of this, Decola, who fancied himself quite cunning, couldn't help but reveal a smug smile, as if he could already see himself manipulating Tendo. However, just as Decola was immersed in his fantasy, Tendo suddenly spoke, interrupting him. "Here, classmate." Decola came back to his senses. What greeted him was Tendo's kind smile and a bottle of Blue Harmony Mountain City that he was handing him. Looking at the completely sapphire blue Harmony Mountain City bottle in Tendo's hand, continuously emanating cold mist, Decola, although ill-intentioned towards Tendo, had no intention of revealing it for now. He prepared to maintain his good classmate persona appropriately. So he reached out, instinctively wanting to take the bottle of Blue Harmony Mountain City from Tendo's hand. But just as he extended his hand, the Blue Harmony Mountain City in Tendo's hand suddenly exploded. Bang! The flying plastic bottle cap whizzed past Decola's cheek, and countless bubbly blue soda sprayed from the bottle's mouth, drenching his entire body. This sticky, bubbly soda not only instantly turned Decola's meticulously styled hair into seaweed but also covered his expensive custom school uniform with foam, making him look utterly disheveled. Seeing Decola's plight, Chen Kong showed a, just as I expected, expression. He had long guessed that Tendo definitely didn't intend to treat Decola and the others to drinks out of goodwill. He was bound to have some mischievous ideas to mess with them. See, didn't it come true? As for Tendo, the perpetrator of all this, his acting at this moment was exaggerated to the extreme. "Wow, I'm so sorry, classmate, I didn't expect this drink to be so fragile that it would explode with just a little squeeze. Are you okay? Am I okay?" Decola looked at Tendo's mocking expression and immediately knew he had done it on purpose. He silently took out the expensive handkerchief from his chest pocket. After wiping away the remaining soda from his face, his expression was incredibly grim. "You did that on purpose?" Tendo smiled, then said matter-of-factly, "What else? You didn't actually think it was an accident, did you?" Tendo not only answered casually but also acted very arrogant. He clearly didn't put Decola in his eyes at all. And for Decola, who had been pampered and adored since childhood, this was simply unbearable. He looked at the unrestrained Tendo, his right fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He clearly couldn't suppress his anger and wanted to make a move. But before he could teach Tendo a lesson, a cold voice came from the side. "Decola, what do you think you're doing?" This suddenly appearing cold female voice not only made Decola instantly calm down but also caused the surrounding onlookers to automatically part. Decola turned his head towards the direction of the voice and saw a girl with golden twintails and delicate features, walking towards them in shiny leather shoes. Seeing that it was her speaking, Decola's expression instantly froze. Miss Isabella. Isabella didn't even look at him. She merely swept her gaze over the mess on the floor, then said calmly, "Go back to your dorm now. I can pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, you'll face disciplinary action from the school." But seeing that Decola not only didn't leave but also wanted to argue, Isabella's gaze towards him instantly turned dangerous. Seeing this, Decola dared not linger any longer. However, before leaving, he still unwillingly glared fiercely at Tendo, as if saying, "You got lucky today, our day will come." Tendo was completely indifferent to this. Just a clown who overestimates himself, what's there to pay attention to? And with Decola, that annoying pest, gone, Isabella casually glanced at Tendo and Chen Kong, then haughtily flipped her golden twintails and coolly walked out of the cafeteria. It must be said, her demeanor and style were indeed very cool and chic, perfectly captivating a group of half-grown teenagers, including Chin Kong, who was leaving the Ember base for the first time. As for Tendo, having read the original work, he knew very well what the real Isabella was like. The real her was not as cold and noble as her current appearance suggested. Instead, she was a little vain, a little desirous of attention. She was a typical tsundere young lady who liked to be in the spotlight. And this type, undoubtedly, perfectly hit a certain self-conscious and love-starved individual. Looking at Chin Kong, who was still staring at her retreating back, Tendo immediately teased, "All right, stop looking." She just did it casually, she didn't think that much. Hearing Tendo's words, Chin Kong, who had come back to his senses, was startled. Then he rubbed his head somewhat awkwardly, wanting to explain. But before he could speak, Tendo interrupted him first. "By the way, I was originally worried about how to get you to interact with her, but now that we have this beauty saves the hero moment, isn't this opportunity delivered right to our doorstep? Kong, this arduous task of making friends with Isabella and staying with her for a long time, is now yours." "Huh? Huh what? If you don't go, do you expect us to go? Think about your sister's personality, and then Caroline's unsympathetic demeanor. If they went, I'm afraid they'd bring danger to Isabella before Isabella even encountered danger. So, the candidate for close-range protection of Isabella is none other than you. But Brother Tendo, I feel like you're actually more suitable than me, after all." Tendo interrupted Chin Kong without hesitation, and took a bottle of Blue Harmony Mountain City from the drink box Chin Kong was holding. "What, after all? I don't like being a simp, this matter is settled." Looking at Chin Kong's bewildered expression, Tendo immediately thought of his humble appearance in the original work, where he was easily manipulated by Isabella, simping to the extreme yet gaining nothing. So much so that he couldn't help but pat Chin Kong's shoulder and say earnestly, "It's nothing, Kong, don't overthink it. I was just kidding. Besides, the so-called simp isn't necessarily an insult. After all, some people don't even qualify as simps. All right, I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to report first. As for these drinks, you help me take them to the class and distribute them. Just say you're treating everyone. See you later." Without giving Chin Kong a chance to refuse, Tendo immediately waved his hand, then left the cafeteria without looking back. It wasn't until Tendo's figure completely disappeared from view that Chin Kong muttered to himself, somewhat uncertainly, "Brother Tendo, is simp really not an insult?" Chapter 46, I'll handle it, you can rest assured. Real World, Station 13. Seeing Chin Kong so easily swayed by Tendo's few words, the audience's attention shifted elsewhere. For instance, Chin Kong's fixed gaze as Isabel departed. "It's over, Kong, you little rascal, you've fallen in love. Regarding my encounter with a cold noble miss at a prestigious school. Is it a poor boy falling for a rich girl trope? A bit cheesy, but that's fine, I'm cheesy, I love it. Woof woof woof. No way, Kong, she just flicked her hair, and that's enough to steal your soul." While the dimensional audience heavily criticized Chin Kong's easy-to-fall-in-love behavior, Tendo hummed a tune as he walked towards the teaching building, clearly in high spirits. He couldn't help it. His little bit of extra flair earlier not only gained him considerable popularity but also ensured that the main storyline of the first season remained within a relatively stable framework, preventing him from losing his foresight advantage. Because according to the original plot, the one who should have come to Chin Kong's rescue was none other than the tsundere twin-tailed Miss Isabel. Not only that, but Tendo's move of splashing Decora with soda was actually a trick Isabel had used on Decora in the original story. Although Tendo's appearance had caused some changes in the meeting scene between the male and female leads in this first season, Tendo felt he hadn't really disrupted the original plot, nor would it affect the main storyline later in the first season. Everything was under control. Afternoon, teaching building, Class 1, first year. Chin Kong walked into the classroom through the back door, carrying 2 boxes of Blue Toon Mountain City drinks by himself. The nearby students of Class 1 were curious as to why he suddenly brought so many drinks. Still, due to their unfamiliarity with each other, they ultimately didn't ask further, only glancing curiously. Suddenly being watched by so many people made the already introverted Chin Kong immediately uncomfortable. But when he saw a golden-haired back sitting at the front of the classroom, Chin Kong suddenly changed from his usual low-key self, took a deep breath, and loudly announced, "CL classmates, these are drinks bought for everyone by another exchange student from our school, Tendo Simei." He said that although you'll only be classmates for a month, brief classmates are still classmates, and you should all get along well. So he asked me to help him bring these drinks, hoping to quickly build good relationships with everyone. Out of goodwill, and some inexplicable sense of self-esteem, Chen Kong not only failed to claim the drinks as his own, as Tendo had instructed, but he also took it upon himself to say some pleasantries that Tendo had never uttered. What made Chen Kong incredibly awkward was that after he finished speaking, the classmates, who had been chatting amongst themselves, all fell silent and looked at him with incredibly strange gazes. The air seemed to completely solidify at that moment. And this scene, let alone for Chen Kong, the person involved, even the dimensional audience outside the screen, who were uninvolved, could clearly feel the awkward atmosphere, as if their toes were curling up. It wasn't surprising that this situation occurred. Trelane was a renowned noble junior high school in the near-sea area. Apart from a small number of specially recruited students with outstanding talents, the remaining students came from wealthy or influential families. A mere bottle of drink was naturally not something they cared about, nor did they need a stranger to give it to them. Furthermore, Chen Kong had only been in the class for half a day. He was new and unfamiliar with the surroundings. At the same time, he didn't have any particularly outstanding qualities or charisma. As a result, most of the classmates, while not bullying him, also didn't interact much with him. Calling him half an outsider wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Therefore, it would be strange if they weren't surprised by an outsider's sudden display of kindness. Chen Kong, who had grown up in the Ember, clearly hadn't anticipated this situation. Because if this happened in the Ember, even if it was Chen Kong, the acknowledged nobody among the children of the stars, delivering the message, as long as it was said that Tendo brought the items, no matter how unwilling the others were, they would eventually choose to take the drinks without offending Tendo. This habitual thinking had undoubtedly led to Chen Kong's current predicament. After all, this was the unfamiliar Trelane Junior High, not his familiar Ember base. Just as Chen Kong lowered his head, embarrassed and wanting to rush out the door, a strand of bright golden hair suddenly entered his field of vision. "Give it to me." Chen Kong looked up in surprise, only to see Isabel, who had been sitting in her seat, standing in front of him at some point, extending her hand, gesturing for him to give her a bottle of drink. Undoubtedly, Isabel was actively helping him out of a difficult situation. Coupled with what happened in the cafeteria earlier, Chen Kong, who already had a good impression of Isabel, completely fell for her. Perhaps this was an angel. However, Isabel saw that despite her having spoken, he still stood there foolishly, not handing her a bottle of drink. She immediately frowned unhappily. To be so slow and lacking in discernment, no wonder this guy was bullied by that guy Dakora. It really couldn't be blamed on anyone else. However, for some purpose, Isabel ultimately chose to ignore Chen Kong's minor rudeness and casually pointed to a boy sitting in the back row. "Leo, you and the others distribute these drinks." "Oh, okay, class monitor." With Isabel's intervention, the awkward atmosphere in the classroom instantly eased. Watching his classmates actively helping to distribute the drinks, Chen Kong finally came back to his senses. He shyly avoided Isabel's gaze and whispered, "Thank you." Isabel calmly said, "It's nothing. Maintaining a harmonious atmosphere in the class is my duty as class monitor." At this point, Isabel suddenly changed the subject, casually saying, "By the way, you just said these drinks were bought by that exchange student you mentioned, so can you tell me what that guy named Tendo was like at your previous school? Don't misunderstand, I just don't want the situation in the cafeteria to happen again, so I need to understand the situation of you exchange students in advance." Hearing Isabel's words, Chen Kong, who had been completely IQ-reduced, didn't notice anything unusual about her words. He immediately blurted out his opinion of Tendo within the Ember. Fortunately, Chen Kong wasn't the kind of fool who would spill everything asked. He cleverly replaced Ember Base with previous school and Children of the Stars from the Stars project with classmates. Thus, after Chen Kong's artistic embellishment, the bully Tendo, who ran rampant in the Ember Base, often preying on the weak, was twisted by Chen Kong into a sunny, benevolent, and academically excellent student. Though from Chen Kong's perspective, all of this was his genuine opinion of Tendo. While Isabel didn't know Tendo's past, she chose to believe Chen Kong's words, based on what had just happened in the cafeteria. After all, if Tendo wasn't a good person, why would he risk being isolated by others to stand up for his former classmate in an unfamiliar school? Thinking this, Isabel immediately interrupted Chen Kong, who was about to say something else, and said politely yet distantly, "All right, you don't need to say anything else. Thank you very much." Isabel had intended to call out Chen Kong's name, but she suddenly realized she hadn't remembered it at all. Fortunately, Isabel wasn't Chen Kong, she didn't have that cautious fear of saying the wrong thing. She directly asked, by the way, what was your name again? Chen Kong, Chen as in dust, Kong as in air. Chen Kong, huh? Thank you very much, classmate Chen Kong. I will help you and classmate Tendo integrate into the class as soon as possible and try to prevent what just happened from recurring. Don't worry, with me here, that narcissistic Dakora won't be able to cause any trouble. Alright, class is about to start. Hurry back to your seat. I need to rest for a bit too. With that, Isabel returned to her seat without looking back. Chen Kong was left standing there, smiling foolishly and rubbing his head, secretly delighted that she had called him by his name. Upon witnessing all this from a God's eye perspective, the dimensional audience couldn't help but complain. Bro, don't smile anymore, your house is about to be stolen, and you're still smiling. Oh my God, Kong, don't you feel like something's wrong here? You've been here all morning, and she didn't remember your name, but Tendo hasn't even come to class yet, and she's already remembered his name. How can you still smile? It's over, I smell the scent of tragic literature. While Chen Kong was secretly delighted and the audience was speechless, Tendo, who had just finished his registration, was pulled to the school rooftop by Caroline the moment he stepped out. He had no time to check the dimensional screen, naturally unaware of what was happening in the classroom. What's up, Caroline? Why did you suddenly want to see me? Here, this is the mission intel instructor Yun Meng asked me to give you. Tendo took Caroline's tablet, pretended to read it seriously for a moment, then handed it back. So, you're saying someone wants to kidnap Isabel during the week-long retreat? What did Sister Yun say? Instructor Yun said that rather than tipping them off, it's better to play along. She wants us to stay calm for now and just be prepared. Okay, then we'll do as Sister Yun says. They're just a few Dark Star envoys operating in the gray areas anyway. I can handle them all by myself. It's no big deal. Just as Tendo thought Caroline had finished saying all the important things, he suddenly noticed Caroline looking as if she had something more to say. He immediately asked curiously, "What's wrong, Caroline? Is there anything else you want to say?" Caroline thought for a moment, then said with some uncertainty, "Tendo, today, you didn't cause any trouble, did you?" Huh? Tendo looked at Caroline in shock, seemingly surprised that she would say such a thing. No, Caroline, you don't trust me to handle things. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Tendo's words, Caroline said matter-of-factly, "Tendo, precisely because it's you, I don't trust you. After all, getting you to behave is harder than getting you to quit sweets." Hearing Caroline speak about him like that, Tendo immediately clutched his chest, putting on an exaggerated display of being deeply hurt. Unfortunately, Caroline wasn't buying it. And seeing that playing the victim wasn't working, Tendo immediately changed tactics. "Caroline, I know you have some misunderstandings about me, but this time, I can guarantee you, I really didn't cause any trouble today." "Really? Really? All right, I'll take your word for it." "No, what do you mean, take my word for it?" "Caroline, don't go. You need to explain that." Hee hee. Chapter 47, Undercurrents. Ding-a-ling. In the afternoon, as the dismissal bell rang, Tendo, who had been assigned a window seat at the back of the classroom, immediately prepared to lie down for a nap. Just as he was about to doze off, he suddenly noticed that the surrounding sunlight seemed to be blocked by a shadow. Tendo instinctively looked up, and what greeted his eyes were dozens of shining eyes. What blocked his sunlight was nothing other than a dozen curious female classmates. Before he could even react to what was happening, these girls started speaking all at once. "Tendo, I heard you're only here for a month. Can you extend your exchange period? Tendo, is your hair naturally like this? The quality feels so good. Tendo." The girls' eager questions, coming from all directions, instantly stunned Tendo. Even for him, a popularity king, accustomed to being the center of attention, facing such a crazy, fan-like spectacle was a bit overwhelming and completely new territory. After all, if the guys from Embers dared to swarm him like this, he would have punched them one by one and sent them to the infirmary for some serious self-reflection. Fortunately, while these female classmates were enthusiastic, their questions generally stayed within a reasonable scope and weren't too abrupt. So, it didn't make Tendo too uncomfortable. Watching Tendo being surrounded by everyone, Chen Kong, who was sitting behind him, had eyes full of envy. They were both exchange students, and both were new to Class 1. But the treatment he and Tendo received in the class was like night and day. When he arrived that morning, everyone was curious about him, but it was just curiosity. There was no desire to actively approach him. But Tendo was completely different. From the moment he appeared in class that afternoon, he attracted a lot of attention. Many people even subtly turned their heads to glance at Tendo during class. It was clear they were very interested in him. In contrast, Chen Kong's initial treatment when he first arrived was practically abysmal. However, despite his envy, Chen Kong didn't find it strange at all. Ever since he had known Tendo, Tendo had always been the focus of everyone's attention, someone naturally suited to stand in the spotlight. So, even though they were now in a completely unfamiliar environment, Tendo was still Tendo, and he, Chen Kong, was still Chen Kong. Everything seemed to have changed, but at the same time, nothing seemed to have changed. Just as Chen Kong was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Kong, don't just sit there spacing out. Come help me explain, they have too many questions, and I can't answer them all. Tendo grabbed the still dazed Chen Kong and, without asking for his consent, forcibly pulled him into the conversation. To Chen Kong's surprise, after being pushed forward by Tendo as a human shield, the female classmates who had been rather aloof towards him that morning now gently gathered around him. Kong, are you very familiar with Tendo? Kong, can you secretly tell us what kind of girls Tendo likes? Kong, do you know what hobbies Tendo has? Facing so many strange questions, Chen Kong, who had never interacted with so many girls before, immediately felt his ears visibly turn red, and his speech became a bit stuttered. However, his shyness didn't lead to ridicule from the surrounding female classmates. Instead, they found him simple and cute. This harmonious atmosphere was a stark contrast to the near-ignored coldness he experienced that morning. Although Chen Kong knew that their significant change was simply because he knew Tendo, and they wanted to get more information about Tendo from him. He had to admit, Chen Kong really liked this current atmosphere. In this atmosphere, for the first time, he felt that he wasn't insignificant air, but a living, breathing person who was noticed and cared for. Unfortunately, this pleasant atmosphere that Chen Kong cherished didn't last long. Because the short break was over. As everyone returned to their seats, Chen Kong was still giggling foolishly, rubbing the back of his head, clearly in a very good mood. Seeing him like this, Tendo leaned back, resting his chair against Chen Kong's desk, and said with a smile, Kong, you know, sometimes you just overthink things. You should know that most people in this world aren't as complicated as you imagine. The reason they're cold to you, in the end, is simply because they don't understand you at all. So, be confident, Kong. Don't think so little of yourself. Hearing Tendo's words, Chen Kong's expression was slightly lost in thought. A moment later, he couldn't help but ask, so, Tendo, is that why you're always so popular? Oh, no, that's not it. Then what is it? Tendo thought for a moment, then pointed to himself and said, Kong, when you're as handsome as I am, even if you're a mute who can't speak, you'll still be as popular as I am. The comfort was well intended, but next time, please don't bother. Looking at the confident Tendo, Chen Kong felt speechless for the first time in his life. So, for once, Chen Kong spoke his true feelings to Tendo. Tendo, has Caroline ever told you that you aren't very good at comforting people? Hearing this, Tendo said without hesitation, how could that be? Every time Caroline was down, I was the one who comforted her and helped her out of her slump. Caroline wasn't angry. Tendo thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, she probably, wasn't angry, right? Seeing that Tendo himself couldn't be sure, Chen Kong immediately came to a conclusion. Case closed, Tendo has been bad at comforting people since he was little. After all, as a genius, how could he understand the feelings of ordinary people like them? All right, enough talk. Class is starting. Seeing the teacher entering the classroom, Tendo immediately stopped his meaningless discussion with Chen Kong and pretended to pay attention to the class. While seemingly looking at the blackboard, he had actually opened his dimensional screen and was openly slacking off, watching Prequel of the Stars, Embers. Meanwhile, as this small interlude between Tendo and Chen Kong ended, the camera in the anime also shifted away from them and focused on Daikola, the wealthy young master who hadn't attended class that afternoon. Daikola was alone in the school dorm, secretly making a phone call. A short while later, the call connected. Dad, I have results for what you asked me to investigate. That transfer student named Chen Kong really is suspicious. When I used the star energy sensor you gave me near him, I detected a clear star energy reaction. According to the readings, he possesses at least 100 points of star energy, making him a legitimate rank 1 star envoy. What about the others? As for that guy named Tendo Simei, I ran into him by chance this afternoon, but I didn't get a chance to approach him alone, so I can't confirm his identity yet. As for Caroline and Chen Xing. Daikola paused, then continued, they're not in my class, and I haven't had enough opportunities to observe them yet. Hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then a voice spoke, understood, Daikola. Go back to class for now, and contact me if you find anything new. Don't worry, my plan to enter the decision-making layer of the Tianhai group is going very smoothly. Soon I'll acquire more shares. Before that, maintain your arrogant persona and continue to provoke those transfer students. Ideally, you should force them to use their star source in public as soon as possible, confirming their identities as star envoys. At this point, a cold chuckle suddenly came from the other end of the phone. And once their identities as star envoys are confirmed, our city's Star Envoy Association will have a legitimate reason to intervene. At that time, even if these unknown individuals manage to get through safely, they definitely won't be able to return to Trill Land easily and spoil our plans. So, work hard, Daikola. The future of our family depends entirely on your performance. Understood. Chapter 48, Dark Star Envoys. In the real world, Station 13. Faced with Daikola's sudden reversal, many dimensional viewers were astonished. Good heavens, I originally thought Daikola was just an irrelevant minor character, but he was hiding so much. Sure enough, none of the named characters in the anime are simple. Even I was fooled by this guy, I thought he was just arrogant. Star Envoy Association. Why is Daikola's father so confident that the Star Envoy Association will intervene immediately as soon as Tendo and the others expose their Star Envoy identities? Could it be that he's allied with the Star Envoy Association? Although it was just a simple conversation, the dimensional viewers still gained a lot of crucial information from it. If their guess was correct, then the first problem Tendo and the others would face would come from the family behind Daikola. As the audience engaged in fierce discussions surrounding this speculation, the anime's scene, after a period of darkness, shifted to an office 3 days later. This office belonged to Daikola's father, Bohard. 3 days later, Roan Technologies, a subsidiary of Tianhai Group. President's office. Fushan, you're late. Late. Facing Bohard, the president of Roan Technologies, who sat at the head of the office, Fushan, who was only 1.5 meters tall and had a full beard, nonchalantly walked to a sofa and sat down sprawled out, his attitude extremely arrogant. He ignored the scrutinizing glances of those around him, slowly pulled out a nail clipper from his pocket, and leisurely started clipping his nails. Bohard, what late? If you ask me, there was no need to start this meeting in the first place. Shadow Weaver Lena, Iron Coffin Claude, Plague Dr. Visser. As Fushan clipped his nails, his gaze swept over the other Dark Star envoys in the room, rattling off their names and identities as if they were old acquaintances. After naming them all, Fushan's gaze finally settled on Bohard, who was not far away. Just a bunch of brats who popped out of nowhere, and you actually called all of us here. Bohard, I don't know if you're too timid, or if you just don't put this great master in your eyes, you know. Fushan raised his hand and brazenly blew the freshly clipped nail shavings towards Bohard's direction. To deal with those brats, this great master Fushan alone is enough. Whoosh. Faced with Fushan's incredibly arrogant behavior, a bodyguard closest to Fushan immediately drew the pistol from his waist and pressed it against the back of Fushan's head, threatening, Shorty, I know you're a Star Envoy, but at this distance, even a Star Envoy won't easily escape. So, apologize to Lord Bohard immediately, otherwise. Facing the bodyguard's threat, Fushan's pupils suddenly contracted into magma-like vertical slits, and he said calmly, otherwise what? Fushan turned his head, staring expressionlessly at the bodyguard eager to prove himself. However, the bodyguard couldn't answer Fushan's question. Because Fushan had, at some unknown point, suddenly gripped the hand holding the gun. Instantly, a large amount of white smoke billowed from the skin on his wrist, revealing gruesome raw flesh underneath. A large amount of magma began to pour from Fushan's palm. As the scalding magma entered the bodyguard's wrist, his flesh quickly melted like a candle, revealing the stark white bones beneath. Ah! Feeling the intense pain from his wrist, the bodyguard screamed and desperately tried to pull his hand back. Unfortunately, Fushan's grip was like an iron vice. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his hand away even an inch. In just a moment, the bodyguard who had just been threatening Fushan turned into a charred corpse in a blaze of fire, collapsing to the ground. Looking at the artwork he had just created, Fushan licked his parched lips. Seems like it wasn't much after all. After speaking, Fushan turned to look at the others. The remaining bodyguards in the room had already drawn their weapons and aimed them at Fushan by the sofa, their expressions grim. Fushan, far from being afraid, smiled even more cruelly. His small body suddenly erupted with terrifying heat waves. The green plants in the office immediately withered and carbonized at a visible speed under the influence of these heat waves. At this moment, Fushan was like a human volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Incredibly violent, incredibly dangerous. Fortunately, at this critical moment of high tension, Bohard, sitting at the head of the table, finally spoke. "Put your weapons down, all of you." "Lord Bohard. I told you to put your weapons down, didn't you hear me?" Hearing Bohard's intensified tone, the bodyguards, though unwilling, obediently lowered their weapons. Meanwhile, the other 3 Dark Star envoys in the room maintained an attitude of indifference towards the commotion, each minding their own business. Shadow Weaver Lena continued to playfully strum the human bone harp in her hands, not even raising her head, completely immersed in her musical world. Iron Coffin Claude meticulously wiped the metal coffin by his feet, his movements so careful and his gaze so gentle, as if it weren't a coffin at all, but his beloved. Plague Dr. Visser was squatting by the newly formed charred corpse, continually pulling out various colored syringes from his pocket, seemingly pondering which one would be best to inject into the body. So, despite Fushan's utterly mad behavior, the remaining 3 Dark Star envoys in the room also seemed far from normal, each with their own eccentricities. Thankfully, despite their strange behavior, they were still relatively well behaved at the moment, far less insane than Fushan. This allowed the atmosphere in the room to slowly calm down instead of escalating further. Bohard glanced at the charred corpse on the office floor, then looked at Fushan not far away, frowning. "Fushan, I called all of you here today for a reason. I know you, who are invincible among those below rank 2, don't pay any mind to ordinary rank 1 star envoys. But what if the opponent is like you, about to reach rank 2? Upon hearing this, Fushan was momentarily stunned, then his expression instantly became excited, clearly showing interest. Seeing this, Bohard immediately waved his hand. Though terrified of Fushan at the moment, the female secretary trembling placed a prepared tablet on the table in front of Fushan, then quickly retreated back to Bohard's side. Fushan picked up the tablet from the table and curiously examined it. A moment later, Fushan burst into loud laughter and, in intense exhilaration, uncontrollably crushed the tablet in his hand. "Interesting, this is too interesting. A prodigy, only 12 years old, yet already possessing over 800 points of star energy. Bohard, this time, you've really found me a very nice toy." Looking at the excited Fushan, Bohard nodded, a genius star envoy, only 12 years old, but already close to reaching rank 2. "Fushan, knowing this information, do you still question my reason for calling you all here today? You should know that a genius like Tendo would certainly not be some grassroots individual with no background. I don't know his origins, but after several contacts my son had, I found that besides the transfer student named Tendo Simei, the remaining 3 transfer students are also rank 1 star envoys. To be able to dispatch so many young genius star envoys at once, the organization behind them must be incredibly powerful. Fushan, be careful. They are not easy to deal with." Bohard originally thought that after saying this, Fushan would adopt a more serious attitude and take Tendo and the others seriously. But he still underestimated Fushan's arrogance and his almost pathological dark humor. Fushan tossed away the crushed tablet and unhesitatingly walked towards the door. "Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. A group of young genius star envoys, eh? You know what this great master Fushan likes to do most? It's watching these self-important geniuses kneel before me, begging for mercy in their pathetic states. Bohard, don't worry about me. Something so interesting, how could I let anyone else do it? Let me go meet this Tendo Simei first and see what he's truly capable of. I hope he can last a little longer and not get killed by me immediately." With that, Fushan forcefully kicked open the office door. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly noticed Lena, with her alluring figure, leaning by the door, playing with her human bone harp. Fushan's gaze greedily swept over Lena, then, unusually, he actively extended an invitation to her. "Lena, do you want to come with me and listen to the screams of those geniuses? You know, the despairing cries of a genius are far more pleasant than your harp. Trust me, you'll quickly fall in love with that sound." Lena, however, showed no interest and instead let out a bored yawn. Then, she put down her adjusted human bone harp and said flatly, "Fushan, be careful not to overplay your hand. After all, the blood of geniuses is usually very hot. Overplay my hand." Fushan laughed as if he had heard a joke, then, with immense confidence, he said, "Don't worry, below rank 2, this great master Fushan is invincible." With that, Fushan completely exited the office and disappeared down the hallway. Not long after he left, Lena unexpectedly asked Bohard, who was not far away, "Are you sure you want to let that fool make a move so early? You know, the Trill-Land joint camp is in a few days. If that old Mandorian gets alerted too soon, he might immediately take his precious daughter out of school and temporarily hide her somewhere for protection." To this question, Bohard gave a deep answer. "Don't worry, Dorian won't do that." "Oh. Why not?" "Because he and we both know that when both sides are aware of each other's intentions, the key to victory lies in the trump cards each holds. I don't know what trump cards Dorian has, and he doesn't know what trump cards I have. Since Fushan wants to stir things up, let him go. It's a good opportunity for me to see what that old Mandorian is hiding. And once he can't show enough toughness, we won't even need Isabella, we can immediately drive him from power. After all, in this world of Star Source, wealth is merely the cheapest form of power." Hearing this, Lena pondered for a moment, then began plucking her human bone harp again. Because she had already understood Bohard's meaning. And she understood why he had instigated Fushan to make a move today. Because he wanted to see what kind of trump cards, named Star Envoys, Dorian held in his hand. Chapter 49, Precious, Everyday Life. Saturday, the 5th day since Tendo and the others arrived in Deep Blue Metropolis. "Hey. Kong, Tendo, the beef in the fridge is almost gone. Which one of you is going to the supermarket to buy some more?" In the villa's living room, Qinxing emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, her spatula hitting the doorframe with a thump. This sudden noise startled Tendo, who was leisurely lounging on the sofa, munching on snacks and happily watching a melodramatic comedy film. On the other side, Chen Kong, who was diligently working on 2 sets of homework, quietly put down his pen upon hearing the commotion. As for why he had 2 sets, that's because Tendo, being lazy, had handed his own homework over to Chen Kong. He even had the gall to call it a gesture of goodwill, meant to help Chen Kong consolidate his knowledge. Of course, Chen Kong wasn't foolish. He knew Tendo was trying to pull a fast one on him. However, he didn't have much of an issue with it. After all, writing 1 set was writing, and writing 2 sets was also writing. But his current act of doing homework, in Qinxing's eyes, was no different from Tendo lounging on the sofa watching TV. They were both slacking off. Thus, seeing herself working tirelessly to prepare dinner for everyone while Tendo and Chen Kong were goofing off, Qinxing felt incredibly annoyed. "We're all here on a mission, so why are only you 2 so idle?" What made Qinxing even more furious was that Tendo, upon hearing her words, not only didn't respond but immediately put down his potato chips, quickly grabbed a document from the coffee table to cover his face, and instantly feigned busyness. His acting was so terrible, it wasn't acting at all, it was all just obvious pretense. Do. Qinxing gritted her teeth, her eye twitching uncontrollably. The spatula in her hand visibly bent, clearly indicating she was struggling to contain her anger. Fortunately, Chen Kong got up just in time to mediate between the two. "Sis, I'll go. I don't have anything to do anyway." Hearing this, Tendo, who had been feigning seriousness, immediately followed up on his words, Yes, Xing, let Kong go. It's not far anyway, just a street or 2 away." Qinxing gave Tendo a deep look, then huffed coldly and returned to the kitchen, clearly unwilling to bother with that guy. However, what Qinxing didn't expect was that the certain person outside the living room, seeing this scene, felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, just as Chen Kong was about to leave, he shouted, "Kong, when you get to the supermarket, remember to buy some more snacks for me." "Thanks." "Okay, Tendo." Chen Kong closed the door and then turned to walk out of the villa. However, before he had taken many steps, he heard the sounds of things breaking and crashing from inside the living room. There were also some indistinct arguments, such as, "Why don't you go yourself and always make my brother go?" and, "If you do this again, I'll make you eat out alone." Although Chen Kong wasn't inside the villa at the moment, he guessed what was happening. 9 times out of 10, after he left, Qinxing immediately came out of the kitchen and started chasing Tendo, who was running around trying to dodge her. Thinking this, Chen Kong couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. But after laughing for a while, he suddenly sighed. If only this kind of life could continue forever. Although he said that, Chen Kong knew it was just his unrealistic fantasy. After all, a month later, he and Tendo would have to return to the base. At that time, he would once again become that unnoticed, uncared for background character. Forget it, I'll think about future matters later. For now, I should quickly help Sis buy the ingredients she needs, and Tendo's favorite snacks, too. Otherwise, everyone will go hungry. Chen Kong patted his face, regaining his composure. Then, he pushed open the gate of the villa courtyard and walked straight towards the nearest pedestrian street. Not long after he left the villa area and arrived at the pedestrian street outside, a figure sitting on a rooftop excitedly stood up. I've waited all day, and finally, the fish has come out. Claude, how long can your coffin of silence last? Hearing Fushan's words, Iron Coffin Claude put down the rag he was using to wipe his coffin and calmly replied, 1 hour. Beyond that, the commotion you make will be observed by the nearest star energy detector, attracting the attention of the Star Envoy Association. Only an hour. Well, that's enough. After all, dealing with a mere rank 1 star envoy doesn't require that much time, even if they're a genius. Fushan gazed at Chen Kong below, who had already merged into the crowd and was walking towards the nearest department store supermarket. A pathological and cruel smile spread across his rugged, bearded face. While not the toy I wanted most, as an appetizer, this guy named Chen Kong is barely adequate. Fushan placed his hand on Claude's upright iron coffin and reached out to open it. Inside the metallic coffin, there was no tangible object. Instead, there was a strange, black energy vortex. As Fushan submerged his hand into the black vortex, he spoke, "This feels great. After enduring for so long, I can finally see those arrogant, conceited geniuses kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy again." With that, Fushan fully entered Claude's iron coffin. Bang. As Fushan completely entered the coffin, the opened iron coffin slowly closed. When it was fully shut, a ripple, like that of water, suddenly appeared on the rooftop ground beneath it. Under the effect of this ripple, the iron coffin containing Fushan slowly sank into it, completely disappearing from the rooftop. Seeing that his iron coffin and Fushan had both departed, Claude immediately sat cross-legged in the center of the rooftop. Whoosh! A cold wind swept across the rooftop, lifting a corner of Claude's black cloak, revealing the metallic-skinned body beneath. He gazed at the iron coffin that had already appeared at the main entrance of a department store supermarket on the pedestrian street. His red electronic eyes continuously flickered, seemingly calculating something. Name, Claude Ironvault. Type, Mechanoid/Control. Level, Rank 1 Star Envoy. Star Source, Mechanical Shrine. Crimes, once single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of people, solely to perfect his human body data. Federal Wanted Level, 1 star. Federal Bounty, 350,000 Star Source coins. In the evening, Chen Kong pushed open the supermarket's glass door. The twilight sun outside cast a long shadow behind him. Inside the supermarket, several housewives pushed shopping carts, weaving between the aisles. Not far away, the television above the checkout counter was playing a weather forecast, while the cashier below yawned boredly, occasionally glancing at their watch, silently counting down to quitting time. It was an ordinary daily scene, but full of the warmth of life. Looking at this scene, Chen Kong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such peaceful days are truly wonderful, but unfortunately, they don't belong to me. After his moment of reflection, Chen Kong prepared to head towards the fresh food section of the supermarket. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. Clang. Under the terrifying aura, the supermarket's glass doors began to tremble, and the lights flickered. This eerie sight caused everyone in the supermarket to panic, constantly looking around. Chen Kong, who had sensed the aura first, immediately turned to look outside the door. A strange black vortex had suddenly appeared on the ground directly in front of the supermarket's main entrance. From within the vortex, a peculiar iron coffin covered in circuitry, slowly emerged. Bang. Chapter 50, I've never been a genius, I'm just an ordinary person. Gazing out of the supermarket at Fushan, who had suddenly emerged from the iron coffin, Chen Kong's expression was tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? Fushan smiled in response to Chen Kong's question. It doesn't matter who I am, because you're about to die, and a dead man doesn't need to know too much. Although this great master would love to chat more with you, my time is limited. Alright, Genius Star Envoy Chen Kong, are you ready to accept death? Fushan raised his hand, and the next second, a stream of molten lava spewed forth. The scorching lava instantly melted the supermarket's glass door and fiercely shot towards Chen Kong, who stood by the checkout counter inside. Seeing the terrifying stream of lava, Chen Kong instinctively wanted to dodge. But when his peripheral vision caught sight of the petrified cashier beside the counter, Chen Kong immediately changed his mind. He positioned himself in front of the cashier and resolutely extended his right hand. Empty rune, return to dust. Under the effect of the empty rune, the lava that touched Chen Kong's right hand completely dissipated into thin air, like melting snow, in the blink of an eye. It simply ceased to exist. Watching Chen Kong effortlessly block his attack, Fushan's pupils constricted, his mind greatly startled. He could clearly feel that Chen Kong had used some kind of star source ability to successfully neutralize his lava stream. However, he couldn't discern how Chen Kong had nullified it. Secondly, he was completely unable to determine what Chen Kong's star source ability, or even his star source type, truly was. For a star envoy, this was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Because the unknown is the greatest danger in this world. Therefore, despite Fushan's disdainful words towards Chen Kong, his actions were incredibly cautious. Bang! Fushan didn't rush to approach Chen Kong, choosing instead to launch another long-range lava attack. However, this time his attack wasn't aimed at Chen Kong but at the ordinary people hiding around the shelves inside the supermarket, their faces filled with terror. Seeing this, Chen Kong's expression instantly became furious. Yet, the anger in his heart didn't make him lose his rationality in action. Chen Kong quickly moved in front of the shelves, and just like the first time, used his empty rune to neutralize Fushan's lava stream once more. Although he blocked Fushan's attack again, Fushan's gaze towards him was no longer wary. Chen Kong's two decisions had allowed him to completely understand this guy's character. He knew what this guy's greatest weakness was. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Chen Kong, I never thought that you, a genius, would care so much about the lives of ordinary people. For this, you even risk your own life. Chen Kong, you really are quite the pedantic hypocrite. But as an enemy, someone like you is quite reassuring, actually. Since you like saving people, then I'll let you save to your heart's content, all at once. Fushan abruptly spread his arms. His entire skin first turned red, then erupted with dense, repulsive tumors, making him look disgusting. But upon closer inspection, these protrusions weren't disgusting tumors at all, they were clearly small volcanoes. Boom. As Fushan fully channeled the star energy within his body, large amounts of scalding, hot lava spewed forth one after another from the tumors on his body. They transformed into a dense meteor shower, raining down throughout the supermarket. Faced with such a vast quantity of lava streams, Chen Kong alone couldn't possibly block them all. Fortunately, after the initial shock, everyone inside the supermarket had now come to their senses. They all ran towards the fire escape deep within the supermarket, fleeing the dangerous main entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Although Chen Kong blocked 70% of the lava, the remaining 30% still landed inside the supermarket, igniting many flammable goods. In just a few breaths, large parts of the supermarket were engulfed in raging flames. Massive amounts of burning plastic released acrid, eye-stinging black smoke, pervading every corner of the supermarket and making the air thin. At the same time, terrifying flames, like unbridled wild horses, rampaged through the supermarket, continuously igniting various goods. Faced with the supermarket engulfed in fire, large crowds frantically rushed towards the only fire escape, trying to escape as quickly as possible. But with so many people rushing in at once, the narrow fire escape instantly became incredibly congested. In the chaos, some women and children were inadvertently pushed out and fell to the ground. From within the dense smoke, a little girl in a bare t-shirt knelt by a collapsed shelf, completely oblivious to the ominous cracking sounds coming from the ceiling above her. Look out. At the last moment, Chen Kong fiercely embraced the little girl, shielding her tightly beneath him, taking the full impact of the falling stone slab himself. Bang. The heavy stone slab struck Chen Kong's back, eliciting a muffled grunt of pain. At the same time, a warm liquid streamed down his forehead, quickly blurring his vision. But even as he felt intense pain radiating from all over his body, Chen Kong's first concern wasn't for himself. Are you all right? Chen Kong endured the severe pain, forcing a strained smile for the girl in his arms. His blood-stained face, illuminated by the surrounding flames, appeared exceptionally pale. Only then did it truly sink in, Chen Kong, who had been protecting others, was also just a 12-year-old child who needed protection himself. The little girl in his arms, though unsure what had happened, instinctively nodded, indicating she was fine. Seeing this, Chen Kong immediately let out a sigh of relief. He then released the little girl and pointed to the now wider fire escape, saying, "Get out of there quickly, don't stay here. The little girl nodded vigorously again, then took her short legs and clumsily ran towards the fire escape not far away. I really don't understand what you hypocritical guys are thinking. You're already at death's door, yet you still have the heart to care about others. Kid, aren't you really afraid of death? Chen Kong looked up to see that Fushan, who had been standing outside, had somehow entered the supermarket and was now 10 steps away from Chen Kong. Facing his question, Chen Kong, after struggling to his feet, gave his answer. Yes. I am. Oh. If you're afraid, then why didn't you run? Hearing this, Chen Kong was silent for a moment before answering. Because if I ran, then they would have nowhere to run. Also, I've never been a genius, I'm just a lucky ordinary person. As he spoke, Chen Kong wiped the blood from his eyes, his trembling hand reaching for his waist. He drew the special black gun he always carried and aimed it at Fushan. Though his hand trembled from the fear of death and his injuries, his tone and expression were firmer than ever before. Bang! As Chen Kong pulled the trigger, the specialized black gun immediately fired a pitch-black bullet. The bullet cut through the flames and thick smoke of the supermarket, accurately flying towards Fushan's forehead. But strangely, facing Chen Kong's desperate strike, Fushan, not far away, showed no sign of wanting to dodge. Instead, he revealed a strange, mocking smile. Xing, I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things. You watch the house, all right. As for the meat-cutting job, I think I'll leave that to you. After all, I don't have your exquisite knife skills. Tendo. Ignoring the roar from inside the door, Tendo bolted out of the villa's main entrance and ran at astonishing speed towards the nearest pedestrian street supermarket.